Reincarnation Paradise, Chapter 601. This was also the reason why Suxiao wanted to enhance the alchemy bomb, and now it failed. Thinking of this, Suxiao sighed. Although it was very cool to throw out a large number of alchemy bombs with a flick of his sleeve, and this thing was used to block the enemy's route very well, if this ability could not keep up with his pace, he would immediately stop throwing in. Picking up an alchemy bomb, Suxiao shook his head. Although he could find a way to enhance the alchemy bomb by spending paradise coins, it was not worth it. The alchemy bomb was stored as a bomb, and the bomb had many uses. A long time ago, Suxiao felt he had too many abilities to develop simultaneously. After noticing this, he immediately abandoned several unimportant abilities. So far, his fighting methods were getting simpler, and his fighting strength was getting stronger. His main fighting methods were his saber techniques. Whether it was the boundary break line or the energy shield, they all used saber techniques as the core. As for the sniper rifle was used to deal with special situations, not his main fighting method. Moreover, he had already solved the cost of the firearms category. The development path after that became simple, to gather resources to strengthen saber techniques. Thinking of this, Suxiao got up and left the whole room. He went straight to the trial field. There were still a lot of paradise coins left. He could summon the mirror image to practice. 2 days later, in the arena. In a wetland simulated by the arena, a woman in a tight black suit ran quickly in the muddy swamp. The mud splashed, and there were several cuts on the woman's high-tech tight clothes, which were bloody. The woman leaned against a withered tree and gasped for breath. Blood dripped down her chin. Pot, 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 pot. The sound of stepping on mud could be heard, and the woman not only groaned. Again? Can't you let me recover? The woman was just about to continue to run when she suddenly thought of something and could not help but smile bitterly. By the way, this is not the derivative world. This is the arena, fighting with this kind of murderous guy. I still think that I will die. Zheng. The blade light flew, the woman subconsciously rushed forward, the dead tree was cut off, and a man with a long knife and a red mask stood not far away. The corners of the mask on the man's face were clear. Standing there seemed to have flaws all over his body. After the battle, he found his sword skills extremely exquisite. These flaws were used to lure the enemy. It's just the arena. There's no need to be so murderous. I surrender. Personal habit. Suxiao threw the mud on the flying knife. The sense of teleportation appeared. He returned to the restroom of the arena. The individual battle has ended. Result, victory. 11 consecutive wins. The hunter's ranking has increased. It has risen to 2,255 in the 2,362 rankings. Although it was 11 consecutive wins, the ranking did not increase much. He had spent 40,000 paradise coins in the trial field to summon the mirror image to train before coming to the arena. Moreover, he had been fighting here for 2 days, from 9,600 to 2,255. In the past 2 days, other than eating and sleeping, he had been fighting. Although the intensity of the battle was high, his spirit gradually relaxed. Even if he lost in the arena, he would not die. In 2 days, his winning streak was ended once, which meant that he lost once. That defeat was not because of strength but because the opponent used a move of mutual destruction. In the end, the opponent won, and his winning streak ended. Although the winning streak was ended, Suxiao was not surprised. He was not a god and would not win all the time. Matching the opponent again, Suxiao entered a new round of competition. This time was the public arena. As soon as he entered the arena, he found that there was a tide of cheers coming from the surrounding audience. Qian Qian, good luck. Qian Qian, I love you. These shouts continued, and Suxiao's brain hurt a little. He met the arena star. The arena was a fighting arena that was open to the public. It was natural for the arena star to appear. Humans would worship people who were better than themselves. It was natural to become an arena star if they were beautiful and strong. It had to be known that not only was there a contractor in the reincarnation paradise, but there were also more employees. According to incomplete statistics, the number of employees in the reincarnation paradise was 17 times that of the contractor. The contractor couldn't chase stars, and most employees had no combat power. They were ordinary people and contractors and had a lot of free time. It was a good pastime to come to the arena and spend some money to chase stars. Su Xiao looked at his opponent. Sure enough, she was beautiful to the point of soul-stirring. She was about 1.5 meters tall, with a single ponytail, a slender figure, and a large mechanical arm on one, giving people a delicate and fierce feeling. "Hello, I am very strong, be careful." Qian manipulated the mechanical arm and waved to Su Xiao, but before she finished speaking, Su Xiao had already stepped on the ground and rushed forward. Su Xiao and Qian were about 20 meters apart. With his physical fitness, the kick on the ground made him start to glide at a low altitude at high speed. "You must be joking." Looking at Su Xiao, who was holding a long sword and gliding at a low altitude, Qian's hair stood up. "Fire, 3. When the mechanical arm on Qian's arm started to move and punched Su Xiao. Boom! The air wave spread, and a layer of light blue energy shield blocked the front of Su Xiao. Kaba cracks appeared on the energy shield. This was only an energy shield with 80 points of strength. It was normal to have cracks. Because of the force of the energy shield, cracks appeared on the ground under Su Xiao's feet. Just as he stepped on the ground, Su Xiao immediately turned sideways and withdrew the energy shield at the same time. At this time, the enemy's strength had not been completely offset by the energy shield. The energy shield suddenly disappeared, and the mechanical arm smashed forward with inertia. The more he used the energy shield, the more familiar he became with the energy shield, and the more Su Xiao felt that it was a divine skill. Qian's body rushed forward. Her expression was surprised. Her eyes turned and saw Su Xiao on the side. "Give me a full." Qian was just halfway through her words when she felt a chill in her chest, and the weight of her body suddenly reduced. With a plop, Qian's body, which had been cut in two, fell to the ground. The audience was dead silent. Young Mistress Qian was cut in the chest. "My idol. Masked man, your sister. I wish you a lifetime of being single." Ignoring the audience's voices, Su Xiao swung the blood on the long sword and slowly walked toward the enemy, who was cut into two. In his opinion, fighting was fighting. There was nothing else. Once involved in the battle, gender, race, and body were unimportant. Should she be treated gently? Don't joke around. The women in the reincarnation paradise were not weak at all. He had seen too many women with terrible fighting strength, and there were countless strong female people. "It hurts." Qian turned over, but a smile appeared on her little face stained with blood. "How ruthless. You're different from those who show mercy. What's your name? Can you leave a contact number?" Qian was smiling. She was a competitive star. She liked to fight. Her opponent showed no mercy in a battle where she was willing to sacrifice her life and death. In her eyes, it was respected. She did not underestimate her because of her short stature and delicate physique. Su Xiao did not speak and just raised his sword. "Surrender! Surrender! It seems that I have met the cold male god." After a slight surrender, the blood on Su Xiao's sword turned into light spots. Chapter 602. The individual battle has ended. Result, victory. 12 consecutive wins. The hunter's ranking has increased. It has risen from 2255 to 2100. Su Xiao sat cross-legged in the resting warehouse and took out the timer. It showed 71 hours and 52 minutes. There were still 8 minutes before he returned to the real world. It was not enough time to play another game. He began to wait to return to the real world, and 8 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The hunter has reached the limit of his stay time in the reincarnation paradise. I checked that after the hunter advanced to the second rank, he succeeded in passing through the next derivative world. The time conversion function has been activated. Prompt: the hunter can convert the time of stay in the real world to the time of stay in the reincarnation paradise. The maximum time of exchange is 1/2. Seeing this hint, Su Xiao's face showed joy. After he passed the second stage of the derivative world, he could convert the time of stay in the real world into the time of the reincarnation paradise. The time of stay in the reincarnation paradise was very precious. Of course, the more, the better. He could fight in the arena or sell alchemy bombs here. He could also go to the trading market during his free time to see if anything was good. He was nothing more than watching anime or wandering around in the real world, and he could gradually become stronger in the reincarnation paradise. Without hesitation, Su Xiao's stay time in the reincarnation paradise increased from 0 seconds to 84 hours so that he could continue to stay in the reincarnation paradise. The stay time was more than doubled, which made Su Xiao not only ponder. The higher the rank, the longer he should stay in the reincarnation paradise. He, who was not concerned for the real world, would choose to stay in the reincarnation paradise. In this way, a contractor in the real world would be fewer and fewer. In addition to various regulations, the contractor's interference in the real world was not as big as he imagined. The real world was different from the derivative world. The real world was very special to the reincarnation paradise. Once there was a problem in the real world, it would affect the reincarnation paradise to select a new contractor, which would cause the cycle of evil nature. After lighting a cigarette, Su Xiao no longer considered these problems. Although his stay was longer, he also had to cherish this precious time. He dragged his tired body and left the arena. Although many contractors were returning to the real world, the reincarnation paradise was still lively. There were a lot of employees and contractors above the first rank. Su Xiao's life in the reincarnation paradise was very regular. In addition to the rest time, he spent most of his time in the trading market, trial field, arena, and arena. The arena occupied most of them. When the mana value recovered to full, Su Xiao would make intermediate alchemy bombs to sell in the trading market, which was a considerable income. To stay in the reincarnation paradise more often, the happiest person was Bobo Wang. This guy's life was very comfortable. According to Su Xiao's observation, Bobo Wang's rest time was the same as his. The first thing he did when he woke up was to eat a big meal. After that, he would go to the cold drink shop to sit. Sometimes, he would go to the equipment strengthening hall to observe the expressions of contractors and others. This was the bad taste of Bobo Wang. Most of the time, Bobo Wang ate and slept. In the recent period, the hair of this fool was brighter, and his physique unexpectedly grew a circle. In the exclusive room, Su Xiao stared at Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang sighed and looked at the treadmill on the side from time to time. Recently, you have gained 20 pounds of weight. It is time to lose weight. Ah! Bobo Wang let out a long howl. His gaze seemed to be saying, "Master, I am a lone wolf from the north. My long fat is to resist the cold. Please listen to my explanation. Do you want to run?" Su Xiao took out a custom-made large pair of 64-yard slippers. Bobo Wang subconsciously bent down. Although he was lying, he still had to pretend nothing had happened. After hesitating, Bobo Wang walked up to the large treadmill and ran weakly. Su Xiao nodded and told Bobo Wang not to be lazy and leave the exclusive room. Bobo Wang sighed. Although it was lazy, it never slacked off when Su Xiao told it to do things, so Bobo Wan gritted his teeth and ran hard. In the trading market, Su Xiao sat behind a stall with many intermediate-level alchemy bombs. After answering the contractor's price, he picked up the tablet computer to play puzzle games. Half an hour later, he vaguely felt someone was standing in front of the stall. He did not look up. It was normal for someone to stand in front of the stall. Byakuya, you are really hard to find. Su Xiao, who was playing the puzzle game, paused. The character in the game died. After looking up, a man in a gray suit stood in front of the stall. The strong muscles of the man tightened the suit. A scar extended from the man's cheek to his neck, like an ugly centipede lying on his face. You are. Su Xiao did not know the other person. He had never seen this person. Hello, my name is Stan. Stan. Su Xiao tried to recall this name. Suddenly, he thought of a person, the leader of the Bloodgate Adventure Group, Stan. It's a little familiar. Are you the leader of the Bloodgate Adventure Group? Do you need me for something? Su Xiao looked calm and did not show any flaws. He had killed the people of the Bloodgate Adventure Group, and it was the first time he fought with Jiraiya. Of course, I have something to do. Look at this. Stan handed over a projection device, which was a battle video from the first-person perspective, and the shaking of the picture was very serious. The roar in the video was continuous. Deodara stepped on the clay bird and flew at high speed. In the distance, a man was holding a sniper rifle. It was Su Xiao. After a few shots, the angle of the video was equal to the ground, and the shaking also disappeared. This is the reason why I am looking for you. The person you killed is called Zimo. He is a seed member of my Bloodgate. I know your mission is in conflict, but this is unimportant. Stan took out a pack of cigarettes as he spoke, and after taking out two, he handed one to Su Xiao. Su Xiao smiled and did not take the cigarette. It was better not to touch the enemy's things. This was the reincarnation paradise. Stan smiled. After throwing the cigarette on the ground, he lit the cigarette in his mouth. Friend, your sniping ability is good. Stan went up and down to look at Su Xiao. Are you here to seek revenge? Of course not. If I seek revenge from you, I will not show up at all. That is. Su Xiao felt that this matter was very interesting. Unlike what he saw in movies and television dramas, this guy who came to revenge was very polite. I came to ask for compensation from you. You have to know that cultivating a seed member requires a lot of resources. The dead have no value. The death can only mean that Zimo is not good. Speaking of this, Stan touched the scar on his face. Before, I also wanted to seek revenge on you. Considering that your strength is not weak, sending ordinary subordinates can't kill you, and there will be all kinds of expenses during the period, so asking you to compensate for Zimo's death is the wisest choice for my group. After listening to Stan's words, the smile on Su Xiao's face was even more brilliant. Stan could not be underestimated. This guy was not only powerful, ruthless but also had a high IQ. By the way, we had some history before. In the trial world, there was an armored vehicle. Do you remember? After Grandmaster Tai died, my subordinates began to investigate. At that time, I heard of your name, but that matter had nothing to do with you, so I didn't come to find you. Now it seems that we might be born criminals. Both of them were laughing, but there was hidden killing intent in them. Stan did not say a harsh word, and the useless threat was equivalent to brainless in Stan's eyes. Then he said, I spent about 500,000 paradise coins cultivating Zimo. Considering the difference in price and your ability to bear it, you have to compensate 100,000 paradise coins. After that, Bloodgate will not come to you again. If you want to join, I welcome you. The dead had no value. Stan only cultivated it because he liked Zimo's talent. This was business and had nothing to do with personal feelings. Chapter 603. 100,000 Paradise Coins. Su Xiao looked at Stan. Stan spat out a mouthful of green smoke, indicating Su Xiao to think about it slowly. I have killed a lot of contractors. It is the first time someone came to ask for compensation. What is your answer? Not a single point. Su Xiao was still smiling. The smile on Stan's face faded, but after a few seconds, he smiled even more happily. Haha, you have guts. Since you don't want to pay the price, then forget it. Stan did not hesitate to get up and leave. His expression became ferocious and terrifying as soon as he turned his head. The scar on his face became bloodshot like a poisonous centipede. I haven't met such a bold solo player in a long time. Stan took out a compass, and the compass flashed with a golden light. After Stan walked away, Su Xiao took out a cigarette and lit it. It was possible to break the money and avoid disaster if it was an ordinary solo player. There were props to track contractors in the Reincarnation paradise. Although the price was high, a large adventure group like Bloodgate must have them. Su Xiao did not care about the tracking device. Number 13,013 was a fake number. It would be weird if he could track it. It was just that if not for very unlucky, it was unlikely to meet the Bloodgate adventure group in the derivative world. Moreover, the large adventure group did not cover the sky. For example, the Barbarian Sky Adventure Group, comparable to the Bloodgate and the God Emperor, was still wiped in the Rain Village. From this, it could be seen that the threat of the Bloodgate Adventure Group was not as significant as imagined. Perhaps before meeting Su Xiao, the Bloodgate had been wiped. Even if he encountered it, he could run if he could not beat it. Bobo Wang was not good at other things, and the running speed Zetsu was first class. Now Su Xiao was indeed no match for Bloodgate, but it was impossible for him never to be a match for Bloodgate. And he had long expected to make enemies with another contractor, but if he fought in the derivative world, it was inevitable. Not thinking about this, not long after, the alchemy bomb on the stall was sold out, leaving 30,000 paradise coins. He began to make a large number of one potion. The cost of number 1 potion was not low, 6,000 paradise coins plus 300 points. In the next few days, the people of Bloodgate did not appear again. It seemed like Stan said, since you don't want to pay the price, then forget it. Time passed quickly, and soon Su Xiao's stay time in the Reincarnation paradise reached the limit. Light and shadow flashed in front of his eyes. When Su Xiao regained consciousness, he was in the living room of the seaside villa. There were still 3.5 days left in the real world. After thinking for 2 minutes in the living room, Su Xiao packed up his luggage. 1 day later, XJ Province, Uyghur Autonomous Region, Kogarai Peak. Kogarai Snow Mountain, the second peak of the world, also known as K2, with an altitude of 8,611 meters, countless climbing enthusiasts died here. The cold wind blew up the snowflakes. There was a nearly vertical mountain wall 3,800 meters away from Kogarai Peak. White snow covered the mountain wall. If one looked closely, a bare-chested man holding an ice pickaxe was hanging down on the mountain wall without any protection. Hot air rose from the man, and the cold climate did not affect him. Ah! A wolf howl came from the top of Kogarai Peak. A rather large wolf stood at the top of the mountain peak, raising its head and howling. The cold wind blew the black and white hair. This idiot climbed to the top. Did the cold climate unlock its IQ? Su Xiao held the ice pickaxe in his hand and continued to climb up. Half an hour later, at the top of Kogarai Peak, Su Xiao stood at the top of the second peak of the world and looked down. It was white. Taking a big bag off his waist, Su Xiao took a gliding shirt from it and put it on. After confirming that the parachute on his back was okay, he looked at Bobo Wang on the side. See you at the foot of the mountain. Su Xiao jumped down, and Bobo Wang, on the top of the mountain, screamed. The real world was suitable for relaxing the body and mind, and the time spent staying was speedy. Hint: the new derivative world is about to open. The hunter will return to the reincarnation paradise. Please make sure there are no witnesses around. Teleportation. Teleportation complete. Suxiao returned to his whole room and just regained consciousness. A hint of an email popped up. He opened the email. The item is ready, come and get it. The content of the email was straightforward, and the signature was a mechanical sister. Quickly rushing to the mechanical street, Suxiao looked at the remaining paradise coins. There were 35,600 points left, except for the 30,000 service fee. He only had 5,600 paradise coins left. However, the materials were ready, and there were 8 bottles of one potion in the storage space, plus the rest of the recovery products before. It was enough for him to deal with the new derivative world. Mechanical Street, Exploding Workshop. Suxiao smashed the iron door in front of him. He had been hitting the door for 10 minutes. If there were no protective measures, the iron door would have been smashed by him. Who is it? It has been 10 minutes, and you still don't give up. Are you trying to kill me? The iron door opened, and the mechanical sister, who was only wearing a bra and a pair of trousers, stood at the door with a somber expression. Hey, you can't let me sleep. To complete your order, I haven't slept for almost 4 days. The mechanical sister turned sideways, and Suxiao entered the room. I succeeded. Could you give me the processing fee? I will continue to sleep. The things are on the workbench. The mechanical sister activated the temporary contract. After Suxiao confirmed that the contract was okay, he paid the mechanical sister 30,000 paradise coins. As soon as he received the paradise coins, the mechanical sister fell on the small bed in the corner and slept instantly. Suxiao came to the working table of the mechanical sister. The metal work table was 5 meters long, and the door was full of various tools. A sniper rifle came into Suxiao's sight. His first feeling was wild. From the blood-red pattern on the gun's body, he could vaguely see that this was the Spider Queen. At this time, the appearance of the Spider Queen changed considerably. The gun was originally dark, and the surface had blood-red lines. Now the appearance was black as the main body. The gap of the gun body faintly emitted blue light, and the blood-red lines on the scope. Initially, the size of Spider Queen was not small, but now it was even more exaggerated, almost catching up with Suxiao's height. His finger pointed at the gun, and the information about Spider Queen appeared. Spider Queen. Origin: Reincarnation Paradise. Rarity: dark purple. Type: heavy sniper rifle. Caliber: 17.36 mm. Ammunition: 10. Durability: 70 to 70 seconds. Attack power: 60,134. Equipment requirement: strength: 52, stamina: 49. Equipment effect 1, light, red outer detection mirror, 428 times, passive, able to adjust distance, automatically calibrate the wind speed, distance, and other factors. The target aimed at the target will be the final hit point of the bullet. The maximum distance of the target is 1036 meters. Equipment effects: 2, precise bullet, passive, improved shooting accuracy by 17. Preparation effect 3, crush, passive, increases the chance of crushing enemies by 30. Rating: 260 plus. Description: if you want to keep one alive, please do not use it. After using it, you can only see the enemy's fragments. Price: 7,000 paradise coins. Suxiao picked up the new Spider Queen, and the feeling was heavy. If there were no storage space, it would be a problem to carry it alone. Pulling the gun and tying it up, the inside of the bullet chamber was empty. The 17 to 36 mm bullets used by Spider Queen were a bit exaggerated. Generally, the sniper rifle was 7.62 mm or 12.7 mm bullets. The caliber increased again. Su was not only worried about one problem but also the exchange fee for 17.36 mm bullets. If it were only 17.36 mm bullets, it would be fine. The Spider Empress used special alloy ammunition. Yes/no exchanged for 17.36 mm bullets, special, each 150 paradise coins. Su Xiao's eyes darkened. This was too expensive. He endured his heartache to exchange for 30 bullets, which cost 4,500 paradise coins. This could buy standard blue equipment. Chapter 604. The new derivative world will open in 1 minute. Hunter, please prepare the equipment. Su Xiao sat in the deluxe room with a calm face. The harvest of the Naruto world was relatively abundant. His strength was significantly enhanced, and he was more confident about the new derivative world. Time is up. The derivative world, the full-time hunter opened. There is no abnormality in this world. The space coordinates are stable, and the time-space power is 0.019 ounce. According to the time-space power consumed, the lowest comprehensive evaluation of the contractor's world needs to reach D+ level. The power of space surged, and with a bang, Su Xiao was in darkness. After an unknown period, the feeling of falling appeared. Su Xiao opened his eyes. At this time, he was high in the sky and was falling quickly. This is so exciting. The shouts came from not far away. Su Xiao turned his head and looked. At this time, it was nighttime. In the night, he vaguely saw many figures falling in the high sky not far away. What's going on? It's flying in the air. It's too strange. Reincarnation paradise, damn it. Hey, a few nearby, 10,000 paradise coins, I can save your lives, agree to sign the contract. Not far away, there was a cry, a pair of wings opened, and at the same time, Su Xiao received a temporary contract. The main content of the temporary contract was that he paid 10,000 paradise coins or items of the same value, and the contractor, who could fly, helped him land. MDZZ, crazy about money. Who doesn't have some emergency measures? No one signed the contract. The contractor, who had the ability to fly, smiled and flew into the distance. If someone had a tiny brain, they would not sign the contract. Reincarnation paradise would not deliberately kill the contractor. This was common sense. After falling quickly for more than 10 seconds, Su Xiao saw a large city below. The city was brightly lit. The streets were filled with cars. It was a modern city. Although the night view of the city was beautiful, his falling speed was getting faster and faster. Fortunately, there was a parachute in his common material. Woof! Not far away, Bobo Wang shouted. The rapid airflow produced by the fall blew up the lips of its mouth, revealing its white canine teeth. The two lips were like wings, flapping non-stop. A strange start. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, his descent speed suddenly slowed. Drip, the spatial fluctuations have returned to normal. Hint, due to being involved in the dimensional turbulence, there is a slight error in the transmission. Dimensional turbulence is a normal cosmic phenomenon. Correcting the transmission error requires a lot of time and energy, causing the lowest comprehensive evaluation to reach A-, and the transmission error is not updated. Reserved teleportation location, full-time hunter derivative world, Yuxin City. Current position, full-time hunter derivative world, Kilo City. Error, 1,353 kilometers. Warning, warning, the hunter is in a high-speed falling state. Because this fall is an irresistible factor, according to the initial regulations, 15,794, the reincarnation paradise must ensure that the hunter, contractor, and the worker safely arrive at the derivative world. At the same time this hint appeared, Susiao felt a force hold him, and the speed of his falling gradually slowed down. The height gradually decreased. Susiao saw the street below. Because of the unknown force, he could not move. Just as he was about to land, a brand new red car rushed. This car was in the shape of a beetle, and a woman was sitting in the driver's seat. The passenger was the husband of the woman. "Kathy, don't be nervous. Maintain the current state." As soon as the man's voice fell, a figure smashed on the hood. Bang! At the same time, Susiao smashed on the hood. One hand was like a hook, directly penetrating the iron sheet to avoid being bounced off by inertia. Suddenly someone fell from the sky and smashed the hood. The man in the co-driver was shocked. "Kathy, stop the car." "Ah!" The novice driver screamed and subconsciously turned on the shower. "Step on the brake." The man in the passenger seat roared, and with this roar, the novice female driver stepped on the accelerator to the end. The engine of the beetle car roared, and the whole vehicle rushed out with a whoosh. Kaba! The car's hood was pulled down, and Susiao left the speeding vehicle. He was in mid-air, and when he was about to land, he pressed the hood down and stepped on it. Zi, zi, zi. The hood rubbed against the road, and sparks flew everywhere. He seemed to be stepping on a skateboard. After more than 10 seconds, the hood stopped sliding. Susiao sighed and landed safely. Bobo Wang ran from the distance and looked at the hood under Susiao's feet. His eyes seemed to say, "Master, is it exciting? I want to play too. Let's leave here first." A few police officers were rushing over on the opposite side of the street. Susiao turned and entered an alley, ignoring the shouts of the officers. In the alley, Susiao sat on a trash can. "Kilo City? I have never heard of this place. It's a headache. The world of hunters is too big." He knew a little about the situation in the world of full-time hunters. This world could only be described as grand. It was between middle-level force and top-level force. The world of hunters was so big that it made people speechless. In anime, the whole story unfolded in the 6 continents, and the 6 continents were just a tiny corner of the Dark Continent. No one could explore the area of the whole world until now. The place where Susiao was located was the Lulubian continent, which is one of the 6 continents. There are human civilizations on the 6 continents, and transportation is convenient. If not, there will be a disaster. It had to be known that the thermal weapons in the 6 continents were very advanced, with all kinds of weapons like nuclear bombs. Susiao was not interested in the Dark Continent outside the 6 continents. It was not that he could not get benefits there, but the Dark Continent was too terrifying. A race in the Dark Continent that could not survive could dominate the 6 continents. At this stage, the 6 continents were equal to the hunter world. As for the force of the hunter world, Susiao had studied it before. The storyline creature in the hunter world, the king of ants, was powerful. If he fought with the other party, he would lose to Susiao. But if the time was right, Susiao might be able to kill the king of ants. The strength of the king of ants lay in the physical quality. From the original situation, the king of ants was dying after being hit by a nuclear bomb, so its defense was not strong enough to make Zetsu look at it. However, the speed of the king of ants was too fast. Susiao was likely to be killed before he hurt the other party. Fortunately, this was not the problem he should be concerned about. At this time, the Ant King had not been born yet. Although the enemies that appeared were also influential, they were not strong enough to crush him. In other words, although he had the risk of death in the hunter world. During this period, he could fight most of his opponents. Enter the world, full-time hunter. World difficulty, LV5, semi-open world. Origin of the world, 0. World description, a vast and dangerous world. Wealth, food, treasures, secret realms. As long as you dare to explore them, these are not dreams. A group of people is chasing after their desires all over the world. These people have a common name, Hunter. Hunter has a licensing system. The Hunter Association will hold a strict examination every year. The qualified people will get the Hunter license. After getting it, they can use the Hunter license according to their wishes. They have all kinds of rights, like using the public facilities of 95 countries for free. Hunter is divided into many types: gourmet hunters, treasure hunters, beast hunters, and so on. Perception, a ability to manipulate life energy at a deep level. It is divided into 4 major lines: wrapping, zetsu, training, and transmit. The 4 significant lines are mainly sent and divided into 6 branches. They are the strengthening, release, change, operation, materialize, and unique systems. Different types of fighting styles are different. Primary mission, arrive at Yukiksen City. Hunting mission, cleaning up the Gentleman Alliance. Hint, when the hunter enters within a kilometer of the offender, the hunting function will automatically be activated. Warning, please do not mention the paradise in this world. If the warning is invalid, it will be executed. Hint, detected that the hunter has not mastered the language of this world. Using 100 paradise coins to master the language of this world automatically. World, begin. Chapter 605. Susiao frowned. He first looked at the details of the primary mission. Main mission, arrived at Yukixin City. Difficulty level, LV2. Mission summary, because of the wrong location of teleportation, the hunter must arrive at Yukixin City before the auction begins. Quest information, Yukixin City is a prosperous and rotten city controlled by many gangs. Quest deadline, 6 natural days. Quest reward, 1000 paradise coins. Quest punishment, deduct 1000 paradise coins and forcibly return. This derivative world has no benefits. As expected, the initial primary mission was straightforward. The reason was that there was an error in the transmission location, and the error of the reincarnation paradise could be made. However, the time-space power consumed needed contractors to bear it, or most of the contractors could not bear this burden, so the reincarnation paradise did not repair the error but released a simple primary mission, giving a small benefit, 1000 paradise coins. Not all contractors were like Susiao, and the comprehensive evaluation was generally between A to S. Most contractors were D+ to A. Because of this, the speed Susiao becoming stronger was so fast. Contractors, who experienced the same number of derivative worlds as him, were not as strong as him. Closing the main mission, Susiao opened the hunting mission with a frown. This hunting mission gave him a horrible feeling. Hunting mission, cleaning up the Gentleman's Alliance. Mission summary, use any means to eradicate the Gentleman's Alliance. Mission information, the Gentleman's Alliance is composed of 5 offenders. The hunter needs to clean up these 5 offenders. Mission deadline, before leaving this derivative world. Mission reward, Golden Medal of Honor ×1. The derivative world will choose one more chance. Before entering the derivative world next time, the hunter can choose one of the 3 derivative worlds to enter. 5. After reading the mission information, Susiao habitually took out a cigarette. A total of 5 offenders combined into a small alliance. This was undoubtedly challenging the limit of the rules of the reincarnation paradise. They should not be called the Gentleman Alliance, and it was more appropriate to call it the Death Alliance. And Susiao thought of a terrible situation. These 5 offenders might notice the hunter's existence, so they were in a group. Not only that, but if the 5 offenders were scattered everywhere, it would be a headache to think about. The hunting mission must be completed. Susiao did not want to go to war to be a referee. He did not want to experience that kind of experience the second time. So Xiao decided to go to Yuxian City first. The Gentleman Alliance would move in that direction. At this time, there were the most benefits. Don't look, Bobo, let's go. So Xiao had just taken 2 steps when his footsteps suddenly stopped. Oh! It seems that your luck is good. Warning, warning. Detected traces of offenders within a kilometer. Hunting function activated. A simulation map appeared in front of Su Xiao now. This simulation map was a detailed terrain of 1 kilometer nearby. There were 2 red dots moving quickly on it. This was a violation of the rules, and there were 2. Su Xiao turned over and rode on Bobo Wang's back. East, 30 degrees direction. Bobo Wang immediately understood Su Xiao's meaning and rushed out of the alley. The streets of Kilo City were brightly lit. This was a gambling city. The traffic at night was more than in the daytime. When Bobo Wang ran on the street, it was inevitable to attract pedestrians' attention. A girl wearing a cap looked at Su Xiao with surprise in her eyes. This is too arrogant, but this feeling of being full of blood should be strong to the point of being abnormal. This girl is a contractor. Not only her, but there are also 3 contractors on the opposite side of the street. Because of the deviation in the teleportation location, at this time, the 146 contractors who entered the Hunter world were gathered in Kilo City. If it were in the past, Su Xiao would not be so big, but now was a good time to clean up the violators. It was best to solve all 5 people in Kilo City, and it was a heaven-sent opportunity for a deviation in the teleportation location. After Bobo Wang ran for 2 minutes, Su Xiao motioned for Bobo Wang to stop because the 2 violators stopped just in the next street area. The broken line popped out. Su Xiao went to the roof of a building more than 50 meters high and quickly ran to the other side of the top. He concealed his breath and looked down. There were many pedestrians on the street, a black car parked on the road, and 2 people sitting in the car. On the glass window of the passenger seat, Su Xiao saw a few drops of blood. Just entering the derivative world, he robbed the car, which was very different from the contractor's style. Although they were hundreds of meters apart, Su Xiao felt the breath of the 2 people. One of them had a violent breath, like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time. The other person's breath could only be described as disgusting. Su Xiao, who had sharp senses, seemed to smell the stench. No, it was the smell of corpses. The 2 people in the car were talking about something. Because the distance was too far, Su Xiao could not hear it. A sneaky figure approached the black car. It was Bobo Wang, who had opened the "You Can't See Me." At this time, Bobo Wang disguised himself as a stray dog. Other than his weight, he could not see any other flaws. Bobo Wang walked past the wheel, wagged his tail, and a listening device stuck to the car door. The violator in the passenger seat suddenly turned his head. After dropping the glass, they puzzled, looking at Bobo Wang, who had cracked lips, a pale face, and faint cracks on his skin. "What's wrong, withered corpse?" The owner of the driver's seat had just joined the Gentleman's Alliance and was on guard against everything. This newcomer had a muscular build, and when he breathed, the air in front of his mouth and nose twisted, and the temperature in his body was extremely high. "It's nothing. It's just a stray dog passing by. Number 5, don't be nervous. When contractor sees us, he can only kneel and beg for mercy." The dry corpse's voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. It sounded very uncomfortable. "I'm not called No 5. The newbie violator was about to speak when the dead body turned his head. "You must use a code name when joining the Gentleman's Alliance. How can you forget the boss words so quickly? You have to abandon your former name and code name. You will have a new name after that. Now you are number 5. By the way, you are the 3rd No 5. Number 5 did not say anything, but there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Boss is too slow. How long do we have to wait? The dry corpse took out a piece of raw meat. He stuffed the raw meat into his mouth and began to chew carefully. Blood flowed out from the corner of the dry corpse's mouth. Su Xiao heard the conversation between the two. He hesitated. Should he make a move now or wait for the boss of the other party to come and catch him in one fell swoop? According to normal circumstances, Su Xiao could deal with one offender, and the two began to struggle. As for the three, they were likely not opponents. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiao decided to make a move and kill these two guys first. If he waited for half a day, it would be funny if the 5 people who violated the rules gathered together. At that time, he would not even make a move. Spider Queen appeared in his hand, and Su Xiao used Spider Queen, who had upgraded for the first time. He pulled the bolt and loaded the bullet. Because of the close distance, he adjusted the light red external detection lens to 4 times. Restraining his killing intent, Su Xiao picked up the Spider Queen and put his head in front of the scope. The cross-shaped star was aimed at the offender in the main driver's seat. To test the power of the Spider Empress, he chose the torso. With his proficiency in firearms, he no longer needed the aiming function of the Spider Empress. His judgment was more accurate. He held his breath and pulled the trigger with his finger. Bang! The gunshot cut through the night sky and the butt of the gun was on Su Xiao's shoulder. His body slightly leaned back. The recoil of this gun was too strong. He could barely control it with 58 points of strength attribute. Cracks appeared on the concrete roof under his feet. The recoil was evident. A bullet flew out of the muzzle and broke through layers of airwaves. Because the speed was too fast, the shell began to turn red. Fortunately, the bullet was made of unique metal. Otherwise, it would affect the flight trajectory, which was also expensive. The bullet first broke through the roof of the car. There was no resistance, as if the metal roof did not exist. Almost instantly, the fiery red bullet drilled into No 5's chest, and dense cracks appeared near the wound. The bright red muscle tissue was visible, and number 5 was like a smashed porcelain jar. With a bang, the broken body splashed in the car, and No 5's torso was directly broken and exploded. A pale rib was inserted in the shoulder of the corpse. The bullet's momentum did not decrease, leaving a dark hole on the road after penetrating the bottom of the car. Fresh blood slipped from the face of the corpse. His eyes widened to the extreme, and he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He looked down at the head on his legs and was a little confused. Chapter 606. When the dead body was stunned, Su Xiao, who was at the top of the building opposite the street, turned the muzzle and aimed the cross in the mirror at the body of the dead body. The power of the Spider Queen was so incredible, not to mention the enemy. Even Su Xiao himself was pretty surprised. After the first verification, the result was that there was no need to hit the enemy's head when sniping, and the trunk was the best choice. Not to mention that the trunk was many times larger than the head, an enemy was broken, which would cause a solid deterrent to other enemies, such as the current dead body. As a violator who had been in the reincarnation paradise for a long time, it was not that he had never seen a corpse. He had seen a miserable death, but it was the first time he had seen such a straightforward death as number 5. In just 0.5 seconds, the dead body threw No 5's head to the side, raised his right arm, and slammed his elbow on the door. With a bang, the passenger seat door flew out, and at the same time the door flew out, the dead body came out of the car and was covered with the door. Su Xiao slightly adjusted the position of his aim and confirmed that the time was just right to pull the trigger. Bang! The air wave spread from the gun of the Spider Queen, blowing Su Xiao's black hair. The bullet left the chamber and created layers of airwaves. The moment the dead body landed, a weird sense of crisis appeared. With a bang, the pale yellow body fluid splashed, and the dead body shattered like a water balloon, spraying on the horse road. Seeing the scene through the scope, Su Xiao frowned. Although the dead body was broken, there was no killing hint. The pale yellow body fluid gradually gathered and rose, forming a human shape. The cracks on the withered corpse's skin became even more apparent. He turned his head to look at the roof opposite the street, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "You want to kill me? Dream on." Just as the withered corpse finished speaking, a muffled sound came from the roof opposite the street. Before hearing this muffled sound, 17 to 36 mm bullets had already penetrated the withered corpse's chest and abdomen. The withered corpse exploded into a pool of liquid once again. This made the withered corpse discover one thing. At close range, he first felt the bullet through his body and heard the gunshot. With a bang, the dead body that exploded into a pool of yellow liquid did not recover its form again, and Susiao found that the situation around him was not right. There was no screaming and noise within 300 meters. According to normal circumstances, the nearby civilians must have reacted after the gunshot incident. The current situation is bizarre. Within a radius of 300 meters of the dead body as a radius of 300 meters, all the civilians stood in the same place and did not move. This was the downtown area, and there were less than 100 people in the nearby 300. At this time, neat and monotonous footsteps were heard, and the nearby civilians moved closer to the vicinity of the dead bodies. In less than half a minute, 176 civilians were standing on the horse road. These people wore different clothes, had dull faces, and lowered their heads. The pale yellow body fluid on the street rolled over and over, and the dead body was restored. "Kill him." The withered corpse raised the withered arm. At the same time he gave the order, the more than 100 civilians raised their heads simultaneously and stared straight at Susiao. If the child looked closely, he would find that the pupils of these civilians were turbid and brown. The pale skin was a sign that would only appear after a long time of death. Roar. All the civilians let out beast-like roars. These people seemed to have turned into beasts. The muscles on their bodies bulged, and their fingertips became sharp. More than 100 civilians charged almost at the same time, rushed across the road, climbed up the vertical wall with their sharp claws, and quickly surrounded the roof where Susiao was. A car drove 300 meters into the dead body, and the driver talked and laughed with the female companion in the passenger seat. Suddenly, his female companion showed a painful expression, her mouth was wide open, and she seemed unable to breathe. A moment later, the female companion lowered her head, and her figure was agile as she got out of the car. Her pupils had turned brown. The driver was surprised. Suddenly, he also showed a painful look. A few seconds later, the black pupils turned brown. The man and the woman joined the civilians and rushed to where Susiao was. At the top of the building, Susiao put away the Spider Queen. A mechanical eye flew out of his sleeve. He wanted to find out the current situation. The eye of the apostle floated in the air. Susiao did not check the information on the dead bodies but the information of the civilians. Is comparing the intelligence attribute of both sides, the comparison is completed. Our intelligence is 27.5 times the number of enemies. Gain 100 of the enemy's information. The information is as follows. Name, infected 4 type, mutated dead body. Health, 93. Mana, 20/20. Strength, 32. Agility, 21. Physique, 35. Intelligence, 2. Charm, 3. Skill 1, infected, passive no pain, no wisdom, immune to mental control. Skill 2, death virus, passive if you attack the enemy's body and cause a wound, physical attributes will be judged. If you fail, you will be infected with the death virus. Skill 3, death, passive. Apart from the head, organs, limbs, and other injuries cannot eliminate the infected. Skill 4, mutated, passive. After becoming an infected body, there is a 3 chance of producing an elite individual. Hint, the most excellent existence of a mutated dead body is 8 hours. Seeing this information, Su Xiao frowned. This was simply an enhanced version of the T virus. The virus would be infected near the dead body if the physical attributes were low. This might be an auratype skill. A large number of infected bodies climbed to the top of the building. These infected bodies were different from slow zombies. Their limbs were on the ground, and their bodies were sharp. They could quickly jump a few meters away. More than 100 infected bodies surrounded Su Xiao. When they sensed this scene, the dead body showed a happy smile on his face. You dare to snipe me from 300 meters away. You are courageous, but you are also stupid. The dry corpse hooked his finger, and a sensitive body with muscles all over its body approached the dry corpse. This infected body was at least 3 meters tall, and the bulging muscles all over its body had already torn apart its clothes. Is there only one elite individual? Not very lucky. As he spoke, the withered corpse jumped onto the back of the elite infected, and the 4 limbs of the elite infected let out a low roar, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. Oh! It's a special elite individual. No wonder there is only one. The withered corpse's palm pressed on the back of the elite infected body, and the pale yellow liquid seeped into the select infected body. A moment later, the elite infected body with some resistance calmed down. The withered corpse moved slowly. In his opinion, the sniper was surely dead after being surrounded by more than 100 infected people. All he had to do was go to the roof to see if there was a scarlet card. Damn it, another number 5 died. The boss won't blame me, will he? Thinking of the boss of the Gentleman's Alliance, the body of the withered corpse trembled. I don't think so. This was an accident, probably. Just as the withered corpse was struggling to explain to his boss, the sound of a saber came from above. A ring of saber light scattered, and large pieces of broken limbs flew. With a clatter, an infected body cut into 3 pieces was smashed not far from the withered corpse. This infected body was twitching, and a light blue light flashed at the wound. What is going on? Clang! The blade light slashed from top to bottom, and the pupils of the withered corpse contracted to the extreme. Chapter 607. The light blade slashed forward, and the withered corpse immediately controlled the elite infected body to block it. The elite infected body stepped on the ground with its front paw, and its body stood upright, just in time to block the withered corpse on its back. The light blue blade cut into the chest of the elite infected body, and black and red blood splashed. The select infected body let out a scream. This stunned the withered corpse, and it turned into joy. The mutated dead body should have no sense of pain and intelligence, but this elite infected body had not only resistance but also pain. This was a scarce thing. But the dry corpse was not in the mood to pay attention to this for the time being. He wanted to know what the situation was on the roof. How could the infected body he created die in an instant? When the dry corpse was full of doubts and hesitated about whether to go to the roof to find out the situation, Su Xiao had already stood at the roof's edge with a dragon flash in his hand. Melee. The dry corpse was a little confused, but at the same time, when he saw Su Xiao, the dry corpse suddenly remembered a sentence that his boss had said, met the lone wolf, especially the lone wolf with no weakness. If the other party attacked you for no reason, contact me immediately. After thinking for a moment, the withered corpse controlled the elite infected to retreat. Aware that the withered corpse wanted to escape, Su Xiao jumped from the roof. He was in mid-air, slashed a few times in the direction of the withered corpse, and several light blue sword lights flew. The withered corpse controlled the elite infected body to jump left and right. The sword light slashed on the horse road, leaving a deep cut. After dodging the 3 sword lights, there were 2 sword lights that crossed into a cross and slashed at the corpse. The dead body just wanted to control the elite infected body to avoid it, but the select infected body suddenly stopped, and blood appeared on the neck. A sharp metal line entered the neck of the elite infected body, which was the broken line arranged by Susiao. The body of the elite infected body just stopped, and Susiao had already landed. Susiao stepped on the asphalt road, cracks appeared on the ground, and as soon as he landed, he used. Susiao had already appeared in front of the withered corpse in less than a second with a whoosh. The long sword was about to cut down, but Susiao stepped onto the ground. After leaving a footprint on the floor, he pulled away from the corpse. A yellow smoke spread out from the dead body. Susiao's left arm touched the smoke. This smoke was attached. The clothes on his left arm were corroded through 1,000 holes. The skin of his left arm seemed to be burned by sulfuric acid. Fortunately, his physical attributes were high enough, and the yellow smoke could not burn through his skin for a while. You are eroded by the high concentration of the dead body virus, physical attribute determined. Determined past, immune to mutation. You will receive 30 points of virus damage per second, lasting for 1 minute. SI. The green smoke on Susiao's left arm was floating, and the sharp pain came. Just as the virus was about to continue to erode his left arm, the green steel shadow energy surged out and devoured the virus in a moment. Those who violated the rules were usually very difficult to deal with. If one of them had not been killed in a flash, the current situation would have been even more troublesome. Friend, there are no grudges between us. There is no need to be stubborn. Smoke rose from the dead bodies, and the surrounding ground was corroded. A large group of infected people approached the vicinity. They were the civilians who came to watch the commotion when they heard the noise. The deadly virus also infected these people. Susiao looked at the dead body in silence and moved his left arm. After confirming there was no problem, he rushed like a dead body. The face of the dead body was a little ugly. The enemy had no possibility of negotiation at all. He raised his sword and cut. There was no nonsense. Boss, if you don't come, you can help me collect the corpse. The withered corpse sent a cry for help in the team channel. The other two offenders had replied, but the boss of the Gentleman's Alliance had not responded. The other two offenders were rushing at full speed but were too far away. On the battlefield, many infected bodies rushed to Susiao. The blade flashed, and with the sound of limbs being cut off, many infected bodies were cut into pieces. Facing these infected bodies, Susiao, who was good at close combat, was like cutting vegetables. Susiao kicked away an infected person who rushed over and cut out the sword light from the gaps between several infected people, and the sword light whistled to the dead body. The dead body immediately controlled the elite infected person to dodge, but the speed was a bit slower. The sword light quickly cut off one of the arms of the dead body, and the face of the dead body twitched. If he did not dodge in time, he would have been beheaded. The melee ability of the dead body was weak to the point of slag. He belonged to the class of the summoner. As long as living creatures were around, the cannon fodder was endless. If his boss had not ordered him not to make too much noise, the first thing he did when he entered the derivative world was to create a large number of cannon fodder. The extensive cheat infection fell, and these infected people were not killed by Susiao because there was no killing hint when killing these infected people. At the moment when these civilians were infected, they had already died, and what drove them to move was the virus in their bodies. The dry corpse wanted to retreat under cover of the infected body. Susiao immediately slashed a sword light, and the dry corpse was controlled. The dead body wanted to escape many times, but they were all blocked by the sword light or the boundary line that appeared and disappeared. 20 seconds later, the second batch of infected bodies was slaughtered. Susiao swung his long sword, and the blood on the blade was flung away. Several claw marks were on his body, and he was inevitably injured in a battle with many infected bodies. The second batch of infected bodies had just been killed, and the dead bodies had prepared the third batch, but he knew that this ordinary infected body could not stop Susiao. The expression of the dry corpse began to be ferocious. He had a chance to escape, but he did not dare to run. The broken arm and the knife marks on his body reminded him at all times that even if the enemy were surrounded by the infected, he would be willing to pay a terrible price to the enemy with his back against the enemy, not to mention that there was a hard-to-detect metal wire around him. The metal wire almost cut off his head several times. In less than half a minute, more than 70 of the third group of infected people were dead and injured. Susiao seemed to break out of the encirclement in less than 10 seconds. The dry corpse knew that if this knife man got close, he would not even have a chance to beg for mercy. In such a situation as Zetsu, the dry corpse was angry. He pressed his hand on his chest and showed a painful expression. Just as the withered corpse was about to fight to the death, a message appeared in the party channel of the Gentleman's Alliance. Red Clown, withered corpse, what characteristics does the enemy have? Seeing this message, the withered corpse retracted the ability that was about to be activated and quickly replied in the party channel. Male, around 20 years old, the weapon is a knife and a sniper rifle. The melee ability is powerful. Boss, save me. Number 5 is dead so that no one can stop him. I can't use my strength at all. Now activate the coordinates. The withered corpse breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that after the Red Clown spoke, the pressure Susiao gave him was swept away. The Red Clown, what is the reason for the hostility? Dried corpse, no reason. This guy killed number 5 in one shot without saying a word. Then he started to hunt me down. Dried corpse, you played too much. If there is no reason, why would the other party go all out to kill you? Don't make sarcastic remarks. This guy is a madman. If he doesn't say a word, he will cut him. There is no possibility of negotiation. The Red Clown, shut up, withered corpse, hold on for 2 minutes. I will go over. Thank you, boss. Yan Yao, tisk, what a waste of boss teleportation opportunity. Closing the team channel, the pressure in the dry corpse's heart was swept away, but at this time, a long knife appeared in front of him. The dry corpse's expression was stunned. 2 seconds ago, there were hundreds of infected bodies surrounding the enemy. How did the enemy break out? Chapter 608. The long sword slashed, and the withered corpse controlled the elite infected body to meet the enemy. Susiao held the sword with one hand. At this time, his right arm was a little sore. This was the after effect of continuous use of the ring break. As he slashed down, the elite infected person, who almost looked like a monster, raised his claws to block. The sharp bone claws flashed with a metallic luster, and the appearance of the elite infected person at this time could no longer be seen as a human. The long sword cut on the bone claws, and bone fragments splashed. Susiao raised his eyebrows. The power attribute of this thing was not inferior to his. No, the power attribute of this thing was higher than his. Roar. The elite infection roared, its bloody mouth opened, and the jagged teeth were like sharp daggers. The blood plate bit Susiao, and the dead body behind the elite infection pressed its hands on the back of its head, its eyes closed, controlling the action of the select disease. Susiao stretched his palm forward, and an energy shield with 120 points of strength appeared. With a bang, the head of the elite infected body hit the energy shield. At this moment, Susiao removed the energy shield. The green steel shadow energy rushed into the blade. Susiao took a step forward and cut the neck of the dead body. He did not attack the elite infected body. The dead body controlled this thing. After killing the dead body, this thing was easy to deal with. Puchi. The blade cut through the neck of the dead body, and the head of the dead body flew up. The head flew in the air without showing any expression of fear or surprise. There was only anger and disdain in the eyes, and there was a vague meaning of conspiracy succeeding. After cutting off the head of the dead body, Susiao only paused for a little and made a second cut. This knife cut to the chest of the dead body because the dead body whose head was cut off did not die. Su Xiao was already used to this situation. The ability of the violators was strange, and he had met all the violators who were more challenging to kill. A face appeared on the dead body's chest, full of pain and disbelief. What the hell is this? The green steel shadow energy invaded the dead body through the wound. The pain almost made the dead body lose consciousness. Pucci. The dead body's trunk was cut off. At the same time as the trunk was cut off, a brownish-yellow ball of flesh broke out of the dead body and directly drilled into the elite infected body. The elite infected body stopped, and the eyes changed. I'm going to kill you. This is my last chance to change my body. I'm looking for a few derivative worlds, and forced me to this situation. No elite infected body should be the dry corpse standing upright. After feeling this vital body, the dry corpse shook his head. This body was too unstable. At this time, a purple light appeared beside the dry corpse. A purple light dot floated in the air, and the light dot gradually enlarged. Here it is. The dry corpse stared at Su Xiao fiercely as if he had already seen the enemy's death. So it is like this, living in a parasitic way. The index finger of Su Xiao's left hand moved, and the broken line wrapped around the dry corpse's leg. He pulled hard, and the very shallow wound was now on the dry corpse's calf. The dry corpse did not care about this degree of injury at all. Just as he slammed his claw at Su Xiao, the green steel shadow energy spread along the broken line and invaded the body of the dry corpse from the wound. Ah! The shrill scream came far away, and the dead body fell to the ground with a thud. The green steel shadow energy was his nemesis. His body was too weak. Su Xiao stepped forward and pierced the neck of the dead body. The green steel shadow was wrapped in the sword light, and the shadow thorn was generated. More than a dozen light blue energy thorns broke out of the body of dead body, like a blooming thorn's flower. This. The dry corpse's mouth was wide open, and his pupils were trembling. Su Xiao stepped on the dry corpse's shoulder with one foot and slowly pulled out the dragon flash. The long sword was cut down, and the large head of the corpse was cut off. A brownish-yellow meatball came out of the elite infected body, and a face appeared on the meatball. This is impossible, and the boss is coming. Why? Su Xiao stepped on the brownish-yellow meatball with one foot, and the juice splashed. Hint: the hunter has successfully cleared number 107 offenders, and the hunting mission has been completed, 2/5. Warning: discovered violator is about to approach. Su Xiao knew that violators would approach without the reminder from the reincarnation paradise. The purple light dot beside the dead body quickly expanded and became a space crack. A man in a purple suit with a gentle smile walked out of the space crack. The man looked around until he saw the meatball that was crushed. Oh! The dead body is already dead, and he lost another subordinate, although he is foolish. If not for the head of the contractor in his hand, the man was very polite. It seems that you kill the dead body. The man looked at Su Xiao. Su Xiao did not say anything and directly cut out a sword light. The sword light passed through the body of the man in the suit. Su Xiao was not surprised because he did not feel the other person's breath. Don't be so murderous. I am just a projection sent here. By the way, you can call me Red Clown. The Red Clown threw the head in his hand. His body was more than 100 kilometers away, and under his feet was a headless body. Looking at the Red Clown, Su Xiao confirmed that the other party was indeed a projection and returned the dragon flash to the sheath. He was ready to leave this block first. Wait, Mr. Hunter. The smile on the Red Clown's face began to become neurotic. Su Xiao stopped and turned to look at the Red Clown. This name is quite appropriate. Chasing after us, this unreasonable contractor, I don't know what the reincarnation paradise called you. Maybe it is also a hunter. Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. This offender might know something. Don't worry. I won't reveal your identity to the public. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. I failed hundreds of times. The red clown seemed to think of something interesting. He took a small knife and pressed his thumb against the blade's tip. Mr. Hunter, how about we play a game? The red clown cleared his throat. From now on, I will bring my subordinates to kill you. I will tell you a secret about the violator if you can kill me, but... The red clown said this as if he could not hold back his excitement. The knife pierced his thumb. If you lose before you die, you must tell me some secrets about the hunter. How about it so that the game is fair? Su Xiao did not know the purpose of the red clown for a while, but it was good that the other party could kill him. Even if the other party did not come to him, he would find a way to find the other party. See you in Yuk Xian City. Ha ha ha, you spoke. I thought you were mute. Sorry, I forgot myself. The red clown seemed unable to hide the excitement in his heart, and this guy's emotions were volatile. See you in Yuk Xian City. I haven't encountered such an interesting thing in a long time. The shadow of the red clown gradually disappeared, and the space crack also disappeared. Su Xiao sighed. If the red clown body dared to enter the space crack, then he had a way to kill the other person quickly. He could force the space crack to close after the other person entered the space crack and then trap the other person in an unknown space. This was the ability that he got in the Naruto world. Brand effect, pale gold primary space imprisonment, can seal the space fluctuation within 50 meters. The space skills below level 5 in this area are ineffective. The effect lasts for 30 minutes, and the cooldown time is 2 natural days. Unfortunately, the red clown seemed to have found something, and his body did not enter the space gap. The Gentleman's Alliance, it seems the real troublesome guy has not appeared yet. Su Xiao turned and disappeared into an alley. Chapter 609. Some of the infected were running on the streets, attacking the civilians nearby indiscriminately. Dense gunshots were heard all over the city in less than half an hour. About 2 hours later, the infected people in the town were cleared. Although the mutation of the virus seemed terrifying, the development direction of the withered corpse was to strengthen the individual's strength, not to spread the virus at a fast speed. The infected bodies created by the dead could spread the virus through wounds, and the second generation did not have this ability. In other words, as long as the infected bodies were killed, the mutated dead body's virus could be contained. Killa was a city without government jurisdiction. This place belonged to the gang forces and was under the jurisdiction of the 10 old men forces. The 10 old men were not small. These 10 people were in charge of all the gangs in the 6 continents and had thousands of fighters under them. The power of the 10 old men was relatively strong in the ordinary world, but it could only be considered middle level or lower in the power of psychic energy. The strongest subordinates of the 10 old men were beast psychic abilities, a total of 10. From the performance of the 10 yin beasts, they were not too strong. Su Xiao had no problem fighting a few of them alone. It could be seen that the 10 old men's forces could only be powerful among ordinary people, and the power of the psychic in front of them began to be tired. However, there was no doubt that the 10 old men were very powerful. They set up the Yuk Xian auction that was held once a year. The scale of the Yuk Xian auction could only be described as grand. Every year, the auction would start on the first day of the 9th month, continuing until the end of the 9th month and 10th day. During this period, countless rare treasures would be auctioned, and the total value was beyond imagination. From the first day of the 9th month to the 10th day, in these few days, not only would a large-scale auction be held at the city center, but the entire Yuk Xian city was a trading market where many merchants would gather. Therefore, even if you are not qualified to participate in the auction, you can go to the small stall of Yuk Xian city to take a look. There are also good things here. This situation led to countless people rushing to Yuk Xian at the beginning of the 8th month every year. According to incomplete statistics, during the period between 8 to 9 months every year, the number of people gathered in Yuk Xian was more than 5 million. It could be seen in the scale of the Yuxian auction, whether it was the scale, the price of items, and the number of participants. The Yuxian auction could be called the largest auction in the world. Su Xiao's destination was Yuxian City, and the mission later was unknown. The deadline to go to Yuxian was 6 days, and according to the traffic situation of the Hunter world, this time was very abundant. Although Su Xiao could ride Bobo Wang to Yuxian City, it was a choice that had to be made. Although Bobo Wang was not small, it was not easy to ride its long distance. It could be said that his waist was sore, and his legs were sore. Moreover, this idiot was often absent-minded when traveling for a long time. It was a common occurrence to crash trees. Su Xiao consumed some mana values, and the sleeve of his left arm gradually recovered. This was the ability of the Mist Windbreaker. He put the dragon flash into his room and walked out of the alley. There were traces of blood on the streets. The pedestrians were in a hurry. Some men in black suits with cold expressions would occasionally appear in various parts of the city. These were members of the gangs. Quick! Find the cause of the chaos. If you can't find it, you should know the consequences. Yes. There were many gang members on the streets. Kilo City was second only to Yuxian City as a gambling city. Therefore, the 10 old men attached great importance to this place. They sent many people at the first moment of the accident. At this time, it was already late. After Su Xiao wandered the street for a while, he found that the gang members did not notice him. Su Xiao removed half a transparent mask from his face and restored his original appearance. The technology of the Hunter world was developed, and it was inevitable that there were monitoring facilities in the streets and alleys. He had long thought of this. Since the incident with the adventurous group, he would cover his face when he cleaned up the offenders. As the saying goes, being careful is the best way to sail a boat. The chaos in the venue completely subsided at 10 o'clock that night. The statement given by the gang in Kilo City was that someone secretly transported poison gas bombs to Kilo City, which led to the previous situation. This statement was a little hard to believe, but most of the people gathered in Kilo City were gamblers. Around 11 o'clock that night, Kilo City returned to its former prosperity. The city's center had a gambling house called Gold Hunter. This casino had a total of 35 floors. Below the 10th floor was the common district, and above the 10th floor was the VIP area. They needed to hold a certain amount of money before they could enter. At this time, on the 13th floor of the casino, a semicircular gambling table was full of gamblers. These gamblers were dressed brightly and were all successful people from various industries. However, they took off their masks in the gambling venue and expressed their greed. The air was filled with the smell of cigars and wine. A young man was playing with an exquisite lighter on the gambling table. In front of him were some chips. Before entering the Hunter world, Su Xiao exchanged 1 million ring nuns. The ring nun was the currency of the Hunter world. The proportion with the RMB was about 16:1.1 RMB, equivalent to 16 ring nuns. Although in the Reincarnation paradise, one could use park coins to exchange for the currency of the derivative world, there was a limit. After exceeding the quota, the park coins needed to be spent increased dramatically. For example, 100 park coins could be exchanged for 1 million ring nun, but if one wanted to trade for 1 million ring nun, it would cost about 7,000. If one wanted to exchange for 100 million ring nun, the cost would be even more terrifying. In the Hunter world, with enough ring nun, one could buy a small nuclear bomb so that the Reincarnation paradise would limit the number of ring nun. Because of this, Su Xiao, who had nothing to do at night, came to the casino. He was ready to make a sum of quit school and use it for the expenses of the Hunter world. The number did not need to be too much, and tens of millions of quit school were enough. At the gambling table, Su Xiao casually threw out a few chips. The game style of this gambling table was effortless. The 3 types of games, heaven, earth, and could be placed at any price. If he felt lucky, he could also place a bet on the number 1, 50 middle fingers. 1 to 20 is earth, 20 to 30 is peace, 30 to 50 is heaven. 2 times, and 3 times, the designated number will be 10 times, the number will be doubled, 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 and the number will be 50 to 50 times. There were other rules. Su Xiao only began to press after understanding the general situation. The disc in the center of the gambling table began to rotate. There were 50 small compartments, 50 numbers, and a small ball rolled on the disc. I will buy it and leave my hand. The dealer sealed the plate, and Su Xiao bet 100,000 on the light. Yes. The assistant next to the dealer began to settle the chips, and the chips worth 300,000 of the none were pushed to Su Xiao. For Su Xiao, the movement trajectory of the small ball was straightforward, but the casino would occasionally pay 1,000, which made his winning speed a lot slower. Su Xiao did not win quickly but won for a while and lost for a time. Now the gentleman's league was in Kilo City, and he did not want to be exposed to the surface. At about 1 o'clock that night, Su Xiao won about 20 million. The people of the casino did not come to find trouble. This was the result of the casino deliberately going easy. The new gamblers could always win money, no matter where. In gambling, only the casino was the winner. Chapter 610. The following day, the sun shone into a bedroom. Su Xiao sat on the bed in the bedroom with his eyes closed. He was meditating. Huff. He exhaled. The higher the level of the sword, the higher the efficiency of his meditation. Although meditation was boring, it was a kind of training for his willpower. Half an hour later, Su Xiao checked out and left the hotel. He wanted to leave Kilo City. The transportation in the hunter world was very convenient. There were many ways to go to Yuxian City, such as taking an airship, train, etc. The fastest one was the airship, and the cost of taking it was the highest. The airship business was a piece of fat meat, but the airship business in Kilo City was not controlled by the 10 old men but by the Hunter Guild. Compared to the Hunters Guild, the 10 old men's forces were not worth mentioning. It could be said that the Hunters Guild was a force above most national institutions. In front of the airship management office, Su Xiao looked at the long line in front of the door, and his cheeks twitched. Today was the morning of August 26th. There were still 5 days left before the opening of the Yuxian auction. Even so, the transportation tools of various cities rushing to Yuxian City were overloaded. Looking at the ticket office from a distance, a sign was hanging there, and it was impressively written, "Earliest airship ticket, 9 months and 7 days." In other words, even if he bought the airship ticket, he would have to wait for 9 months and 7 days to take off. Su Xiao looked at Bobo Wang. Was he going to ride this guy to Yuxian? Bobo Wang took 2 steps back. His gaze was clearly, "Master, that is more than 1,000 roads. Calm down. I can't do it." Leaving the airship management office, Su Xiao went straight to the train station. The situation in front of the train station was not very good. A familiar scene appeared and could be said to be a sea of people. Tickets, tickets, 9 in the morning to the Yuxian train ticket. A little fatty stood in the crowd. He grunted after shouting a few times. He was invited by the gang to drink tea. The train station was the business of the gang. If he wanted to sell Yellow Bull tickets, he had to be managed by the gang. The gang left with the shivering fat man, and 2 tickets appeared in Bobo Wang's mouth. This thing. It can't be fake, right? After preliminary verification, these 2 tickets were genuine. At 9 a.m., Su Xiao sat on the train to Yuxian. In the carriage, Su Xiao sat in the seat by the window, and Bobo Wang sat next to him. The train to Yuxian City is about to depart. Please check your luggage, belongings, etc. The gentle voice of the attendant came from the radio. Susiao had taken out his tablet computer and was playing puzzle games. Woof. Bobo Wang called, which meant that he was hungry. Susiao took out a bunch of snacks and put them on the small table in front of him. Bobo Wang tore the bag with his two front paws and ate happily. Not long after, a young man and woman sat on the chair opposite Susiao. Susiao looked up and continued to play puzzle games. Brother, is Yuk Xian as lively as you said? The girl in front of Susiao spoke. The girl was about 15.6 years old. She looked pure and wore a beige dress. Of course, although Yuk Xian holds an annual auction, he can take out rare items every time. This time, we are just going to watch the fun. The man beside the girl was wearing a simple white t-shirt, black pants, and a pair of frameless glasses. I'm looking forward to it. Don't get separated from me when the time comes. The gang controls Yuk Xian, so it's not safe. I know, you're so long-winded. The girl pursed her lips, and her brother smiled helplessly. The train started slowly. Bobo Wang touched Susiao with his front paws. The small eyes seemed to be saying, Master, I want to sit inside and see the scenery outside the window. I can't stop your mouth even if I eat. Susiao got up and changed positions with Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang grabbed a bucket of potato chips and looked at the scenery outside the window with satisfaction. This is so magical. The girl on the other side looked at Bobo Wang, and her eyes seemed to have stars. Doggy, I'll give it to you. The girl took out a piece of jerky and handed it to Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang rolled his eyes and ignored the girl. The dungeon was icy, so don't disturb me. Sister, don't mess around. The girl's brother took his sister's hand and smiled apologetically at Bobo Wang. Just 2 seconds ago, when the girl handed the dried meat to Bobo Wang, Susiao looked up, and the girl's brother inadvertently looked at Susiao. At that moment, cold sweat soaked the clothes on the girl's brother's back. There was no hostility in the other party's eyes, no killing intent, just a simple look. But the keen perception told the girl's brother that this man was extremely dangerous. Puppet. This is the psychic. The perception is very sharp. Susiao continued to lower his head to play the decryption game. He did not release his momentum, but the other party still perceived something. The girl brother's sitting posture was stiff, and cold sweat oozed his cheeks. Brother, what's wrong with you? It's not hot in the carriage. Why are you sweating all over? The girl looked at her brother in confusion. It's fine. Emily, didn't you say that you were sleepy? Go to sleep. All right. But brother, this is a sign of kidney deficiency. I saw it in the book. Emily leaned on the back of the chair and took a nap. Her brother took out a book and read it attentively. You are competent. Susiao suddenly opened his mouth, and the girl's brother stiffened. No, compared to this gentleman, I am not worth mentioning. By the way, I forget to introduce myself. My name is Kenny. Kenny was secretly on guard. It's tough to read books upside down. Susiao had a smile, and he kept operating his hands. Hey. Kenny found out at this time that he had taken the book down. We don't know each other, and there is no grudge. When he heard Susiao's words, Kenny nodded. Sorry, I was rude before. Although Kenny relaxed on the surface, he did not relax at all. The scene he saw in his eyes was unforgettable. The breath of ordinary people was colorless or milky white, and Susiao's breath was light blue, violent, sharp, and seemed to swallow everything. The train drove steadily. According to the current speed, it would arrive at Yuk Xian in about 13 hours. In the first hour of the first day, Bobo Wang could still watch the scenery to relieve boredom, but after 2 hours, this guy began to be bored. He rolled on the chair and hit Susiao from time to time. 3 hours later, Bobo Wang had already become one with the girl Emily. One man and one dog started playing cards. Whoever lost would put a note on their face. Su Xiao had already seen Emily's appearance in less than half an hour. Apart from her big watery eyes, her face was covered with paper. The corners of Emily's brother's mouth twitched. He had seen intelligent dogs before, but this was the first time he had seen a dog with such a high IQ. No, why do you have a big and small ghost again, damn it? The angry Emily threw the cards in her hand, but Bobo Wang's cards were too good. No, let's do it again. Emily, whose face was full of notes, was about to turn into a drag. Bobo Wang was not bored anymore. She began to wash the cards with her flexible front paws. The boring journey was no longer boring because of these two buffoons. Su Xiao put away the tablet computer. He was ready to rest for a moment. He would arrive at Yuxian City in 5 hours. Chapter 611. A train sped through the tracks. Several antelope near the ways were scared away. One of them was exceptional. Not only did it not escape, it also stared straight at the moving train. 2 seconds later, the antelope buried its head and rushed towards the train. With a bang, blood splashed, and the twisted body of the antelope fell near the railway. After the train traveled for 11 hours, in the carriage, Su Xiao, who was taking a nap, suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up with a whoosh. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt palpitation. This feeling appeared for no reason, as if an invisible giant hand was pinching his heart. Dong, dong, dong. The heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Su Xiao's pupils contracted. This was the ability of the heart and instinct to warn him that danger was approaching. No, someone aimed a long-range weapon at him. Otherwise, there would not be such an obvious manifestation. Directly pulling up the sleeping Bobo Wang was confused, but after seeing Su Xiao's expression, Bobo Wang immediately entered a fighting state. His nose twitched, and he began to look for suspicious smells. This was a tacit understanding that a man and a dog had developed for a long time. Let's go. Dragon Flash appeared in his hand. Su Xiao cut open the hide on one side of the train and jumped out of the carriage. Emily looked at the scene in a daze. She was already scared, silly. Su Xiao's action of cutting open the car skin caused the carriage to become a mess, and the howling wind poured into the carriage. Woof! Bobo Wang called out to Emily and jumped out of the carriage. Emily was a little surprised. This is... Kenny's expression didn't look good. Brother, that dog wants me to leave the train. Can you understand what it means? Yes, it is brilliant. It will use its eyes to express its meaning. Kenny listened to his sister and looked at the hole in the carriage. After hesitation, he picked up his sister and prepared to leave the carriage first. Boom! 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 An explosion was heard, and the entire train began to shake violently. Kenny had already thought of leaving the carriage. The moment the explosion sounded, he had already jumped out of the carriage. Boom! 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 The fireball produced by the explosion rose, and thick smoke rose into the sky. The train was blown away. The train exploded in mid-air. Not only the train but even the tracks were distorted by the explosion, showing the blast's power. Many corpses were scattered around the tracks, burning with raging flames. Beautiful fireworks. A man in a purple suit stood in front of the burning train wreckage. He took a deep breath. He smelled the unique smell of the corpse burning. Life is blooming. The purple suit man raised his arms, and distorted faces appeared in the air. They were the train passengers who the explosion had killed. Come, if you hate me, come and snatch my body. I will give you a chance. If you fail, you will become my nourishment. This is a fair game. Hundreds of faces pounced on the suited man, and the man and woman beside him subconsciously retreated. No matter how often I see him, I feel a chill run down my spine. The woman spoke. She had heavy makeup on her face, and a sparrow was standing on her shoulder. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to anger the boss? The man spoke. His figure was sturdy, his skin dark, and a horn was on his head. He looked like a rhinoceros horn. It's very impolite to discuss others casually. The man in the suit tilted his head. The expression on his face kept changing as if a lot of consciousness was snatching this body. A few seconds later, the man in the suit calmed down and burped. A big meal. The man in the suit was the Red Clown. He did not know what method he used to grasp Su Xiao's whereabouts and set up an ambush in advance. Boss, that guy ran away. The sparrow on her shoulder chirped non-stop as if it was delivering information to her. It doesn't matter the person invited with 60,000 paradise coins. If Mr. Hunter can escape easily, then the brigade is too disappointing. She is a top second-level fort. As soon as the Red Clown finished speaking, a gunshot was heard. This gunshot seemed to cause a chain reaction, and the gunshots were heard. That woman used an automatic rifle. She heard the continuous gunshots, and his expression was a little surprised. No, she used a sniper rifle, a 30mm caliber sniper rifle. The expression of the Añejo was also a little strange. There was no need to talk about a sniper rifle with this frequency. Even an automatic rifle had a high firing rate. Wasn't it afraid of exploding? Let's go and welcome our customer. At this time, in a desolate land half a kilometer away from the wreckage of the train, the shrill scream continued. With a clang, sparks flew, and the blade and the bullet collided. Su Xiao split a bullet that shot at his head. He saw how exaggerated the size of the bullet cut in two was. This was no longer a bullet. Even if it were a small shell, people would believe it. Bang! The bullets cut in two disappeared into the soil, grass flying everywhere. It would not be a big deal if there were only one or two bullets. However, there would be a few of these bullets every second. The speed of the shots was breakneck. Fortunately, the flying rate of these bullets was not abnormal. It was much slower than the Spider Queen's bullets. Although this was the case, the number of bullets was too much. After flying dozens of bullets in a row, Su Xiao's right arm began to numb. It could not go on like this. Even if he could bear it, the dragon flash could not withstand this high-intensity slash. The momentum of the bullet was too strong. Su Xiao already knew the position of the enemy. Just 1 kilometer away, the dense gunshots exposed the enemy's position. But he could not rush over at all. There seemed to be dozens of turrets, and they were blowing at him wildly. As a result, it was easy to know who attacked him with his butt, except for the Red Clown. Su Xiao used his extraordinary physical fitness to avoid a bullet, and the bullet whistled past his ears. The pain in his right arm was always alert to Su Xiao, and he did not hack the bullet again. An energy shield appeared in front of Su Xiao now, an energy shield with 300 points of strength. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet hit the energy shield and bounced off. The energy shield emitted a light blue light without any damage. Although the energy shield blocked the bullet, the impact of the shot would not disappear out of thin air. Su Xiao could not help but take a few steps back. After being bombarded for more than 10 seconds, the gunshot suddenly stopped. At this time, Su Xiao's legs had fallen into the soil. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and signaled Bobo Wang behind him to hide and look at him for a while. Bobo Wang disappeared with a whoosh. Did it escape? Of course not. Bobo Wang was squatting in the nearby log, waiting for Su Xiao's order. The whistling sound came after the gunshot stopped for a few seconds, and a missile flew to Su Xiao. He saw the missile from a long distance. The missile was at least 1 meter long, and the appearance was painted with a shark mouth pattern. Before the missile landed, the muscles of Su Xiao's arm bulged and cut the sword light out of thin air. Clang! The blade cut the missile into two pieces, and an unexpected situation happened. The rocket began to split and turned into dozens of small projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion was deafening. Su Xiao blocked the energy shield in front of him, and his legs entered the soil. A 3-meter-long sniper rifle was set up on a small hill 1 kilometer away. The gun barrel alone was 2 meters long. Behind the sniper rifle, a girl was in a half-squat position, observing the situation through the scope. Not bad. No wonder the clown was willing to pay 60,000 yuan to invite me. The girl chuckled. Her hair color was scarce. It was blue. She tied her blue hair in 2 ponytails. These 2 ponytails were spread on the ground and looked about 1.5 meters long. Chapter 612. The girl looked at the situation on the battlefield through the scope. After finding that the missile did not kill Su Xiao, the girl pouted. Crack, crack. The clock sounded, and a pink timer was placed not far from the girl. It was counting down, 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Glancing at the timer, the girl pressed the headphones on her ear. Clown, it's time. The red clown who was rushing to Su Xiao stopped. So fast. There are still 3 minutes left. No, no. I will withdraw after 3 minutes. Only by charging money can I become stronger. 60,000 paradise coins fighting for 10 minutes. This is the price we agreed on beforehand. After hearing the girl's words, although the red clown had a smile on his face, his heart felt a bit hurt. The fee, another 10 minutes. After the girl received the 60,000 paradise coins, her eyes curved into crescents. Thank you for your patronage. The girl pulled the gun, and a somewhat hot shell flew out. Holding her breath, the girl pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The smoke spread out, and the girl instantly missed a clip. She waved her left hand, and there was no movement of reloading. An empty clip had already fallen under her feet, and a new pin was inserted. There were dozens of magazines around the girl, waiting for her to use them. On the other side of the battlefield, Su Xiao stood in the same place, the energy shield in front of him roared, and the large bullets were blown away. He could not move at this time, and it was already the limit to ensure he was not beaten back. It was impossible to rush forward. Although the profound dilemma, Su Xiao was very calm. He also used a sniper rifle, so he knew this caliber of bullets must not be cheap. He did not believe that the shots of the other party were infinite. Su. A bullet brushed past the energy shield and made a terrifying whistling sound. Mr. Hunter, we meet again. A hail of bullets in the middle, Su Xiao vaguely heard someone talking. Looking sideways, 2 men and a woman were strolling, and the red clown led the 3. The red clown smiled politely and did not attack immediately. What exaggerated firepower! To maintain this fire for 20 minutes, I spent 12,000 paradise coins. As the red clown spoke, cracks appeared on the energy shield in front of Su Xiao. Kaba, kaba. The cracks became denser and denser. In less than a minute, the bullet would break the energy shield. She. The red clown made a color to the rhinoceros on the side. The horned strong male rhinoceros nodded and quickly rushed in the direction behind Su Xiao. Yanyeo, wait for an opportunity. It's clear, boss. The body of the Yanyeo gradually disappeared. It seemed to have entered the stealth state, but this was a higher ability than stealth. The demon disappeared into thin air and disappeared in the perception of everyone. Finding this situation, Su Xiao felt a chill in his heart. The ability of the other party was challenging to deal with. Horn collision. There was a whistling sound behind Su Xiao. Su. Almost in an instant, the strong man rhinoceros appeared behind Su Xiao. A layer of energy shield with a strength of 200 points formed behind Su Xiao. The front was full of bullets, and he could not move now. Boom! The soil under Su Xiao's feet splashed like a bomb was detonated. A strong force that could not be resisted came from behind, and Su Xiao was directly knocked away. After hitting Su Xiao, the rhino fell to the ground and was seriously exhausted. The red clown instantly appeared next to the rhino and pressed one hand on the back of the rhino. Purple energy poured into the rhino's body, and the already exhausted rhino stood up. The red clown raised his head. Continue. N. She took a deep breath, stepped on the ground, and flew out like a cannonball. At this time, Su Xiao had not yet landed. His mouth was bleeding, and the energy shield on his back had holes. The strong black man hit this. This guy was like a black rhinoceros. Although Su Xiao was in mid-air, the bullets flying at him did not stop. Because of the momentum, he was continuously flying and flying backward. Just as Su Xiao was about to land, the rhino arrived. It was still the same move, with the horn on his head. Boom! A wave of air spread, the energy shield behind Su Xiao was smashed, his internal organs seemed to be displaced, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. When everyone thought that Su Xiao would be blown away, he stopped in the air. Not only did Su Xiao stop in the air, but the rhino's body suddenly flew forward. A hard-to-detect metal wire wrapped around the horn of the rhino. He did not knock Su Xiao away but made himself stagger forward a few steps. Collapse. Because the boundary line could not withstand this force, a small part of the front broke, and Su Xiao rolled a few times on the ground. Although he was in a sorry state, he has not knocked away. Zi. The broken line was wrapped around the neck of the rhinoceros, and just as Su Xiao wanted to cut off the head of the rhinoceros, the pain came from his chest. Puchi. The invisible weapon pierced Su Xiao's chest, and it was the beautiful Yao that had been hidden in the dark. Because the distance was too close, and Su Xiao was sitting in a sitting position, fighting back with a knife was impossible. Yan Yao, get out of the way! She roared. Behind him was a smiling red clown. The skill that she used was powerful. This level of other ability could not be used continuously like this. Horn Crash LV29, Innate Skill, Active. Skill Effect, use all the strength in your body to charge forward. When the charging speed reaches its maximum, all the strength will be concentrated on the barbaric horn. This will hit the enemy. The impact damage will be 300 plus strength x 12 plus 50 horn attack power. Hint, Horn Strike, active, consumes 20 HP. Hint, Horn Strike, active, cooldown time is 2 days. Hint, you will be exhausted for 5 minutes after using Horn Strike. LV10 additional effect, powerful flying. LV20 additional effects, charge speed. Without a doubt, if the attack hit the contractor, who was a little thin, it could instantly kill him. She's other abilities were not good, he specially made this move, and the number of contractors who died under this move was countless. Usually, she could only use the horn bump once in every battle, but so far, he had used it twice, and it was ready for the third time. There was no cooldown time, and it was not affected by the exhaustion effect. This must be related to the red clown. With the roar of Shi, Yan Yao, who stabbed Su Xiao with a dagger, turned and retreated. Su Xiao's hand grabbed nothing. Jumping up from the ground, Su Xiao just stood still. A bullet hit the energy shield, and the momentum caused him to stagger a few steps. She rushed to Su Xiao with a whoosh, and there was only one belief in his eyes, to kill Su Xiao. The third time Su Xiao suffered the impact, a long sword slashed at Shi just a second before the result came. Zheng. The bright light of the sword flew out, and a wound appeared on the shoulder of the current rhino. The damage spread to the chest area, and blood gushed out. Boom. The rhino collided with the energy shield in front of Su Xiao, and the security that blocked hundreds of bullets finally could not withstand it and shattered. The powerful momentum surged, and just as the sharp horn was about to hit Su Xiao's chest, a layer of the golden shield had already wrapped him up. The impact force had been reduced by more than half by the energy shield, and the appearance of the secondary invincible shield made the rhino's third impact sink into the sea. Su Xiao's legs sank into the soil, and the ground behind him surged. He resisted and was not sent flying. Staring at Shi, Su Xiao smiled. "It's my turn." The long sword slashed down. Su Xiao ignored the sound of wind breaking behind him and missed the light in the hands of the red clown in the distance. He had to kill this guy. Compared to the distant turret, this guy was more threatening. Chapter 613. Fresh blood dripped from his chin. Su Xiao held the long sword in his hand to form a slashing posture. Fast, faster. Seemingly feeling Su Xiao's desire, the long sword in his hand was a little faster, and dragon flash had already appeared in the eyes of others. Puchi. The long blade slashed down, and Shi's body froze. A red line appeared on Shi's head, and half of his head began slowly dislocating. Drink, drink. She heard a strange sound, and 2 seconds later, he began to fall backward. The invincible shield disappeared with only a *****, and a bullet was shot at Su Xiao's back. Bang! A 50-point strength energy shield was broken, and the bullet hit Su Xiao's back waist. What was the feeling of being hit by a 30mm bullet? Su Xiao's body experience was like being hit by a hammer. The first half of the bullet went into the skin. Fortunately, there was an energy shield to buffer. Otherwise, this bullet would have a hole in his body. The sound of wind breaking came from the side. Su Xiao tried to turn his head, and there was a blood mark on his cheek. It was a demon. Although the demon attacked, Su Xiao still could not find the other side's position, and the other side seemed not to exist. Looking at the red clown not far away, this guy did not do much since the battle began. There were 2 possibilities: the red clown was a support, and his combat power was not strong. From the previous situation, the dry corpse asked the red clown for support, so the possibility of the red clown was not high. Since it was not supported, there was only a second possibility. What was the other party preparing? And the red clown's breath was becoming more and more abnormal. While thinking, Su Xiao created an energy shield with 300 points of strength to defend against the light cannon in the distance. The sound of breaking wind came in front of him. Su Xiao's left hand reached forward. Puchi. The sharp weapon pierced Su Xiao's palm, his 5 fingers clenched, and a muffled sound came in the air. Caught. Su Xiao grinned, and Yan Yao, who was in a transparent state, felt a chill after seeing this smile. The long sword in his hand slashed forward. At the same time, when the blade was cut out, a sharp weapon pierced Su Xiao's chest, and Yan Yao used a 2-handed weapon. Ignoring the pain in his chest, Su Xiao cut down. Ah! A scream came, and a broken arm holding a dagger fell to the ground. Spare me! Su Xiao continued to cut the second, the third, and the fourth. An invisible arm gradually appeared in his hand when he cut out the 5th knife. He looked down and saw a woman's broken body under his feet. Throwing away the arm, a long dagger ran through Su Xiao's palm. He bit the handle of the sword and pulled out the blade. Spitting out the dagger, Su Xiao shook the blood on his left hand. The gunshot had stopped for some reason. Su Xiao spat a mouthful of blood and saliva and looked at the red clown. Wonderful! The red clown stood in the distance and applauded. Su Xiao did not speak but slowly walked to the red clown. Finally completed. She, Yan Yao, I used to think you died. Today, you also died for me. Are you willing? The red clown closed his eyes and said, Mr. Hunter, have you ever seen a demon? Dark red flames rose from the red clown's body. There were 2 vague figures in the fire. The young man looked closely and found that they were the souls of Shi and Yan Yao. The 2 of them did not resist, as if they had already prepared for this moment. The two of them were willing to die for the Red Clown. It could be seen that the Red Clown had a unique personality charm. "Boss, thank you for taking in a heretic like me. She will become a part of you." The dark red flame entered the body of the Red Clown, and his momentum began to change. "Hellfire!" The Red Clown pointed forward with his index finger, and with a whoosh, a dark red fireball flew to Susiao. The heat wave rushed forward, and Susiao jumped sideways to avoid it, barely avoiding the dark red flame. The dark red flame drew a parabola and finally fell on a rock. The rock was instantly burnt out, and not only that, the ground that was burned by the dark red flame turned into magma. Finally succeeded, the accumulated results of the 10 derivative worlds. The Red Clown looked at the hand that used the flame. It seemed that he couldn't believe that the ability just now was used by him. For the sake of this bullshit demon bloodline, the Red Clown had sacrificed countless souls. Because of his personality, the souls that he sacrificed had a chance to steal his body. Even so, the Red Clown still got the devil's blood, which was extremely rare in the reincarnation paradise. Susiao frowned. The current Red Clown's momentum changed significantly, giving him a sense of danger. The two people confronted each other from a few meters away, and no one attacked first. On the hillside 1 kilometer away, the blue-haired girl was observing the situation on the battlefield through a telescope. She put them away, whether it was the sniper rifle or the cartridge clip. The girl called Vivian in the reincarnation paradise. The brigade number was 8, 16 years old. Although she was 16, her figure seemed to be under 14 years old. At least the chest area was like this. Vivian held a long blue braid in her hand and swung it. Her feet were full of shells. "Clown, the 20 minutes are up. Do you still want to pay? Let me give you a friendly reminder. Your enemy is called White Knight. The number 8 of the brigade lost to him once. It is said that his bladder has been punctured." The Red Clown did not respond. Vivian curled her lips. "Forget it. I don't want that guy to get close to me if you die. If I get close to him, I will die." Vivian put away the telescope, whistled, and left. She could not get close to Susiao. Wei and I knew this from the beginning and also remembered this. 120,000 paradise coins fighting for 20 minutes. Besides the ammunition cost, Vivian earned 80,000 paradise coins. Ah, bullets are so expensive, I envy close combat, but my small plastic physique can't grow into close combat. Susiao and the Red Clown were in a confrontation on the field. Susiao checked the hunting mission progress. It had been completed, 4/5, and only the Red Clown was left. One potion slipped out of his sleeve and used his thumb to open the shell on one side of one potion. A bright needle appeared. One potion had 2 ways to use it. It could be used or injected. Because the number 1 potion contained diluted cells in the column, the injection risk was a bit high, but the recovery function was more robust. Susiao was confronting the Red Clown. The other party could not watch him drink the potion. The flaw of drinking the brew was too big. He stabbed the needle of the number 1 potion into the neck, and Susiao pressed the injection button on the potion bottle. Sizzle. The medicine was injected into the body, the blood vessels on Susiao's face burst, and highly invasive cells invaded the body. Turning mana into green steel shadow energy, the green steel shadow energy immediately eliminated the intruder. A moment later, the situation in Susiao's body calmed down, and the cells in the pillar were consumed. The wounds on the body quickly healed, the bullet at the back of the waist was gradually pushed out of the body, and the HP quickly recovered from 30 to around 98. Although the injury recovered, the fatigue could not disappear. After blocking so many bullets and being knocked away twice, Susiao felt very tired. But the enemy was right in front of him. The current situation was that either the enemy died or I died. 2 short knives, about 70 centimeters, were now in the hands of the red clown, and the dark red hellfire was attached to the two sharp knives. "Mr. Hunter, let me reintroduce myself. I have renamed the Hell Clown and used to be an actor." While speaking, the clown stepped on the ground and rushed to Susiao. It was rare for someone to take the initiative to rush to Susiao. Kakashi in the Naruto world had done this, but Kakashi had become a treasure chest, and it was a treasure chest that had been opened. Susiao lowered his body and stood with a sword in one hand, staring at the clown's pace. The clown's pace was messy, and no one could guess where his next step was and which angle he attacked from. "Su." The clown suddenly disappeared. He performed short-distance teleportation, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Susiao. Chapter 614. Susiao instinctively formed an energy shield behind his back. Behind him was the place where space enemies like to attack the most. But who would have thought that the clown attacked from the front? The two short knives rotated at high speed in the hands of the clown, seemingly turning into two electric saws. The muscles of Susiao's whole body were slightly tight. The force began with the soles of his feet, passed his legs, then his waist, and finally transferred into his right arm. A slash forward was Susiao's fighting style. He liked heavy slash, and the attack style was significant and prominent. Although this was the case, he rarely exposed flaws. Dragon Flash cut through the air and made a terrible sound. The clown's face changed, the nervous smile disappeared, and he blocked the two short knives above his head. Ding! Two short knives blocked Dragon Flash, and sparks flew. The Devil Flame and the Green Steel Shadow energy eroded each other. "Mr. Hunter, don't think I am a support fighter, do you?" The clown firmly resisted Susiao's attack. "Don't underestimate this. This shows that the strength and agility attribute of the clown is not inferior to Susiao, and the melee ability is not weak." Susiao did not speak but changed from one hand holding the knife to two hands holding the knife. Pressing down hard, Susiao found that the Devil Flame on the clown knife was not suppressed by the Green Steel Shadow but had the momentum to fight. Burn! With a bang, the flame on the clown's double knives exploded, and Susiao was pushed back by the momentum. The flame disappeared. Susiao looked around. The clown already did not know the end. This guy had the space ability and was very flexible. After hesitating, he activated the light gold brand on his sleeve. Dong! An invisible rush spread around, a muffled sound came, and the clown suddenly appeared in front of Susiao. Of course, Susiao would not miss this opportunity. He raised his sword and slashed. Puci. The long sword cut through the back of the clown rushed forward a few steps, and his body leaned back to show pain. "It hurts. What kind of energy is this? It can fight against the evil flame." The Green Steel Shadow energy climbed on the wound of the clown, and it was resisting some point in the clown's body, but it could not invade the clown's body. At the same time that the knife hit the clown, Susiao immediately made a second cut. The blade came, and the clown blocked a short knife behind him. Ding! After staggering a few steps, the clown turned to face Susiao. Susiao moved sideways, and after a preliminary fight, he noticed that the opponent's melee ability was not weaker than his. Susiao and the clown rushed forward at the same time. With a clang, the ice blades collided, and the distance between the two was less than half a meter. Susiao retreated half a step, and Dragon Flash continuously slashed, leaving a white line in the air. The clown's reaction was not slow, and the two short knives blocked Susiao's slash. Susiao's style was big. He used a long sword. The power of the slash was far more potent than the short sword. The clown was used to holding the sword with his backhand and rarely took the initiative to attack. He had been looking for opportunities. There were dense slashes in front of the two people, and sparks flew. Susiao could not help but be afraid of the clown. Zheng! The blade flew over, and the demon flame rose. Su Xiao and the clown fought together. The grass chips in the vicinity flew, and a large area of the ground turned into magma because of the demon flame. In the battle, Su Xiao saw the clown laughing. This guy seemed to like fighting very much. Su Xiao did not care about this. Who asked him also to be happy? Ring broken. Flaming tooth evil. The ring-shaped blade light collided with the two flame fangs, and the roar spread far away. Su Xiao's clothes were a little burnt. Unknowingly, he had been fighting with the clown for nearly an hour. Who? The clown gasped for breath, and his breath began to weaken. Although the strength and agility attributes were very high, the physical characteristics of the clown were not high, and it was impossible to compete with Su Xiao in endurance. Su Xiao's attack power was extremely high, he was resistant to attacks, and the most shameless thing was that he had a shield. With a shua sound, the clown disappeared into the same place. The primary space imprisonment could only last for 30 minutes, and the clown recovered the space ability. In the distance, Bobo Wang was a little envious. This instant movement was so cool. If it had this ability, it could show off to Su Xiao, "Master, look at my instant movement. Am I handsome?" Su Xiao did not have time to pay attention to Bobo Wang's blind thinking. At this time, there were energy shields behind him and on both sides, so he stared at the front. There were only 200 mana points left, and Su Xiao's situation was not optimistic. "Let's fight." The clown laughed and suddenly appeared above Su Xiao. The two short knives stabbed straight into Su Xiao's head. Su Xiao stood where he was and did not seem to notice that the clown was above him. Two short knives came. Su Xiao suddenly emerged with a blood-red light on his body, and his blood suddenly lost a lot. Equipment effect, Lord Oxhead's Fury, active. After activating this skill, strength plus 15 for 10 seconds. Hint, Lord Oxhead's Fury, active, has a cooldown of 10 natural days. Hint, opening the Fury of the Bullhead Lord, active, requires 30 HP. His strength suddenly increased, and Su Xiao's strength attribute reached a shocking 73 points from 58 points. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao held the sword with both hands and slashed with a simple and unadorned blade. The face of the clown in the air changed considerably, trying to use the ability of teleportation by force. Su Xiao had calculated that this ability would be used once every 1 minute or 10 minutes, and the longer the distance, the greater the interval. Pucci, blood splashed, the clown disappeared, and an arm and a leg fell in front of Su Xiao. The clown's close combat ability was not weak, but his endurance was not good. The clown appeared more than 10 meters away and fell to the ground with a thud. He looked at the broken arm and broken leg. The power attribute was crushed. "I lost." The clown suddenly laughed. Su Xiao staggered a few steps and almost sat on the ground. 4 people besieged him, and he fought back with serious injuries to make a comeback. The clown struggled to sit up, and the blade flew over. The clown groaned and fell back, his only arm was cut off. Su Xiao walked forward and put the dragon flash on the neck of the clown. "You lost the information of the violator." "Ha ha, ha ha ha." The clown with blood all over his face laughed. "I lost? Really?" Su Xiao frowned. Since the clown was not ready to follow the rules of the game, he would kill the other party directly. "You won a game." Before the clown finished his words, the long sword slashed, the head flew up, and dark red flames ignited on the clown's body. A moment later, the body was burned out. "You killed Solomon March, a low-level abyss devil." Solomon March? Is this the real name of a clown? Looking at the progress of the hunting mission, Su Xiao's face was a bit strange. Hunting mission, cleaning up the Gentleman Alliance, completed 4/5. Many signs showed that the clown was not dead, and this low-level abyss devil Solomon March was probably a scapegoat that the clown had used some method to get. If the demon bloodline died like this, it was not worthy to be called the 5 strongest survival bloodlines of the reincarnation paradise. Although he did not kill the clown, Suxiao was not disappointed. The clown had 2 arms and 1 leg cut off by him, and the possibility of recovery in the hunter world was not high. Before the clown threatened to kill Suxiao, now it was Suxiao's turn to kill the other party. After the battle ended, Suxiao looked toward the previous fort. It should be a contractor or a character in the plot, and he did not know where to leave on the way to the battle. A few kilometers away, the young girl, Vivian, put away the tablet computer in the light. Sure enough, he is strong to the point of being abnormal. 4 against 1, 2 killed, 1 disabled. Fortunately, he slipped in time, and he had to stay away from this guy in the future. It's good to be alive. Vivian chuckled, revealing her neat little white teeth. Suxiao had been included in the top 10 of the list of not easy to mess with. Bobo Wang walked out of the log, Suxiao rode on Bobo Wang, and 1 man and 1 dog quickly left the battlefield. 1 day later, in Yuxian City. At this time, there were only 3 days left before the auction began. The streets of Yuxian City were full of pedestrians, and the roads were full of all kinds of stalls. The goods on the stalls were strange. And some sold mobile phones, some sold antiques. Don't underestimate these stalls. Sometimes, the goods bought by thousands of commandments may be sold at hundreds of millions at the auction, so countless gold diggers gathered here. Suxiao walked into the crowd, his hands were wrapped in bandages, and his injuries were healed. He bit the red apple in his hand, the juice was complete, and the mouth was sweet. It's lively, but this main mission is a bit strange. If it's not good, there will be a situation of contractor fighting. After arriving in Yuxian City, Suxiao's first primary mission had been completed, and the freedom of the second primary mission was extremely high. Main mission, Free Man, not activated. Difficulty level, LV16. Mission summary, participate in Yuxian auction with any identity. Quest information, 9 months 1 day, 9 months 10 days, cannot leave Yuxian City. Quest deadline, 10 natural days. Quest reward, 3,000 paradise coins, 2 attribute points. Quest penalty, all attributes, 3. The main mission would be activated on the first day of September. Before that, he needed to have the qualification to enter the auction. It was not difficult to participate in the auction. It was enough to join a special force or have enough nuns. Suxiao was inclined to join a specific force. The force chose nothing more than those few, 10 old men forces, gangsters, hunter union, phantom troop. Chapter 615. Walking on the busy streets of Yuxian City, Suxiao still had 3 days to decide how to participate in the auction, and there was plenty of time. The auction was the theme of this derivative world, at least the theme of the second stage of the main task. Whether there was a third stage of the main task, this possibility was not high. According to the development of the plot, if the main task had the third ring, it was likely to participate in the embedded ants incident. The hunter world of that stage was difficult, and it was not something that ordinary second-level contractors could deal with. According to the previous situation, the derivative world this time was probably the auction's theme. Suxiao squatted in front of a small street stall, and the booth was full of accessories. "Sir, these are all the treasures found from the..." The stall owner was very enthusiastic and treacherous. "A relic from 1700 years ago." Suxiao picked up a string of bracelets. "The real deal, this bracelet is 100,000. "Really? There was a glass product before 1700 years ago." Suxiao threw down the bracelet, and the stall owner smiled. He did not have the embarrassment of being exposed. "That 500 kenny? This handicraft is very exquisite." "Sir, you see. From 100,000 to 500 was only an instant. Even if Yuk Xian was a street stall, the water was intense. Su Xiao got up and left. He was not interested in counterfeits. Don't underestimate these stalls of Yuk Xian. Before entering the hunter world, he got a piece of information. As long as he was lucky and had good eyesight, he could buy equipment from these stalls. Once, a contractor spent 200,000 yuan in Yuk Xian market to buy a light gold quality weapon, so he wandered in Yuk Xian city and probably met another contractor. Just as Su Xiao was considering which force to join, he found that the situation of the derivative world communication platform was a bit wrong and too active. Mr. A, let me announce another piece of news to everyone. Strong creatures were found in the mountain valley 15 kilometers east of Yuk Xian city. Fierce poison, Mr. The information is true. A small adventure group has already been wiped there. Flaming Sun, those who don't want to die, don't go. That is a monster that was summoned from the Dark Continent using a random summoning scroll after being chased to the Zetsa realm. Assuming that the Ant King is AB in the Dark Continent, the monster outside Yuxin City is around Class C. Margie, a powerful monster? If we were lucky enough to kill it, wouldn't it drop a high-quality treasure chest? One Moriton, of course. A conservative estimate is that it is a light gold treasure chest. Perhaps it is of a higher grade. The discussion on the derivative world communication platform lasted for a long time. The most contractor was in a wait-and-see state, and he was also eager to seize this opportunity. Mr. A, the exact information has been obtained. The following information is part of the monster. Name, One-Eyed Troll, Lord Tier Creature. Type, Giant. HP, 100. Mana. Information hidden. Strength, 70. Agility. Information is hidden. Stamina. Information is hidden. Intelligence. Information is hidden. Charm, 4. Skill 1, Lord Creature, Passive, HP plus 3000, Strength plus 13, Agility plus 15, Stamina plus 10. Skill 2, Unyielding, Passive, Information is hidden. Skill 3, Dark Creature, Passive, Information is hidden. Skill 4, Information is hidden. Skill 5, Information is hidden. As soon as this information came out, the derivative world communication platform was in an uproar, and the 70 points of strength attribute were somewhat unique. Mr. A, I have grasped the weakness of the one-eyed monster and am ready to try to kill it. Because of a lack of manpower, I am recruiting a reliable contractor. Those who are interested can gather at the old Nike restaurant, Yuk Xian restaurant. Seeing this news, Su Xiao was silent. Lord-class creatures were generally not easy to deal with, but the benefits gained were also coveted once killed. Su Xiao had seen a Lord-class creature once, which was a monster one level higher than a Lord-class creature. In front of the Overlord-level creature, Su Xiao felt for the first time what it meant to be powerless. In the face of such a level creature, not to mention fighting, the other party could kill him with a casual blow. Lord-level creature, contractor, gather. Interesting. Su Xiao was very interested in this matter. There were still 3 days left to choose the camp, so it was good to join in the fun before this. He could not always build a car behind closed doors. It was also good to inquire about the average strength of the contractor. He was going to the old Nike restaurant to investigate the situation. Mr. A should have grasped the information of the Lord-level creature entirely. Was it in the report before? It was not that he could not find out, but it was deliberately hidden by Mr. A. Mr. A's meaning was self-evident. Only the people who participated in his temporary team could get the information. As for the one-eyed monster's weakness, they had to join Mr. A's team to know. Su Xiao felt that this matter was fascinating. It was not as simple as a contractor working together to kill Boom. But these were not important. Only the strength was enough to deal with the unexpected situation. There was no doubt that this matter was an opportunity. Susiao felt that his strength was not insufficient, at least not weaker than most of the second-level contractors. In this way, it was more necessary to participate. It should be known that Susiao got the highest quality treasure chest in the Naruto world. If he had the chance to get the treasure chest of the one-eyed monster, it would be a significant profit. Susiao no longer hesitated. After asking the passers-by about the location of the old Nike restaurant, he went straight in that direction. Half an hour later, in the old Nike restaurant. The area of the old Nike restaurant was not significant, there were only a dozen tables. It was already full of people at this time, and the boss was busy sweating. Susiao sat in front of a dining table. The surface of the food group was a little shiny and black. It seemed to have been polished. This was the oil that often dripped on the dining table. After that, it was wiped clean with a rag. This color would only appear after being repeated several times. The signature food of the Old Neck restaurant was the secret roasted sausage and crispy chicken. Susiao ordered a large table of food. The dining knife cut open the secret roasted sausage, and the cut could see the delicate meat and white fat. After tasting a mouthful, Susiao raised his eyebrows. The fat and thin ratio was appropriate. The thick garlic fragrance mixed with the greasy feeling of meat. There was also the sweetness of some plants. He picked up the thick soup beside his hand and took a sip. Susiao exhaled a breath of hot air. This was the adventure of the reincarnation paradise. He could not lack delicious food. Susiao and Bobo Wang began to eat happily. If they looked around, they would find that the others in the restaurant were looking at who was on guard. Everyone. A man in neat clothes and golden eyes stood up. The man was about 30 years old. No matter how he behaved or talked, he had a calm and sophisticated feeling. I am Mr. A. As soon as Mr. A finished speaking, the restaurant door slammed shut. With a crash, a large number of seats fell to the ground. Almost all the diners in the restaurant stood up, and weapons appeared in their hands. There were all kinds of firearms, knives, swords, and halberds. Only a man and a dog were eating happily at the corner. Everyone, calm down. I mean no harm. It's better to keep our identities a secret, so it's better to close the door and talk about things. Mr. A pressed his hands down, indicating that the contractor should calm down. If you have something to say, say it. From the information, it can be seen that you are not happy at all. A strong man with a war hammer snorted. This brother is joking. Look at that friend. Isn't he very calm? Mr. A pointed in the direction of Susiao. This man and dog were still eating. Chapter 616. The monsters near Yuxian City are not to be underestimated. It is better to announce the information to determine whether to leave or stay directly. A skinny old man spoke. Yes, announce it. Since we want to cooperate, we should show some sincerity. The smiles on Mr. A's face disappeared as a contractor, and the others agreed to the old man's words. Everyone, it is a form of sincerity for me to be able to announce the general information. What will you pay for it? Do you think that I, Mr. A, am a pushover? Do you want to take advantage of me? After listening to Mr. A's words, the corners of the old man's mouth curled up. He had done this to stir up the relationship between Mr. A and the contractor. Moreover, he showed the appearance of a public spokesperson and deliberately isolated Mr. A as a selfish person with ulterior motives. To isolate and replace Mr. A and become the representative of this small group, in the eyes of the old man, this small group would be formed, and the benefits were there. Cheating for nothing? Mr. A, we can come here because we trust you. Isn't this sincere? The old man's words made the other contractor nod. This was related to their interests, so the old man just happened to speak up for them. Tisk, a mob of the rabble. Do you want to challenge a lord-class creature with this kind of tacit understanding? Dream on. The strong man with a war hammer stood up, walked to the door, and opened it with brute force. The strong man walked out of the restaurant, and the iron door fell with a clang. The strong man's departure made Mr. A shake his head. What the other person said made sense. Everyone, can you listen to me? Mr. A raised his voice, and the contractor looked at him. The old man narrowed his eyes. Now it was his contest with Mr. A. As for me, I do have a selfish motive. If I succeed in killing the one-eyed monster, I want 30 of the items in the treasure box. As soon as he said this, the cold laughter connected with a light scoff. The old man's eyes were a bit disappointed and self-mocking. He was disappointed because the small group could not be formed. He was mocking himself for treating Mr. A as an opponent. Looks like I made a wasted trip. Who said no? 30. The appetite is too big. You are too greedy. Let's go. The contractor and the others walked out one after another. This small team that had not yet formed was about to disperse. I haven't finished speaking. What are you all so anxious for? Mr. A was very calm. Some of the contractors who had already taken a few steps stopped. Since they had already come, they were not short of this time. I have drawn up a temporary team contract. As long as you sign this contract, I will inform everyone about the one-eyed monster. Not only the information, but I will also explain the weakness of the one-eyed monster in detail. The contractor and the others shook their heads. These 2 points were not enough to attract them. There is one more thing. The temporary team already has the main tank. 20 of the benefits are for this main tank. I only profit 10. Whether it is obtaining the information or looking for the cost of the one-eyed monster's weakness, ask yourselves, I have to get 10. Am I greedy? Mr. A's words caused the contractor to be silent. What level is the main tank? Hearing someone ask this question, Mr. A smiled. Rank 2 Arena ranked 1591. Physical attributes above 60 points. I can only announce this. This is personal privacy. Hearing this ranking and physical attributes, the contractor was amazed. Only large-scale adventurer groups can cultivate this level of main tank, right? How can there be such a small group? If there is a main tank with this strength, then we might have a chance. What do you mean maybe there is a chance? It is very likely. After reaching the second rank, who doesn't know that the status of the main tank is not lower than that of the Lord? Without the main tank blocking the front, the Lord is just a fragile one. Moreover, it is tough for the main tank to live past the first rank. The second rank main tank is also very extraordinary. The situation had a shocking reversal. The contractor and the others, already preparing to leave, sat down on their chairs. Seeing this situation, the old man's face did not look good. The opponent was more substantial than he had imagined. MRA, what are the rules of the temporary team, or what conditions are needed to join them? It is best to let the main tank come forward. This way, we can be at ease. Mr. A nodded. Brother Stone, come out. The sound of steady footsteps came, and a strong man about 2 meters tall walked out of the kitchen. The strong man looked depressed as if he had a heavy heart. Stone? Could it be? Barbarian Sky Adventurer Group Number 2 main tank? How could he show up in this way? This main tank called Stone was a celebrity and was recognized by several contractors as soon as he appeared. Mr. A, if the adventurer group involves this matter, then it would be better for us small fry to cool off to the side. Mr. A waved his hand. Everyone, don't be agitated. Before Mr. A could finish his sentence, Stone suddenly spoke. There is no Man Tien left. I am just a member of the Gu family. Stone casually found a chair and sat down. He grabbed the alcohol on the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls. He was very discouraged. Could it be that the barbarian sky adventurer group was wiped out? Maybe. Even a large adventure group cannot guarantee that there is no risk in the reincarnation paradise. I did receive news before and thought it was false information. It is said that they were wiped out in the Naruto world. The appearance of the main stone gave the contractor confidence. I will send the details of the temporary contract to everyone. Everyone considers whether to join or not, but not everyone can join. This time, killing the one-eyed monster is very dangerous. If the strength is not enough. Mr. A did not continue to speak and only announced the contents of the temporary contract. The dining room was silent, and only the chewing sounds could be heard. Mr. A and the old man looked toward the chewing sound. When they saw the man and dog eating happily, Mr. A narrowed his eyes, and the old man turned his head and no longer paid attention to them. In the old man's eyes, such a person without vigilance would not live long in the reincarnation paradise. Bobo Wang burped and touched Susiao with his furry front paws. His eyes seemed to say, "Master, we have to participate more in this kind of thing in the future. This scheming contractor is interesting." Susiao smiled and did not speak. This small group had a chance to kill the one-eyed monster in the current situation. But one thing, Mr. A was the contractor recruited in the derivative world communication platform. The other contractor who did not participate in the small group was likely to ambush near the battlefield and take advantage of the small group after the battle with the one-eyed monster. Even if no one took advantage, the small group was unstable, such as the old man, Mr. A, and others. These two were only unstable factors on the surface. There were 15 contractors, including Susiao, and there must be someone with evil intentions among these people. Of course, it was best to cooperate, but what if there was internal strife after successfully killing the one-eyed monster? Susiao did not care. If someone provoked him, he would kill them directly. It was simple and crude. He was very good at dealing with the contractor. While thinking, a temporary contract appeared. It was a temporary contract set up by Mr. A. The main content was, after signing the contract, everyone present formed a small group. This small group lasted until they killed the one-eyed monster and successfully divided the spoils. During this period, they could not attack each other and could not do anything to damage the small group members. They could not leak the information. If there were a violation, they would deduct 50,000 paradise coins and all attributes, 10 punishment. The punishment was ruthless enough, but this was the necessary condition to form a small group. Chapter 617. Not everyone could join this small group. They needed to meet two conditions. One of the attributes was above 50 points, and the other was an ability that surpassed LV20. With a purple quality weapon, two of the three could be met. Don't think that purple weapons were common. Most of the second-rank contractors' equipment was blue or purple, and there were not many purple weapons. As for dark purple weapons, only a small number of experts in the second rank had them. There was no need to mention light gold, and only large adventurer groups had them. But to Susiao's knowledge, the second-rank contractor should at least have a dark purple quality weapon, but he was wrong. When a contractor took out a weapon with a purple quality +5, Susiao frowned. This thing was nothing, but the envious eyes of other contractors made Susiao wonder if this thing had any special attributes. This misunderstanding was related to the comprehensive score when he experienced the end of the derivative world. Every time he dug deep into the derivative world, so the comprehensive score was very high, and the possibility of getting high-quality equipment was greater. There were few people like Susiao who was not afraid of death in the garden of samsara. Most contractors had family members. They would act cautiously to avoid death in the derivative world and never see family again. For example, this time, if Susiao had getting detailed information about the one-eyed monster, he would not recruit people at all, and he would have killed Bobo Wang. An ordinary contractor was different. They would take the lead in forming small groups, thus reducing the risk. Assuming that this time a light gold treasure chest dropped, excluding 30 of Mr. A and Stone, the other 12 contractors would be divided into 70, and each person would at most be equivalent to a purple treasure chest. Mr. A began to check the parts of the weapon information, skills, attributes, and others published by the contractor. Knowing that the one-eyed monster had 70 points of strength, a contractor who dared to gather here was not too weak. The old man was the strongest. He held a dark purple staff. Although this equipment only had a score of 160 points and was considered trash among dark purple qualities, this was also dark purple equipment. The passion in the contractor's eyes could not be faked. "Old sir, there is no need to doubt your strength. You are also not bad. You have hidden a trump card. You don't need to call me old, sir. Just call me Old Wolf." Although the old wolf was still a little unhappy, he did not raise any objections. "I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Mr. A stretched out his hand. Old Wolf hesitated for a moment and chose to hold it. "By the way, you also take a look at this skill. It is convenient to command during wartime." Old Wolf showed a skill, which was a public display. After seeing the level of this skill, the contractor exclaimed, "Distortion Laser LV, 27, active skill. I understand. You will be at the core of the team during the war." Mr. A seemed to be very satisfied, and he did not seem to be unhappy with Old Wolf at all. "This friend, you are only missing yourself. You can satisfy 2 of the 3. Mr. A sat opposite Su Xiao. Su Xiao was hesitating about what identity to join: the small group, close combat, main tank, or long-range sniper. Melee's combat was obviously not good. If Mr. A saw the Master Swordsman LV-23, it would be weird if the opponent could let him join the team. As for showing the green steel shadow to the opponent? Or maybe, it was better to let the opponent see the Master Swordsman. Melee combat was obviously not good. As for the tank, Su Xiao's energy shield was somewhat amazing. He had used the energy shield to block a kick from 7 gates. And it was an energy shield with 300 points of strength. Now the limit of his energy shield was 400 points of strength. If he did not show the energy shield, he was not the main tank, so his identity as a tank was not good. As for the long-range sniping ability, the max-level firearms were proficient in LV-30 plus Spider Queen, and he could probably get through it and not attract too much attention. It was better to reveal his sniping ability than expose his close combat ability. Although his sniping ability was very strong, it was barely within the acceptable range of an ordinary contractor. "This friend." Mr. A spoke again. Sorry, I was just thinking about a problem." Su Xiao showed Mr. A part of the attributes of the gun proficient in LV-30. This was not his core ability. It did not matter whether it was exposed or not. LV.30. Mr. A was shocked and went up to look at Su Xiao. "How should I address this friend?" "Byakuya." "Well, Byakuya, what is the direction of your gun development? Don't misunderstand, it is related to your position in the team." "Sniper." "Sniper." Mr. A looked pensive. If it is a sniper, the attribute requirements can be reduced a little, but the quality of the sniper rifle must be announced. "Mr. Byakuya, consider it." Although Mr. A looked calm, his heart was beating faster. It was already fortunate that there was a wandering main tank. Now there was the wizard Old Wolf. And now, there was a sniper in the team who was proficient in LV-30. What kind of concept was this? The core configuration of some medium-sized teams was only so. Hesitating for a moment, Su Xiao showed some of the attributes of Spider Empress. Spider Empress. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Quality, dark purple. Type, heavy sniper rifle. Caliber, 17 to 36 mm. Reloading, 10. Durability. Attack power. Equipment requirement. Equipment effect 1. Equipment effect 2, precise bullet, passive, accuracy by 17. Equipment effect 3. Rating. This bunch of question marks made Mr. A's mouth twitch, but when he saw a few keywords, he took a deep breath. Dark purple, caliber, 17.36 mm, equipment effect, 3. All this information showed that this was a large caliber heavy sniper rifle, and the score was not low, at least 200. Welcome to join, Mr. Byakuya. Mr. A was happy. Tank and mid-range firepower were all available. It was no problem to take down the one-eyed monster. When everyone joined the temporary team, Mr. A announced the detailed information about the one-eyed monster. Looking at the information, Susiao finally understood why the one-eyed monster had a full 70 points of strength. Mr. A dared to have ideas about it. The reason was very simple. The agility attribute of the one-eyed monster was not high, only 34 points, the physical attribute was 59 points. Although it was not low, it was no problem for more than a dozen people to besiege. As long as they could resist the frontal attack of this thing, it was time for the contractor to play freely. Mr. A, why is the position of the team leader empty? A careful contractor noticed this. Well asked, I am not suitable to be the team leader. I am a melee fighter, which is very unfavorable to the overall command. I recommend Old Wolf to be the team leader. He is a mage. After the war, looking at the whole battlefield, this is very good for commanding the battle, which can reduce the casualties of the members. Hearing Mr. A's words, Old Wolf was stunned, and all contractor was stunned. A young woman nurse flashed her eyes and looked at Mr. A with a kind look. MRA's the breadth of mind. Old Wolf sighed at himself. The Old Wolf smiled brightly as if he was apologetic for his previous actions of forming a gang. It's nothing. Everyone has their own selfish motives, but our opponents are too strong. Everyone, our opponents are not just the one-eyed monster. You should understand this, right? Although we are gathering together for the sake of benefits, we have to be united. Otherwise, we are just a mob. Mr. A is right. The young nurse looked like she was supporting Mr. A, and the other contractor also agreed. Susiao looked at everyone present. Mr. A, melee, Old Wolf, mage, stone, main tank, young mistress nurse, plus himself, was the core figure of the small group. This team lineup, is it a coincidence? Susiao murmured. This small team seemed to be harmonious. Mr. A and Old Wolf abandoned their differences. Was it really like this? Bobo Wang, on the side, was very excited. It seemed to have discovered a new continent. Today, it found out that the contractor, who was killed by his master, was actually so interesting. Chapter 618. The temporary team was formed. Although Old Wolf was the prominent leader, Mr. A had more prestige in the group. Of course, Old Wolf was clear about this. The previous events made him clear that now was not the time to be hostile to Mr. A. Moreover, he had become the nominal leader of the team. Everyone? What is our next plan? Mr. A spoke. Everyone in the restaurant looked at each other. Finally, everyone looked at Old Wolf. The meaning was clear, he was the leader. He decided. Old Wolf's eyes twitched. He did not know much about the one-eyed monster. Although he had seen the information, there were many details that he did not understand. This. Old Wolf thought quickly. A moment later, he devised a strategy that could satisfy both sides. Mr. A, I don't know much about the one-eyed monster, so that you can arrange the pre-war operation. I am responsible for the wartime command. You will be the vice captain if I am the team captain. As soon as Old Wolf finished his words, a dry cough came. Susiao held a glass of orange juice in his hand. He was choked. Vice captain. There were only 15 people, and there was a vice captain. These contractors were too good at playing. Mr. A pushed the glasses on the tip of his nose with his middle finger. Sure. The surrounding contractor was slightly different. Mr. A agreed. Bobo Wang, who had a toothpick in his mouth, was dumbfounded. The content of the story was getting more and more colorful. Everyone, in my original plan, 1 o'clock this afternoon is the best time to attack. Now it is noon. Everyone can eat here. 1 hour is enough for us to prepare the plan. Mr. A took out a map with the terrain near the single-eyed monster. The activity range of the single-eyed monster is near this area. After several confirmations, it will not easily leave this area even if there is an enemy provocation. The specific reason is unknown. Mr. A drew a circle on the map, and the circular diameter was about a few kilometers. This is the team formation I drafted. Mr. A began to narrate his plan. The plan was not complicated. It was nothing more than the front, the back of the tank was the close combat, and behind the close combat were mages or nurses. The furthest were the sniper and also Suxiao. Suxiao was arranged to be 9,000 meters away from the team. This distance was very safe. At least the one-eyed monster could not attack him. What objections do you have? No one spoke. Mr. A's plan was still considered thorough. Then, everyone, prepare to go. Old Wolf held a staff in his hand. At this time, he was wearing a wizard robe, and the magical energy on his body was surging. When he felt this magical energy, Suxiao raised his eyebrows. Old Wolf's physical strength was more muscular than he imagined. The team left the restaurant and went straight 15 kilometers away from Yuxian City. There were no twists and turns along the way. When they arrived at the designated place, they found that it was a valley with a basin of terrain shaped like a bowl. Climbing up to the high place on the edge of the basin, a contractor in front immediately bowed down. How is it? Is it still inside? Mr. A lowered his voice and was a little excited when he saw the contractor's reaction in front of him. It's still there, but... That contractor wanted to say something, but his face was a little ugly. Mr. A slowly walked up the hill. After seeing the scene behind the mountain, his jaw and muscles bulged. In the basin below, a 5-meter-tall monster was sitting in the center. This monster was similar to the human body structure. It had all 4 limbs and a head. However, the monster's skin was dark purple, and a very short red horn was on its head. Its mouth stretched to its neck, and sharp fangs leaked out. The most eye-catching thing about the monster was the one eye. The one eye was the size of a bottle, and the one eye was densely packed with pupils, at least a dozen. This was the one-eyed giant monster. It was sitting on the ground barefoot, eating with a human leg in its hand. Human beings were simply delicious for the one-eyed giant monster from the Dark Continent. The meat was soft, and there was no strange smell. As a mid-level creature of the Dark Continent, it was a problem for the one-eyed giant monster to be warm and complete in the Dark Continent. However, when it woke up, it found that the strong enemies around it had disappeared, and there was no harsh environment to take its life at any time. There was clean water everywhere here, and there was countless weak prey. Although it suddenly came to heaven, the one-eyed giant monster did not dare to go too far away. This was the instinct to survive in the Dark Continent for a long time. The one-eyed giant monster in the basin was eating blood everywhere, and it snorted a few times from time to time. The contractor and the others on the hillside were eager to give the order. Stone, is there a problem? Mr. A looked at Stone. The main tank was silent most of the time. No problem. Stone moved his shoulders, and a tower shield appeared in his hand. There was a flame diagram on the front of the tower shield, and there seemed to be a flame burning. A faint golden light flowed from the edge of the tower shield, which made the contractor and the others swallow. Old Wolf's eyes were also attracted. This was the first time he was so close to the light gold equipment. Ah! Stone sneered. With a whoosh, flames ignited from the tower shield. Not only that, but the flames were also spreading to his body. A moment later, Stone was like a child of the sun. He could feel the high temperature from a few meters away. Keep up. Stone stepped on the ground and rushed into the basin. His speed was not fast, but each step was very stable. Pay attention to the formation. The old wolf in the rear roared as soon as the stone rushed out, and all contractors advanced, except for Susiao and Bobo Wang. Susiao slowly removed a blanket from the storage space and spread the blanket on the ground. He lay on it, and the Spider Queen appeared in his hand. The distance was 900 meters, and Susiao adjusted the light. Susiao was slow, but it was utterly different below the basin. Stone took the lead and rushed to the one-eyed monster, leaving a flaming footprint on the ground where he stepped. At this time, the one-eyed monster was eating, and suddenly someone disturbed it, which made it a little angry. It threw down the broken human torso in its hand and slowly sat up. The 5-meter-tall single-eyed monster had a visual impact. Although it wasn't the tallest monster among the monsters, it had muscles all over its body, and its single eye full of pupils gave people an inexplicable sense of fear. Little bug, dark continent language. The one-eyed monster spoke in a strange tone, but the contractor and the others could understand that when entering the world of hunters, everyone had to pay a price of 100 paradise coins. No one paid attention to the one-eyed monster. Stone had already rushed forward with a shield in his hand. When he was 3 meters away from the one-eyed monster, Stone stomped on the ground, and a flame ring spread out. With a whoosh, the fire ring hit the one-eyed monster's chest. The dark purple skin did not react, and it seemed that the attack of the stone did not have any effect. In reality, this was not the case. The one-eyed monster's eyes widened in anger as if it was enduring considerable pain. Roar! The one-eyed monster roared, and the one-eyed monster stared at the stone, its hatred pulling steadily. Chapter 619. Stone held a heavy shield in his hand and stood in front. Behind him were a few cowering melee fighters, and tens of meters behind them were Old Wolf and another long-range firepower. With the roar of the one-eyed monster, a stream of air spread out. The contractor, who was nearby, covered his ears, and his footsteps were a bit shaky. This was a skill of the one-eyed monster. After roaring, the one-eyed monster bent over and picked up a wooden stick from the ground. This was not a wooden root but a tree with a diameter of half a meter. This tree was about 4 meters long, and the upper half of the tree was bitten off, leaving only the trunk and the root part. The trunk was a small head, and the root was a big head. The one-eyed monster held the trunk position and stared at the crowd. Susiao saw the scene through the scope. He aimed the gun at the one-eyed monster. He breathed steadily and slowly pulled the trigger with his fingers. Bang! The bullet left the muzzle and flew to the one-eyed monster at high speed. Just as the bullet was about to hit the one-eyed monster, the one-eyed monster turned its head. With a bang, a pit was on the face of the one-eyed monster, and a bullet was embedded in the pit. So durable. Susiao stopped the fire, and the bullet was very expensive. He would not shoot until the critical moment. As for the output value, the treasure chest belonged to the same category. He was not worried at all. The reincarnation paradise did not have this mechanism. As long as the treasure chest fell to the ground, all contractors could pick it up. Without the ownership problem, the ownership power would only appear after he got it. The gunshot stopped, the one-eyed monster was hit to the side, and the big hand holding the tree trunk burst out blue veins. The one-eyed monster first looked up at the top of the basin, but unfortunately, it did not find anything. Its eyes turned to look at the shorty in front of it. At this time, Old Wolf and the others were sweating cold sweat. They did not dare to make a move, afraid of being hated by the one-eyed monster. The one-eyed monster raised the giant wooden stick, and all the muscles in his body bulged. He aimed the stick at the stone and hit it. The wooden stick cut through the air and made a sound. Hearing this sound, Stone's heart trembled. Dong! The giant wooden stick smashed into the tower shield, and the ground under the stone shattered into pieces. Just as everyone thought that the stone would not be able to withstand the attack, the tower shield was covered in a fiery red color. It seemed to have activated a specific ability of the tower shield after receiving the attack. An impact surged out from the front of the tower shield with a hum. The one-eyed monster was pushed back repeatedly and fell to the ground with a thud. Attack! Old Wolf shouted. The staff in his hand flashed, and a pillar of light flew out of the staff and towards the one-eyed monster at a breakneck speed. Boom! The pillar of light exploded on the chest of the one-eyed monster, and the skin there was blown away. Not only did Old Wolf attack, but the contractor, who was holding a bow and arrow, pulled the bow and shot an arrow. A sharp arrow shot towards the one-eyed monster's calf. The arrow seemed to hit an iron wall and shattered with a bang. White marks could be seen on the one-eyed monster's calf. This kind of defense. Old Wolf's expression was not very good. His spells were not wrong, and the others simply tickled the one-eyed monster. Spells, bows, arrows, automatic rifle bullets, and so on struck the one-eyed monster. The one-eyed monster roared in anger. Although these attacks could not threaten it, they were indeed very painful. The one-eyed monster swung the giant wooden stick and hit the stone. He didn't know the stone's method to make the one-eyed monster hate him so much. The main tank was a technical job. The reincarnation paradise was not a game. Most of the monsters here had wisdom, so it was challenging to pull hatred. However, the main tank in the reincarnation paradise had a unique method, such as the flame of the stone. This flame had almost no attack power, but it would cause massive pain to the enemy. Some main tanks were more coquettish, some main tanks mastered the restriction skills, some had cheap mouths, and all kinds of methods were available. Stone was to give the enemy an intense pain and spirit induction, thus making the enemy hate him. It was obvious that the stone succeeded. The one-eyed monster's eyes were red, and he was so angry that he jumped. He held the giant wooden stick in his hands and punched him hard, causing the soil to splash. It had to be said that the stone was very resistant to hammers. He would have been smashed to death if it were any other contractor. The formation stabilized, and Stone was in front. Mr. A and the other melee fighters took the opportunity to attack to prevent the one-eyed monster from breaking through the formation. Old Wolf and others were dozens of meters behind Mr. A and others. These people often moved and had always been in the direction behind the stone. This direction was the safest. Su Xiao was different from these people. He was lying on the hillside and did not need to move. Moreover, he only fired one shot. The urging of Old Wolf and Mr. A was directly ignored. On the battlefield, Stone was beaten until his head was dizzy. Fortunately, the young woman wet nurse had some strength and added various benefits to him. In addition, the milk was good, and the stone would not fall for a moment. Old Wolf and others were busy. The defensive power of the one-eyed monster was too strong. It would be discovered when its HP was revealed. The one-eyed monster still had 97 of its HP. In this half a day, the number of people fought 3. Moreover, although these people hid behind the rocks, they were not necessarily safe. Sometimes, the one-eyed monster would throw stones, and an unlucky guy would be shot in the head in close combat. Now, his body was almost cold. Bobo Wang stood on the hillside, and this idiot seemed deep in thought. It seemed to have thought of something exciting and raised its head and howled. At this time, the contractor, fighting hard at the bottom of the hill, discovered something simultaneously. A buff suddenly appeared. The goddess of ice and snow has blessed you, Halo. Recover 1 HP every second. 1 second to recover 1 HP, 1 minute was 60 points, which was quite a considerable profit. Stone blocked the tower shield in front of him, turned his head to look at the young female nurse in the team, and nodded. The young female nurse was a little confused. This was not her buff, but she was the only healer in the team, which had been confirmed. This halo is good. It can save a lot of recoveries. During the battle, the contractor was happy. Bobo Wong's halo was indeed powerful. As for why Bobo Wong opened up the halo effect? To defeat the one-eyed monster? Even if the contractor defeated the one-eyed monster, no one would give her any benefits. At most, she would provide Su Xiao a single share. In the contractor's eyes, Bobo Wong was just a big dog. Please don't ignore Bobo Wong's IQ. After witnessing the contractor's intrigue, it was found that it was good to compete with these contractors. When everyone enjoyed the aura of the goddess of ice and snow for free, this aura suddenly disappeared, and a hint appeared. Yes/no activate the gift of the goddess of ice and snow at the price of 10 paradise coins per minute, halo. 10 paradise coins per minute. In the current situation, the battle lasted for half an hour at most, which was 300 paradise coins. In this half an hour, the gift of the ice goddess, halo, could restore 1800 HP, which was a huge amount of recovery. Everyone knew that this was a profitable business, so 10 contractors chose to pay. However, these 10 people looked at the wet nurse angrily. The damp nurse knew that she had taken the blame, but she was focused on the state of stone and could not be distracted. Old Wolf also spent money to open the halo. His eyebrows were furrowed, and he looked around but did not look at the wet nurse. Chapter 620. Woof. Bobo Wong called and showed Su Xiao the temporary contract it had drawn up. Su Xiao was stunned. The temperature nearby was not low. How did this idiot unlock his IQ? The ice and snow goddess halo cost 10 paradise coins per minute. This was a very commercial mind. Not bad. Hearing Su Xiao's praise, Bobo Wong shook his tail and took the initiative to give Su Xiao a share, a full 60%. Su Xiao observed the situation below through the scope. At this time, the condition stabilized. After preliminary cooperation, the contractor gradually had a tacit understanding. However, the one-eyed monster's defense was too strong and had always been a hidden danger. It had been 5 minutes since the battle, and the one-eyed monster's HP was still 91. Finding that the progress was so slow, Su Xiao decided to shoot. Although one bullet was 150 paradise coins, Bobo Wong's share barely made up for this loss. Su Xiao's breathing slowed, and just as the one-eyed monster was preparing to smash the stone, he pulled the trigger. The one-eyed monster's facial bones blocked the last shot, and it did not cause too much damage to the one-eyed monster. With the precedent, the bones stopped the position of Su Xiao's shooting this time. Bang! A ball of blood exploded from the abdomen of the one-eyed monster, and a bloody hole with the thickness of an arm appeared. This particular attack not only made the one-eyed monster scream but also made the old wolf stare with big eyes. His back was cold, but the old wolf felt a bit more at ease thinking of the temporary contract. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots were coming from the top of the basin, and it was Su Xiao's 3 consecutive shots. At the same time, blood burst out from the shoulders and chest of the one-eyed monster, and there were 3 bloody holes. This was not the end. Su Xiao pulled the trigger again. Bullets hit the one-eyed monster. With the contractor's control, the one-eyed monster did not even have a chance to dodge. It could only be knocked back. 10 bullets missed, and the gunshots stopped. At this time, the old wolf checked the one-eyed monster's remaining HP through the Reincarnation Mark's ability. The one-eyed monster's remaining HP was 34. Although the attack power was a bit exaggerated, for the heavy sniper rifle, this attack power was barely acceptable to everyone. If you want to use a heavy sniper rifle, you must develop at least 2 attributes simultaneously. That is, strength and physical characteristics. The more substantial the power of the sniper rifle, the greater the recoil. If the strength and physical attributes are not high enough, you can't withstand a heavy sniper rifle's recoil. The strong defense of the single-eyed monster has been broken, and those bloody holes are the best place to attack. The momentum of the old wolf changed, and the light of the staff in his hand was even more dazzling. On the hillside, Susiao inserted the clip and just fired 10 bullets. 1,500 paradise coins became several bloody holes and 10 shells. Bobo, prepare to watch a good show. Susiao looked down through the scope, and he did not need to shoot. Just as Susiao expected, after he broke the defense of the one-eyed monster, those contractors attacked the wound of the one-eyed monster. Although the one-eyed monster was very strong, its IQ was a hard injury. In the face of a contractor who was united, its fate was doomed. 20 minutes later, the stone with blood all over its face gasped for breath. The one-eyed monster was in an even worse situation, and its vast body was on the verge of collapse. The fear of death suppressed the anger in its chest, and the one-eyed monster turned around and fled. A few rays of light appeared from the contractor's team. The one-eyed monster paused, and many control skills barely restrained it. For a Lord-tier creature like the one-eyed monster, the contractor's control skills were just a tickle. Surround it, and it's the final stage. The old wolf shouted angrily. Contractor, and the others hesitated. The one-eyed monster was too dangerous, and they did not want to get close. The situation was a dilemma. It was confirmed that the stone could block the one-eyed monster, but he alone could not keep the one-eyed monster. Bang! The sound of gunfire could be heard, and blood burst out from the leg of the one-eyed monster, and the one-eyed monster fell to the ground. Old Wolf's face was hideous. He seemed worried about something, but his movements were not slow, and he rushed toward the one-eyed monster. Seeing this situation, the other contractor was somewhat tempted. Old Wolf and a mage rushed forward. What were they afraid of? When the wet nurse followed Old Wolf and rushed forward, everyone began to approach the one-eyed monster. More than a dozen contractors surrounded the one-eyed monster, and the one-eyed monster was already spent. However, the contractor and the others were very cautious and kept a safe distance from the one-eyed monster. Everyone, victory is in sight. Don't let your guard down. Mr. A shouted. One of his arms hung down. This guy was not dead after being kicked by the one-eyed monster. Many long-range attacks bombarded the one-eyed monster. The one-eyed monster lay on the ground and hugged its body. The more contractor and the others fought, the more courageous they were. No one noticed the ice-cold eyes of the one-eyed monster. Just when everyone thought that the one-eyed monster was about to die, the body of the one-eyed monster suddenly straightened up. With a big hand on the ground, the monster from the Dark Continent was furious. A part of the wound on the one-eyed monster's body quickly healed, and its HP, which had fallen to 15, recovered to around 40. The main stone did not attract the hatred anymore but silently retreated. The one-eyed monster looked at the old wolf with its fierce eyes. The old wolf quickly retreated as if an invisible hand was holding his heart. The one-eyed monster raised the giant wooden stick and smashed it at the old wolf. Boom! Smoke and dust rose everywhere. A light yellow shield blocked the giant wooden stick, but it only stopped for a moment. The one-eyed monster raised the giant wooden stick again and swung it at the old wolf. With a crack, the old wolf's body was smashed, and pieces of meat flew everywhere. The one-eyed monster grinned and brought the stick full of meat to his mouth. He stretched out his tongue to lick the meat on his face. Old wolf! Mr. A shouted at the top of his lungs. His eyes widened as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Before Mr. A had time to prepare, a scream was heard, and the single-eyed monster caught the archer in the team. Big head. Mr. A's face began to pale. With a poof, the archer was crushed by the one-eyed monster, and a broken leg was stuck between the fingers of the one-eyed monster. The one-eyed monster that was on the verge of death just now suddenly showed its power. In an instant, only 5 people were left on the field, and the broken bodies were scattered nearby. The reason why so many people died was because of the strike of the main stone. Stone was at the edge of the battlefield at this time. The reason why he retreated was that the healer in the team suddenly stopped healing without any warning. This caused the situation to collapse deliberately. Unfortunately, because of Babo Wang's ice and snow goddess halo, Stone resisted the single-eyed monster's staff and escaped from the battlefield in chaos. The main tank escaped. Besides the main tank, no one in the battle group could resist the one-eyed monster's attack, so there was no point in having a healer. Let's retreat. The old wolf is dead, and the big head is dead. If we don't retreat, we will all die here. The wet nurse with blood on her face shouted, and the veins on Mr. A's forehead bulged. How could this be? The information didn't say that the single-eyed monster would go berserk. A thought flashed through his mind, and Mr. A thought of a possibility. The one-eyed monster's berserk might have been man-made. After the one-eyed monster got rid of the siege of the contractor, it did not chase after Mr. A and the wet nurse. Instead, it rushed to the top of the mountain and prepared to kill the person who injured it the most. Although the one-eyed monster did not have a high IQ, it knew that there was a shorty on the hillside that smashed it with a piece of metal from a long distance. The roar gradually approached. Su Xiao had long found that the one-eyed monster rushed to him. At this time, the one-eyed monster was full of scars, and he was not afraid of the other side. The dragon flash Su Xiao was in his hand, putting away the spider queen. The one-eyed monster that ran up the hill suddenly stopped and looked at Su Xiao from far away. This shorty seemed not to be easy to provoke. 200 meters behind Su Xiao, several contractors ready to attack him quickly lay on the ground. Chapter 621. The wind blew past, and the faint smell of blood wafted through the basin. Around the basin were a few dozen pairs of eyes staring at the single-eyed monster below. These were all contractor who was waiting to reap the rewards. However, no one had expected that the team fighting the single-eyed monster would be wiped out so quickly. Even the spiritual mage, the initiator of the battle, had not expected this. The current situation was that the main tank was running away, and no one could resist the attack of the single-eyed monster head-on. Everyone could see that the single-eyed monster was in a seriously injured state. No one wanted to miss this opportunity, but too many contractors were around. Mr. A lay on the hillside above the basin, his eyes full of anger and self-blame. I was too careless. Mr. A thought that contractor would come to stir up trouble, but he did not expect that contractor could affect the mental state of a lord-class creature. Old Wolf, Mr. A, the young nurse, the archer, and the 4 people were members of a small team. After occasionally learning the traces of the one-eyed monster, Old Wolf proposed to gather other contractors. The reward would not be significant if they gathered other contractors, even if they killed the single-eyed monster. Unless they killed outsiders and took the treasure chest for themselves, according to the 4 people's budget, the team could only recruit 20 people at most. If there were too many people, there would be unforeseen changes. Mr. A originally disagreed with Old Wolf's proposal. It was difficult to kill other contractors, but Mr. A's idea changed after one contractor joined. That contractor was Stone. After a period of planning and management, a small team was formed. Mr. A and Old Wolf played the opposing role in preventing other thorns from appearing on the team. Old Wolf alone was enough. The archers were responsible for breaking into the inner circle of the contractor and forming a good relationship with the contractor. If the situation was wrong, immediately inform Mr. A. The female nurse only had one mission, to kill the main tank rock when the one-eyed monster was about to die and cause the collapse effect. Once the tank fell, the one-eyed monster could kill many unprepared contractors. After the one-eyed monster killed most of the unspecialized characters, Mr. A took it, and Mr. A could barely be considered a tank. It was the segment that had a problem. At the last moment, the female nurse stopped using healing skills on the rock, but who would have thought that the stone that should have been beaten to death would be saved because of the ice snow goddess halo and escape from the chaos. This was good. The tank ran away, the others were prepared, and the unspecialized character contractor was not dead. With no other choice, Old Wolf, Mr. A, and the others could only choose to kill the one-eyed monster. If the one-eyed monster also ran away, money would be lost. Moreover, the main tank ran away midway, so the 20 profit would naturally belong to Mr. A. The accident happened again, and the one-eyed monster killed the old wolf and crushed the archer. At this time, Mr. A tasted the taste of being trapped in a cocoon, and the young nurse on the side was somewhat dull. What should we do now? The wet nurse looked at Mr. A. What should we do? Mr. A's mood had calmed down. The wet nurse was very different. If we don't die, it is a big deal. Old Wolf and Big Head are just temporary teammates. Although we form two derivative worlds together, I will not help them take revenge. What about you? Of course not. The young wet nurse almost blurted out. The 4 people were cooperating. So, our losses are not as great as they seem. This is the reincarnation paradise. Only the winner can survive. Mr. A heaved a long sigh of relief and forced himself to comfort himself. What would he feel if he knew that his plan had failed because of Bobo Wang? Mr. A was very decisive. He directly gave up the one-eyed monster and began to watch the fun nearby. The one-eyed monster paced in the basin. It seemed to want to go out but did not dare to go out. The contractor who was lying in the ambush was hesitating. Sensing this situation, Mr. A sneered. The injuries of the one-eyed monster were gradually recovering, and the longer it dragged on, the less likely it was to kill the one-eyed monster. Note: Contractor, number 13013, has withdrawn from the temporary adventure group. After receiving this news, Mr. A was not surprised. The temporary team had a rule. After the death of more than 50 members, there was no punishment for withdrawing from the group. That sniper also wants to withdraw. It's too late. There must be many people coveting such a terrifying sniper rifle. Mr. A shook his head, but his eyes suddenly widened at this moment. Mr. A and the contractor around the basin were also very surprised. Does this guy want to die? Who knows, or maybe he has gone crazy thinking about the treasure chest. On the slope of the basin, a figure holding a long blade was slowly walking down. The one-eyed giant monster also noticed the arrival. After sensing the person's presence, it let out an angry roar. Little Shorty, it's you, Dark Continent language, . The one-eyed giant monster spoke in a low and muffled voice, and its words were unclear. Shorty. Susiao spat a mouthful of smoke and blew away the cigarette in his hand. The wind blew the smoke away. If not for the last resort, Susiao would not show up. Those contractors around him were all taking advantage of the situation. These people were not clear about the recovery speed of the one-eyed monster, but Susiao knew. At this time, the one-eyed monster's HP had recovered to about 46. The bloody holes on its body were healed. At this time, there was no main tank in front, and the position had been exposed. Susiao was not allowed to spare the sniper rifle. Dragon Flash slowly came out of the sheath and put the dark purple scabbard into the storage space. Susiao rushed forward a few steps and jumped up. This jump was a few meters high. It was just a downward slope, so he ran to the one-eyed monster at high speed. Roar! The one-eyed monster roared and rushed forward with the giant wooden stick stained with blood. The two sides were very close. When they were 4 meters apart, the one-eyed monster picked up the giant wooden stick and smashed it at Susiao, who was in the air. Just when all the watching contractors thought that Susiao was dead, a metal wire shot out from the arm guard of his left hand. The metal wire wrapped around the waist of the one-eyed monster. Susiao pulled hard, and his diving speed suddenly increased. He turned around from the armpit of the one-eyed monster and faced the back of the one-eyed monster. Boom! The giant wooden stick fell to the ground, and soil and gravel flew. Susiao took back the boundary line and slid back with his feet, sliding about half a meter away. His right foot stepped on the ground, his feet stepped on the ground, and the force came from the soles of his feet. The long sword in his hand cut out a white mark. Pucci! Fresh blood sprayed out from the ankle of the one-eyed monster, and a deep bone wound appeared. After being hit by this sword, the one-eyed monster began to stagger. Its physiological structure was similar to humans, and this sword cut off the ligament of its right leg. The green steel shadow energy poured into the wound, and the one-eyed monster screamed, but its body was too big. The pain of the green steel shadow was not enough to make it lose its ability to move. The one-eyed monster raised the giant wooden stick. It held the big wooden stick with both hands and smashed it on Susiao. When the giant wooden stick was far from Susiao, his black hair was blown up by force. If it were hit this time, it would be half dead and half disabled. A light blue energy shield appeared. Susiao formed the energy shield of 300 strength and slightly tilted the energy shield. Dong! The giant wooden stick hit the energy shield, and a visible air wave spread. With a crack appeared on the surface of the energy shield, only one. Because the energy shield was slanted to the left, the wooden stick in the hand of the one-eyed monster inevitably slid to the left. Chapter 622. The giant wooden stick fell to the ground, and the ground exploded like a bomb. The right leg ligament of the one-eyed monster was cut off, which made it lose its balance, and its whole body leaned on the energy shield. Susiao suddenly withdrew the energy shield, and the vast body of the one-eyed monster came to him. Ring broken. The blue light flashed, and a ring-shaped sword light spread out, and the sword light came out of the throat of the one-eyed monster. The one-eyed monster itself was rushing forward, and with the attack coming at it, its throat was directly cut by 1/3. It had to be said that the one-eyed monster's vitality was very tenacious. Even if its throat was cut open and blood sprayed out a few meters away, it was still full of vigor. The one-eyed monster covered its throat with one hand and intended to stand up. Its speed was not fast, and with the gun eyes all over its body, its rate was even slower. At this time, Susiao was also not feeling good. He faced the one-eyed monster head-on. Although an energy shield was blocked, the momentum also hurt him. A faint fishy and sweet taste appeared in his mouth. He ignored the faintly painful internal organs and rushed forward with his sword. He took a few steps and rushed to the front of the one-eyed monster. At this time, the one-eyed monster was ready to stand up with one hand on the ground. Susiao held the sword with both hands. The green steel shadow energy on it was a bit dazzling. He aimed at the thick arm and cut it. The thick arm of the one-eyed monster was cut off, and the huge body fell. After it fell to the ground, the one-eyed monster's eyes were filled with fear. The one-eyed monster opened its eyes wide, and just as it was about to struggle, its neck went numb, and then its entire body lost consciousness. Fear enveloped the monster, and it remembered the experience of being weak for an hour. Tears appeared in its eyes. A figure appeared in front of its eyes. The one-eyed monster recognized this human, and it was this human who had injured it. Spare, life, dark continent language, ... Oh. So this thing also knows how to beg for mercy. This was the last sentence that the one-eyed monster heard. A long blade pierced through its mouth and directly shot through its brain. You killed a Lord-tier creature, the one-eyed monster. I found that the hunter killed a commander-tier creature for the first time. Reward, 5,000 paradise coins plus soul crystal, small, x3. The single-eyed monster is a Lord-class creature. Obtain the source of the world 13.5. Received a total of 13.5 of the source of the world. Your talent devouring spirit is activated. Permanently increases 15 points of mana. The current mana is 1,658 points. A light gold treasure chest fell to the ground. The bright color was alluring, and the contractor around the basin gulped. Most of the contractor's faces were somewhat dull. He seemed not to dare to believe the scene in front of him. The one-eyed monster was one-on-one. This shocked contractor who was present. More than 30 contractors did not dare to show up. Although fighting the one-eyed monster one-on-one seemed to be a bit exaggerated, the difficulty was not serious. If the one-eyed giant was in his peak state, with the body size of the other side, Su Xiao could not win steadily. Still, 3 of the previous 10 shots hit the joint of the one-eyed monster, which caused the melee ability to be significantly weakened, and the flaws of the attack were massive. After removing the dragon flash from the one-eyed monster's brain, he wiped it clean. He picked up the pale gold treasure chest on the ground. This treasure chest was different from the treasure chest that Kakashi picked. Lord Treasure Chest, light gold. Without a doubt, the value of this thing was very high, especially when it was exclusive. Looking around, he could feel pairs of greedy eyes. If you have the guts, come and rob. As Su Xiao spoke, he put the treasure chest into the storage space and used the broken line to wrap around the body of the one-eyed monster, dragging the body out of the basin. Don't underestimate this body. The one-eyed monster came from the Dark Continent. Some dark continents were too mysterious for the people of the 6 continents. This body had a high value, whether it was treasure or research. On the hillside 2 kilometers away, the blue-haired girl with a long ponytail was lying in a piece of grass, holding a telescope in her hand. It turns out that this guy also uses a sniper rifle. It looks like the caliber is not more than 20 millimeters and is not to my liking. Only the sniper rifle is romantic. Winnie thought for a moment and finally did not choose to shoot. A few timid figures were lying on the hillside, half a kilometer from Su Xiao. These 5 people were the people who were ready to attack Su Xiao before. It was commonly known as the Death Squad. At this time, the 5 people were full of cold sweat, and 3 were talking about something in a low voice. Big brother, what to do? It's that guy. Why don't we retreat? Big brother, we can't just go up and send ourselves to our deaths. Second brother and third brother have a point. All right, let's retreat. But big brother, isn't it embarrassing to retreat like this? Why don't we make a pose before leaving? Second brother, good idea. Damn it, last time at the Judiciary Tower, and I was almost cut to death. Have you forgotten? The content of the conversation between the 3 people made the mouths of the 2 people at the side twitch. That's right, this group of 3 people was the 3 national brothers. The boss liked to style. The second brother's mantra was, Big brother is right. As for the third brother, it could only be said that he was a natural, silly person. Big brother, if I don't style myself in this situation, I will feel uncomfortable. Then, set one up. Many people are here, and that pervert is still dragging the monster's corpse. He should not be chasing us. Go. Hearing the above conversation, the other 2 members of the suicide squad were stunned. Guoziu, what are the 3 of you? These 2 people were also a combination, but they were just a pair of brothers. The degree of teasing was comparable to the national foot. We are going to do something big. The third brother looked at the 2 brothers and smiled contemptuously. If others showed this expression, they would feel despised, but the third brother was different. No matter how he looked at it, his contemptuous smile was silly. Do you know that guy? The 2 brothers were still interested in the treasure chest. We fought once, and my big brother was knocked out of the F***ck. As soon as old Third opened his mouth, his big brother quickly covered his mouth. It's a draw, a draw. The head of Guoziu kicked the third, and the third scratched the back of his head with an innocent face. Su Xiao dragged the body of the one-eyed monster to the top of the basin, and the surrounding contractor vaguely formed a circle. Although there were many contractors, they were all scattered, No one was willing to be the first bird, and the scene was deadlocked. They were unwilling to let Su Xiao leave, but no one was willing to take the lead. They all saw that Su Xiao had killed the commander-level creature. It could be said that the knife was bloody and clean. The first step was to die. A mechanical eye the size of Longan was floating in the air and checked the contractor's location. Su Xiao motioned Bobo Wang to approach him. 1, 2, 3. Su Xiao roughly observed the number of the contractor. There were a total of 37 people, almost surrounding the nearby area. There were 3 suitable directions to break out. Bobo, get ready. Su Xiao held the dragon flash and cut off the head of the one-eyed monster, keeping the head and riding on Bobo Wang's back. Bobo Wang ran away and ran very happily. At this time, 3 people came out of the hillside not far away. Seeing these 3 people, Su Xiao was stunned. Wasn't this a big brother who could fight, resist, and milk? Standing on the hillside, the big brother of Guozio looked at Su Xiao from a distance, seemingly a little weak, but he had calculated this distance. Long time no see, we are. Just as the national foot wanted to make a pose, a whistling sound of wind breaking came. Bang, a bullet entered Guozio's second brother's chest, and his second brother was flipped several times. It's that blue-haired flat-chested woman. She is also in the world of hunters. Brothers, retreat. The foot of Guozio shouted angrily. He grabbed the hair of the third elder with one hand and the belt of the second elder with the other hand. Light flashed under his feet. Hey, big brother, wait, you are not going to use that, are you? Change to another place to catch. Ouch. With a whoosh, the 3 of them turned into afterimages and disappeared. They ran even faster than rabbits. However, the contractor, who was nearby, vaguely heard third brother's scream. He didn't know if he had misheard. In the distance, Winnie saw the scene through the scope and was so angry that her teeth itched. This sudden change attracted most of the contractor's attention, and Su Xiao had already ridden Bobo Wang on a strategic retreat and ran far away. Chase him, don't let him run away. Kill this bastard. The light gold treasure chest is obtained by those who are fated. This time, all of the contractors showed great unity and splendidly chased after him. Chapter 623. Many contractors ran at full speed, looking like they would swallow Su Xiao alive. Su Xiao turned to look at the rear. The contractor had a lot of people, and he was injured after fighting with the one-eyed monster. It was not good to be surrounded at this time. The shouting from the rear rushed to the sky, but when it came to Bobo Wang, the wind changed. This guy stretched out his tongue while running, and his 2 lips fluttered in the wind. There were many pursuers, but the speed of the pursuers was not as fast as Bobo Wang's. Bobo Wang was not good at fighting, but he was first class in escaping. If you have the guts, let's fight. Don't run. After a contractor found that Su Xiao was running further away, he let out an unwilling roar. From the moment he threw out the short axe, it could be seen how hopeless he was at this time. Bobo Wang ran too fast, so many contractors could only eat the dust behind him. This might be the legendary ran as fast as a dog. 5 minutes later, Bobo Wang disappeared from many contractors, and the contractor people stopped one after another. Tisk, this guy runs fast. There is still a chance. He will stay in Yuk Xin City. Hearing this, several contractors sneered. So what if he stays in Yuk Xin? Do you dare to find him alone? This guy is fighting against a lord-class creature. The angry contractor did not say anything else. How about we ally? After a contractor spoke, he could not help but laugh. Although a light gold treasure chest was precious, it was not worth an alliance. Forget it. Take it as a show. I never thought of getting a light gold treasure chest. The contractor and the others dispersed but stopped after taking a few steps. Are you still not leaving? You haven't left either. Everyone looked at the headless body of the one-eyed monster. This thing could be sold at a high price in the hunter world. As long as one had money, they could participate in the auction and smoothly get through this derivative world. The contractor and the others did not dare to run in the hunter world. If they wanted to get money, it was best to use proper means. The hunter world was not a non-government world. There were 5 large governments here. What was more terrifying was that these 5 large governments were still in a united state. Some were similar to United Nations. The 5 large governments are collectively called V5. V5 was a really terrifying existence. They controlled the advanced technology of the hunter world. The embedded ants invaded and occupied a small country in the following plot. The V5 forces did not show up at all. They just sent news to the Hunter Union. The Hunter Union immediately sent people to go there. In the end, the Hunter Union's president died with the Ant King. V5 did not treat the embedding ants from beginning to end as a threat. The Hunter Union was just a civil force organization recognized by the V5 forces and gave all kinds of privileges. Therefore, as long as one had a certain understanding of the worldview of the hunter world, they would not dare to do anything that was too eye-catching. Being targeted by the Hunter Union or the local government was a small matter. If he were targeted by the Hunter Union, not to mention the contract of the 2nd rank, contractors below the 5th rank would die. This was a bloody lesson. Under this restriction, getting a large sum of money in the world of hunters was not easy. Therefore, the contractor and the others all stared at the corpse of the one-eyed monster. This thing could buy a lot of money, and it would be no problem for more than $1 billion. This corpse belongs to me. A big man just opened his mouth, and blood splashed. Someone cut off the arm of the one-eyed monster. With this beginning, the scene became extremely hot. Some people dismembered the one-eyed monster, and some fought because of the body organs of the one-eyed monster. However, the contractor was relatively restrained. Everyone knew that it was not worth risking their lives for this thing. Above the basin, 2 hooded figures were watching the scene below. Looks like the information is correct. This corpse is indeed a one-eyed monster. We are a bit late. What should we do? The higher UPS want that one-eyed monster. That thing can be given to V5 and obtain V5's favor. What else can we do? Chase the guy riding the wolf and kill him later. Can we track his scent? No problem. The 2 shadows flashed away and went straight in the direction where Susiao had left. Yukiksen City, in a room in a luxury hotel. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, and the heat rose. Susiao stood in front of the spray. Fresh water washed off the blood on his body, and he picked up a thick glass test tube beside him. The surface of the test tube was full of dirty blood. He washed the blood on the surface of the test tube with fresh water, which was full of bright solution. There was a huge eyeball in the solution, and more than a dozen black pupils were on the eyeball. Susiao knocked on the test tube, and the dozen black pupils on the eyeball gradually expanded, and the sound disappeared and returned to its original size. This eye had no practical meaning. It might not be valuable in another derivative world, but the hunter world was different. There were many collectors with weird hobbies here, and they could pay a great price for a certain item. From the monster's eyeball in the Dark Continent, and this eyeball could sense sound, it could be said to be full of gimmicks. At first, Susiao did not know that the eye of the one-eyed monster had this special ability. He could not carry the whole body of the one-eyed monster and was forced to choose the head with higher identification. After dismantling the head, only this eyeball had a collectible value, and the other places were given to Bobo Wang to eat. At this time, Bobo Wang's face was green, his stomach was twitching, and he hurled from time to time and rolled his eyes. Bobo had eaten all kinds of delicacies. His choice of food was already different from that of wild beasts. He did not eat raw food. It looked disgusting, suspicious creatures did not eat it, and he did not eat too salty food. It was easy to lose hair. Under Su Xiao's friendly persuasion, Bobo Wang was satisfied and ate 3 big bowls with tears in his eyes. At this time, hints appeared from time to time. Your follower Bobo Wang has devoured flesh and blood of high-level creatures, strength +1. Your follower Bobo Wang has devoured flesh and blood of high-level creatures, agility +2. It feels good. Do you want some more? Su Xiao ate a piece of raw meat with blood on his knife and fork. Bobo Wang subconsciously stepped back, and his eyes seemed to say, "Master, this thing tastes good, and it tastes great. Would you like to try it?" This was the daily mutual pit of a man and a dog. Su Xiao smiled, put the knife in his hand aside, and fell into deep thought. Now there was no need to consider which side of strength to join. As long as this eyeball was sold, he could participate in the auction as a VIP. Moreover, Lord Treasure Chest, light gold, was in his hands. He was waiting for him to open it. He had nothing to do, so he was ready to try his luck. Just as he was about to take out the treasure chest, Bobo Wang, who was retching, suddenly raised his head. "Woof!" Bobo Wang called out. His voice was not loud, but the hair on his back suddenly rose, revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs. "A few." "Woof!" "Position." "Woof!" Su Xiao, who was naked, suddenly stood up. Although he did not sense the enemy, the dragon flash appeared in his hand. His ears moved, and there was a slight sound outside the room. The direction was not the corridor or the next room but outside the wall. It should be known that this was the 16th floor. Who would climb outside the wall? Blue steel shadow energy clung to the dragon flash. Su Xiao restrained his breath and slowly walked to the wall. Pachi! Pachi! The slight sound of climbing came. Su Xiao would not hear this sound if not for the close distance. The arm muscles bulged, and he stabbed out without warning. With a shua sound, a dragon flash pierced the wall as if it had broken a piece of paper. With the touch of this sword, it stabbed the enemy. There was no scream. It might have stabbed the vital part. Chapter 624. Loosening the handle, Su Xiao opened the nearby window, and a fat man whose throat was pierced was lifted in the air. His limbs were weak and struggling, and his eyes were white. Su Xiao's sword was without warning, and it was somewhat lucky to be able to pierce the enemy's throat. "You bastard asterisk." The fat man whose throat was pierced looked at Su Xiao, holding the blade of dragon flash with both hands in case he fell off the building. The boundary line popped out and bound the other person, pulling the dragon flash out of the wall. As the boundary line tightened, the fat man was forcibly dragged into the room from the window, and the carpet was stained with a large amount of blood. The fat man was lying on the carpet, and there were obvious knife wounds on his throat. "What's the matter?" Su Xiao stood in front of the fat man, and the other person sneaked near him in this way. Like he had bad intentions. "My legs have lost consciousness." The fat man held his throat, and his words were unclear. He waited for Su Xiao fiercely and crazily. "You know who you have offended." "I am." Before the fat man finished speaking, Su Xiao cut down the long sword in his hand. The arm that pointed to him was cut off. The man held the broken arm and rolled on the ground in pain. The pain caused by the green steel shadow energy made him like a big shrimp after dehydration. "I will give you a chance to reorganize your language." Wait, I am the Dark Beast Leech, a subordinate of the 10th Old Man. Let's talk." The fat man was the Dark Beast Leech killed by the Phantom Troop in the original work. As to find Su Xiao, it was likely to be related to the one-eyed monster. "Oh? What is the purpose of the 10th Old Man's subordinates?" As soon as Su Xiao opened his mouth, rapid footsteps came outside the door. Hearing the footsteps, the eyes of the Dark Beast Leech surged with killing intent. His partner came. He seemed to have seen the enemy's body full of leeches, struggling in pain. Bang! The door was smashed, and Leech let out a short scream. As someone rushed into the room, the scream came to a stop. A skinny, afro-head man with a mouthful of sharp teeth rushed into the room. When he saw the situation in the room, his pupils contracted. The name was Sick Dog, one of the 10 yin beasts. A head rolled to the foot of the sick dog. It was the head of the yin beast Leech. It's too late. The sick dog kicked off Leech's head and looked at Su Xiao coldly. If you dare to kill the 10 yin beast, don't even think about leaving Yuk Xin. We will chase you to the ends of the earth. Although the sick dog spoke harsh words, his footsteps were gradually retreating. Leech died strangely, making the sick dog afraid of Su Xiao. Yin beast is at your level. Su Xiao got up and down to look at a sick dog. The feeling that the other person gave him was not dangerous. As for the previous leeches, they were even worse. The reaction speed of the other party was only higher than ordinary people. It was impossible to avoid his stab. Being beaten up by Su Xiao like this, the sick dog was a little scared and seemed to be targeted by the beast. Go! The sick dog shouted, and the gang members with guns behind him swarmed forward. In an instant, dozens of people rushed into the room. A metal wire suddenly tightened, and all the gang members who rushed into the room stopped. Pata, pata. Broken limbs scattered on the ground, the strong smell of blood spread, and the blood soaked the carpet. These gang members were just ordinary people, and the result of fighting with Su Xiao was obvious. The sick dog at the door had disappeared. Su Xiao looked at Bobo Wang. Chase. Bobo Wang rushed out of the room, and Su Xiao followed closely. 5 minutes later, in a dark alley. With a bang, a figure covered in blood crashed into a trash can and rolled into the stinking ditch. This person was a sick dog. Su Xiao walked to the front of the sick dog. A piece of meat was bitten off from his left shoulder. The strength of the sick dog was not strong, and its defense was not good, but it was extremely fast, and there was neurotoxin on its teeth that could paralyze the enemy. It would be very troublesome to resist neurotoxin if not for the blue steel shadows. You bastard asterisk. 10 older men will not let you go. Kill me if you have the guts. The sick dog gasped for breath, pierced his lungs, and a sharp pain accompanied every breath. Strength is not good, but he has a backbone. Su Xiao stood in front of the sick dog, frowning. It was a little troublesome to be enemies with the 10 older men. These guys were local snakes, but leeches and sick dogs had come to the door. With the arrogance of the dark beast and Su Xiao's temper, the two sides would not have had a good result when they met. The leeches had become a purple treasure chest +1, 2 of the source of the world +11 mana values, and the sick dog was soon. Beep, beep, beep. The sound came from the pocket of the sick dog. Su Xiao had already stopped stabbing because he saw the caller who showed half his hand phone. Taking out the phone from the pocket of the sick dog did not move, but its teeth were trembling. The knife had stabbed his skull, and the tip of the knife had even penetrated his skull. He would have already peed the cold touch without his strong mind. The call on the phone was 10 old men, main house. The 10 older men had 10 leaders and 10 yin beasts. These yin beasts had their bosses. This time, it was the boss of the sick dog. Su Xiao picked up the phone, and an anxious voice came from the receiver. Brother, sick dog. No, the sick dog is dying. Hearing Su Xiao's words, the other side of the line was silent for a moment. What kind of price can let the sick dog live? How about 5 billion? One of the 10 older men was generous and opened his mouth to say 5 billion. This undoubtedly revealed a piece of information: very few strong people in the 10 older men's forces. The yin beast was their biggest trump card, and there could not be any mistakes. Moreover, this was Yuk Xin, the base of the 10 older men. On the other side, he knew that the leech was dead and the yin beast was so important, but the other side did not mention anything about the leeches. This was very interesting. Do you want the sick dog to live? A thought suddenly appeared in Su Xiao's mind. The 10th older man had financial resources and urgently needed strong people to shock the situation. In this way, could he join the 10th older man's forces at a high price? As for the leeches he killed, as long as the 10th older man had a little brain, he would not mention this matter unless they wanted the sick dog to die. Of course, I don't know what your request is. The 10th older man was determined. Let's not talk about this first. Su Xiao pondered for a moment and said, I killed the leech. I have heard that your strength is extraordinary. The 10 older man's tone was calm. No, he was boasting about the death of Leech. Leech is not your subordinate. This is my secret. I can only say that for Leech's death, I am very regretful. Su Xiao smiled. Sure enough, it was the same as he imagined. The 10 older men were the leaders of the gangs in all areas. How could the gangs be united? The reason why they were united was that they were weak. From the original intelligence, it could be seen that the 10 older men were relatively rich, but they were not strong enough. It was no wonder that the Phantom Troop would target them. May I know which faction you are from? Hunter Union? Yamen Forest Trading Company? Or, I'm just a wandering traveler. I have nothing to do and have to attend the happy new auction house. Traveler. The other side of the line fell silent. A long time later, the 10 older men on the other side of the line spoke. Mr. Traveler, 20 minutes later, I will invite you to the 30th floor of the Yuk Hotel. We will talk about it and bring the sick dog. Yes. Su Xiao hung up the phone and looked at the sick dog lying on the ground. The sick dog did not say a word. He knew he would not die for the time being and was not stupid. He knew that it was better not to talk now. However, being stared at by Su Xiao like this, the skinny, sick dog, was a little uncomfortable. Su Xiao hesitated for a moment. An alchemy bomb appeared in his hand. He first punched the belly of the sick dog, and the sick dog snorted. The alchemy bomb quickly broke down, and when the sick dog spat out the acid, it seeped into his body through the knife wounds on his body. You. The sick dog was very angry but should not have flared up. Stand up and take me to the Yuk Hotel. The sick dog looked up at Su Xiao and snorted. Just as he was about to stand up, he felt a tear on the side of his cheek. After a moment of numbness, the sick dog screamed. A bloody ear came out of Su Xiao's hand. You just snorted. Su Xiao threw down the ear and was ruthless enough to these gangsters who bullied the weak and feared the strong. The blood of the sick dog was full of alchemy bombs, which could not make waves. Chapter 625. One of his ears was torn off. Although the sick dog rolled on the ground in pain, the pain only slowed down after a long time. He was angry in his heart, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He had seen Su Xiao's brutality. Yuk Hotel, don't let me repeat it for the third time. The sick dog gritted his teeth and stood up shakily. The knife wound on his body spat out blood. Let me change my clothes. At this time, the sick dog was covered in mud. His status in the gang was not low, so it was very shameful to go out like this. Yes. The sick dog breathed a sigh of relief. After walking out of the alley, he entered a clothing store at the corner. 10 minutes later, the sick dog came out of the clothing store. He had changed into clean clothes, and his body and head were wrapped in white cloth. He was a pivot like a drug addict, and now he looked like he would die at any time due to blood loss. Yuk Hotel is not far from here. The sick dog had already seen the situation. Not to mention the metal wire that wrapped around his neck and cut off his head at any time, he was no match for Su Xiao in terms of strength. This had been confirmed just now that the neurotoxin he was proud of had no effect at all. The sick dog walked in front, Su Xiao was behind, and there was an extremely inconspicuous metal wire in the middle. Driving through the streets, Not long after, a splendid hotel appeared in front of him. The hotel was more than 40 floors. According to the 10 older men, he would wait for Su Xiao on the 30th floor. There was a row of men in black standing at the entrance of the hotel. These people were dressed in suits and had a bulge on their waists. Each of them was armed with a gun. There was a saying that offending the 10 older men was offending all the gangs in the 6 continents. Although it sounded like a gimmick, it could be seen from the strength of the yin beast that the 10 older men's forces were not as terrifying as they had imagined. They were terrifying in the world of ordinary people. If the phantom troop did not have any other forces interfering when fighting the 10 older men, then the phantom troop would be able to defeat the 10 older men's forces. As for the phantom troop, this bandit group was interested in the goods of the auction house, and it was inevitable that they would fight with the 10 older men. If he joined the power of the 10 older men, he would be hostile to the phantom troop, but so what? There were people in the adventurous group who could kill Su Xiao, but he was not strong enough to crush him. Su Xiao was most afraid of 4 people in the adventurous group: Crollo, the leader, Fei Tan, Xianzhong, Fangs. The leader belonged to high IQ and troublesome ability. Fei Tan was too powerful, and the small son could not resist. Xianlong was extremely strong in one-on-one combat, and generally, the one-on-one ability of the sword was not weak. As for Fangs, this guy's ability to reverse the situation was amazing. The more his arms spun, the greater the strength of his punches. Although he might lose his arms if he circled too many times, if he turned dozens of times, he might die together with Su Xiao. In addition to these 4 people, the others in the adventurous group were restrained by Su Xiao, or their abilities were relatively balanced. The risk factor was not high. Shaking his head and not thinking about this, Su Xiao pushed the back of the sick dog and motioned to lead the way. The sick dog was pushed and staggered. He did not dare to say anything. He took an ear and walked into the hotel. The first floor of the hotel was a hall, and it was full of men in suits. It seemed that this was the deterrent method of the 10 older men, or this was the gang style. Su Xiao ignored the gangsters, who were like a ruffian. If he let go of the killing, this place would become hell in 2 minutes. For ordinary people, Su Xiao was already a monster level. No, for most second-level contractors, he was a monster level. A long time ago, his strength was seriously not equal to the level of the Reincarnation brand, which caused a virtuous cycle. On the first floor, the elevator slowly rose. Ding! The elevator opened on the 12th floor, and the dragon flash in the sheath state came out of Su Xiao's hand. The dark purple scabbard, the light of the G.O.D, was gorgeous. In addition to the simple and unadorned scabbard of the dragon flash, the two combined to form a strange beauty. Anyone who saw the dragon flash would think of this knife because it was impeccable in appearance and quality. The elevator door opened, and 3 men stood outside the elevator. Su Xiao knew 2 of them, and they were the earthworm and porcupine of the yin beast. Sorry to disturb you. Just as the porcupine was about to step into the elevator, Su Xiao put the tip of the sheath in front of it. Get out. Just as the porcupine wanted to speak, he saw the sick dog who winked at him. Sorry to disturb you. Porcupine smiled and left the elevator. During this time, he kept staring at Su Xiao with small eyes. The elevator door slowly closed. Porcupine took out the phone and dialed, and the other side immediately picked up. He went up. He is very strong. From the results of the cache investigation, he is not from the enemy forces. As for which force he is loyal to, it is temporarily unknown. Porcupine listened to the phone quietly and agreed to hang up. What did the 10th old man say? The yin beast earthworm that looked like a mollusk spoke. I didn't say much. Is the matter of Leech being killed just ending like this? There was dissatisfaction in the earthworm's yellow eyes. I hope we can forget about it. Leech was beheaded, and the sick dog was half dead. If we take revenge, who do you think should go? Hearing the porcupine's words, the yin beast earthworm's heart trembled. Do you still need to ask? They were the strongest subordinates of the 10 older men. Of course, they would go and die in the end. Then. I also hope to let it go like this. Well, now 9 of the 10 old men agree to stop this matter, try to reduce the losses as much as possible. Although we are gangsters, we won't fight against 2 strong enemies. That is stupid. Porcupine was right. The 10 older men were gangsters, but in the face of Su Xiao's strength, the 10 older men would choose to negotiate first and win him over. They had no choice but to cut off their flesh and hire powerful psychokinesis killers to kill Su Xiao. The famous killer organizations in the world were not cheap. With the wealth of the 10 older men, they would pay a shocking reward if they wanted to hire killers who could kill Su Xiao. For the 10 older men, if they did not fight directly, there was a possibility of peace talks between the 2 sides. As for leeches, the dead had no value. Blood for blood was not the style of the gang. It was just a gang formed in movies and television dramas. The elevator gradually rose to the 30th floor. Ding, the elevator opened. Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Xiao raised his eyebrows. Babo Wang's eyes widened, and the sick dog grinned. The layout of the 30th floor was simple. There was a big screen on the inner wall, and only a big bed was in the room. The large room was inevitably empty. But the 30th floor was not empty at this time. The room was full of women dressed in half-exposed clothes. There were hundreds of them, ranging from 10 to 20 years old. Royal sisters, lolis, bunny ears, nurse uniforms. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Yuk Hotel. A large group of women bowed simultaneously, and some even took off their clothes to their shoulders. Su Xiao looked at the big screen in the room. The image on the screen was a man with yellow hair, a square face, and a scar on his mouth. He looked to be about 40 years old. Friend, this is a small gift. Enjoy it. These women are all carefully selected, but how about putting a sick dog before enjoying it? After all, no one likes to watch it when doing it. The man on the screen was one of the 10 older men. The 10 older men would not show up easily, especially when facing a dangerous person like Su Xiao. The 10 did not come to the Yuk Hotel because they did not dare to. If they did not even have this little caution, the power of the 10 older men would have been destroyed long ago. Chapter 626. The white and tender arms reached out to Su Xiao, and the sick dog subconsciously retreated to retreat into the elevator. Do you think these women can exchange the dog life of the sick dog? Su Xiao looked at the screen. At this moment, those women full of spring water began to retreat. This was their instinct. The 10 older men on the screen frowned. Women were not feasible in this aspect. Maybe the women he took out were not beautiful enough? With the other party's strength, he should have seen countless women. It was likely that he would not like these. The 10 older men coughed lightly. The woman in the room retreated, leaving only a woman in a black dress. This woman had been standing far away, different from those women. This woman had a graceful figure. There was a large tattoo on her naked arm. It was a black rose. This is Black Mary. If we can negotiate, he will be your assistant. Black Mary walked forward and pulled out a chair from the next room. Su Xiao sat on the chair. In front of him was the screen. Snowflakes flashed on the screen, and the screen recovered a moment later. At this time, the screen was a round table. Around the round table sat 10 men of different ages and dressed differently. These was all the 10 older men representing the gang forces of the 6 continents. The short-haired man before spoke. He should be a representative of the 10 older men. I am Bic. How should I address you? Bic habitually touched the scar on his mouth, and his eyes seemed to be thinking about something. Biakia. Mr. Biakia, we don't talk in secret. There are 2 things this time. One is about the death of Leech, and the other is the eye of the one-eyed monster. Let's talk about the first thing first. Yes, let's talk about the Leech's death first. Another 10 older men spoke, and this 10 older man gnashed his teeth, wishing to skin Susiao alive. Ai Erthorpio, calm down. Beak looked at Erthorpio, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he hesitated for a moment but did not speak. Seeing this scene, Susiao roughly knew what was going on. 10 yin beasts and 10 older men, this was not a coincidence. One of the 10 older men had a yin beast under him. This was a mutual restriction between the gangs. The yin beast under the 10 older man, Aesop, was dead. This was a very passive situation. We can let bygones be about the Leech's death, but the 10 older men with inch hair left. The vacancy of the yin beast needs to be filled. Mr. Byakuya, you understand what I mean. Beak's meaning was already very obvious. He wanted Susiao to fill the gap of leeches and join the dark beast. On the side, a smile appeared on Aesop's face. Although a leech had died, it was like a pie falling from the sky to find a stronger subordinate. Although whether the subordinate was loyal or not still had to be tested. Susiao lit a cigarette, looked at Bick, and then at the sick dog. What if I don't agree? As soon as the voice fell, all 10 older men looked at Susiao. You don't agree? We still have 8 yin beasts. Ah, let them come out. Susiao got up. Dragon Flash came out of the sheath and put on the neck of the sick dog. The blade slowly first cut the skin, then the muscles. Wait. Beak roared. Susiao did not care. The sick dog cut in the throat did not dare to move. The fear of death shrouded him. Even if Susiao released the sick dog now, there was no need for the sick dog to come to him for revenge. The 8 yin beasts are very strong. Let them come out and fight with me, or let them kill me, or I will kill them and go to find you. They dare not show up before me. This courage wants me to be your subordinate. The blade cut the muscles on the neck of the sick dog, and the faces of the 10 older men were very ugly. Since Mr. Byakuya is here, there is room for negotiation. I have offended you just now. Beak changed the topic and suddenly became amiable. Of course, there is room for discussion. The movement of Susiao's hand stopped and moved the dragon flash away from the neck of the sick dog. The blood slid down the blade's tip, and Black Mary trembled a little. I don't want to say too much nonsense. First of all, I will not be your subordinate. At most, it is a cooperative relationship, and you have to pay for everything you do. The 10 older men looked at each other and seemed to ask their own opinions. Their original plan was to pull Susiao into the gang and slowly control him. The current situation was that this guy was temperamental, and he became hostile when he said he was angry, which was more extreme than the gang style. More importantly, Susiao put on an appearance of fighting with the 10 older men, which gave the 10 older men a headache. They suddenly found that this was not a hired thug from heaven. This was a god of plague. I wonder what Mr. Byakuya wants? Money. Rights. Women. I don't like the women you provide. As for other things, I'm not interested. Then. Killing intent emerged in the eyes of the 10 older men. Only people who did not covet anything had problems. I want rare treasures. As Susiao spoke, he took out a few items, the world government commemorative coins, soul crystals, medium, white equipment, and potion number 1. I want to be similar to these items, not in appearance, but nature. The 10 older men looked at the things in Susiao's hands. After a long time, these people shook their heads. I'm sorry, Mr. Byakuya, the thing you want. Before Big finished speaking, the 10 older men beside him spoke. Isn't that the eternal crystal? The 10 older men looked at the soul crystal, medium. Very similar. If it is not very similar, then it is. Well, this eternal crystal is not small. It can be sold at a sky-high price in the auction, but not many people are collecting it. Some people use it to make jewelry. Su Xiao's eyes seemed to shine while listening to the discussion of the 10 older men. I've decided. The cost of helping you is eternal crystal. Su Xiao guessed that the eternal crystal of the hunter world was the soul crystal. This. The 10 older men looked at each other. For a moment, no one spoke. The price is too high. How is that possible? Absurd. The 10 older men rejected it very simply. It was not that they could not take out the soul crystal, medium, but that they were accustomed to using cheap money to make others work for them, even if it was the yin beast. Are you rejecting me? Su Xiao was laughing. He kicked the sick dog away, grabbed the Black Mary dress on the side, and wiped the blood on the dragon flash with the long dress. Black Mary pressed her hands on her hips to avoid light. Since you refuse, then forget it. Su Xiao got up and walked out. The 10 older men did not know why they felt their hair stand on end. They knew in their hearts that there were two choices now. One was to send people to besiege Su Xiao, and the other was to continue to talk to Su Xiao. The best result of besieging Su Xiao was to kill many of his men after death, or he might be killed out of the encirclement of Su Xiao. Once Su Xiao was killed out of the encirclement, the 10 older men would have a hard time in the future. As for continuing to talk, the 10 older men were very hesitant. Who should pay the money? Why don't we hire him together? Big's proposal was fully approved. Mr. Byakuya, tell me about the cost of treating you to work. We will be partners. For Big to climb to such a position in a gang, of course, was a personal skill. The other 10 older men were also the same. They all knew that although they had to pay a great price to hire Su Xiao, the auction was about to begin. With Su Xiao's fighting ability to beat the Dark Beast, this might be an opportunity. My requirements are not high. This kind of standard of eternal crystal stone, 10 per day. Cough cough. 10. Chapter 627. The cost of 10 soul crystals per day was unacceptable to the 10 older men. This was cutting their flesh. 10 crystals per day is impossible. The number of eternal crystals is rare. It is no longer a problem with the price. Big was determined. 10 crystals per day was a price they were unwilling to pay. At most every Monday. One of the 10 old men spoke, and the others nodded. Su Xiao sat back in the chair. The 10 older men did not completely refuse it. This meant that there was a possibility of negotiation. These guys were richer than he imagined. Thinking of the business that was about to be completed, Su Xiao's heartbeat inevitably accelerated. The negotiation must be sincere. I can't see your sincerity for the time being. Every Monday is very sincere. Yes. Hearing everyone's discussion, Big picked up the cigarette on the table and lit it up. Every day, too. Are you crazy, Big? I don't agree. The other 10 older men looked at Big as if they were looking at a retard. Mr. Byakuya, we need to discuss this internally. Big tapped his index finger on the table, indicating that he should cut off the video first. The image on the screen was cut off. In an underground conference room in Yuxian City. The auction is about to begin. Big looked around at the other 10 older men. So what? The auction is held annually, and the security has already been set up. No. Big looked serious and said, just a few days ago, I received a piece of news that I have yet to find out whether it is true or not, and I haven't found the source of the news. If you have something to say, say it. Don't be so fussy. The news is that Spider is eyeing this auction. Spider? The other 10 older men were initially confused but then shocked. Phantom Troop? That bandit group? Yes, a bandit group composed of psychic powers. The 10 older men were worried, but they did not look afraid. They did not know the strength of the Phantom Troop. Everyone knows how powerful psychic powers are. That guy named Byakuya must be psychic. We might as well hire him to protect the auction. No, what if he also has his eyes on the auction? Yes, if there is a traitor, it will be bad. The 10 older men began to discuss, and Big had a headache. If his eyes are on the auction, he will not appear now. Think about it carefully, many signs show his goal is the eternal crystal. Although it is rare and expensive, it is not easy to sell it. If he wants it, give it to him. Big's words made the 10 older men stop talking. Although he said that guy threatened us. Do you think he is joking? Or are we talking about business? You still haven't seen that this is a god of plague? He will come to kill us if we don't deal with it. Don't forget how Leech died. And the current sick dog, he is almost a dog. Big was angry. These 10 older men were still considering their gains and losses, and they did not realize that they had provoked a god of plague. At most, I'll fight him to the death. A bald man slammed the table and stood up. The 10 older men looked at him with disdain. Why would he risk his life if he could use the money to solve a problem? We have to cooperate. We can discuss what price we can pay the most. If Spider comes, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If he doesn't come, we can treat it as a waste of money and avoid disaster. It is not long-term cooperation. The 10 older men began to explore the way. Yuk Hotel, on the 30th floor. Susiao looked at Black Mary on the side and looked at the sick dog. The sick dog fell to the ground at this time, his face was pale, and his body shook from time to time. He lost too much blood and let the sick dog be very cold. It had to be said that although the sick dog looked like a drug addict, its life force was very strong. After being cut in half by Susiao, it did not die. The eyes of the sick dog were a little dim. If he chose between being captured and dying, he chose to die quickly. You, bandage him. Susiao suddenly opened his mouth, and the sexy sister, Black Mary, was shocked. Me. Black Mary pointed to herself. Susiao did not speak, just quietly looked at Black Mary, thinking in his heart, are all the gang members so timid? This, that, I. Being stared at by Susiao was not a good experience. Black Mary was flustered. Although she was a gang member, she was only responsible for finance. The gang members usually respected her, and she also had an identity. She was the daughter of 10 old man Bike. Big was also ruthless enough to put his daughter next to Susiao at a critical moment. Yes, it's you. Susiao suddenly felt that this woman was very interesting. Although she looked like a cold royal sister with a black rose tattoo on her arm, she was a little timid. Okay. Black Mary quickly ran forward, her high heels making a few crisp sounds as she stepped on the ground. The sick dog sighed and swore in his heart that if he could survive today, he would stay away from someone. He was right. Black Mary clumsily helped the sick dog bandage it. Just as she was bandaging it, the image on the screen recovered. Byakuya, have you thought about it? 2 eternal crystals a day. Big spoke. After discussing the 10 older men, he talked to Susiao as a representative. The 10 older men had decided to take out a few at most. Susiao looked at Big quietly and seemed to be thinking about something. I don't know. Big was interrupted by Susiao before he finished speaking. 5. Hearing this number, Big's eyes twitched. He suspected there were traitors inside because their highest price was 5. At least 5. The 10 older men looked at each other. Although Susiao looked calm, he was very excited in his heart. Those were 5 soul crystals, medium, and 5 every day. What kind of concept was this? If the 10 older men could survive on the last day of the auction, including the previous 3 days, Susiao could get a total of 65 soul crystals, middle. This was simply a windfall. Mr. Byakuya, there is one thing I have to say, Our cooperation can only be maintained until the end of the auction, and then our grudges will be written off. Big's meaning was very obvious. Hiring Susiao at the end of the auction was to break the money and avoid disaster. Susiao would no longer look for them in the future. Sure, I just happened to be leaving Yuxian after the auction. Big slapped the round table and laughed. It's a pity we can't shake hands directly, but I hope we can cooperate happily. Happy cooperation. Susiao slowly returned the dragon flash to the sheath. Black Mary, go to the vault and get 5 eternal crystals. Black Mary quickly came to the front of the elevator. Black Mary walked out of the elevator 10 minutes later with a tray. Holding the tray in front of Susiao, Black Mary slightly turned her head and found that she would feel fear if she looked at Susiao directly. Susiao pulled the black cloth on the tray away, and 5 crystal clear soul crystals, medium, were placed on it, like the 5 purest diamonds. Holding the 5 soul crystals, medium, in his hand, the hint appeared. You have obtained the soul crystal, middle, times 5. The wealth of the 10 older men was unexpected. Susiao finally understood why the phantom troop came to rob these guys. These people were simply meat buns with thin skin. Next, let's talk about the one-eyed monster eyeball. Susiao took out a thick test tube. He was not a subordinate of the 10 older men. The two hair was in a cooperative relationship, so he had to use this eyeball to hit hard. Chapter 628. Susiao just took out the eyeball of the one-eyed monster. He noticed that the expressions of the 10 older men were a little strange. Those people were very greedy about this eyeball. Black Rose, is this eyeball very special? Susiao looked at Black Mary on the side. That. My name is Black Mary. I know. It's just that Black Rose is more smooth. Black Mary opened her mouth and finally sighed. All right, my name is Black Rose. As for this eyeball. Black Rose had not finished speaking when a 10 older man coughed. This thing is a long-term acquisition by the V5 organization. If it can. Cough, cough, cough. The 10 older men coughed and looked at Big fiercely. Their gazes were clearly, hurry up and make your stupid daughter shut up. Big had a splitting headache on his forehead. V5 organization. Susiao grinned. Black Rose was not only a little timid but also a little cute. Black Mary did not say anything more. She already knew that she had let it slip. How about we make an exchange? Susiao suddenly spoke, and the 10 older men were somewhat puzzled. Exchange. Yes, exchange. This eyeball can be given to you. In return, I will choose one of the items in this auction. This. The 10 older men looked at each other. Of course, they were willing to accept this deal, but the eyeball owner was a problem. The 10 older men were 10 people, each with their selfish motives. If they could offer the eyeball to the V5 organization in their name, it would greatly benefit their future development. At least their status could be improved a few levels. No one was willing to join a gang if there was a choice. For the V5 forces, a gang was just a leek. When the leek was lush, they would harvest a batch. The 10 old men forces were already very rich. According to the usual practice, the V5 forces would take action in less than 3 years. Before they were harvested, these gang leaders sought a way to survive. Their only way to survive was to find a way to join the V5 forces, so the significance of this eyeball was indescribable. Exchange an item, agree. Sure. No problem. The negotiations went smoothly. Susiao put the thick test tube on the ground. Byakuya, Black Mary will be your assistant and secretary in the future. If there is anything, we will let Black Mary inform you. As for the item, you can go to the auction to get it. Black Mary lowered her head. Her father's orders could not be violated, and she had been like this since childhood. Let her follow me. Susiao looked at Black Rose. She can serve your daily life. Beek looked normal. He had a total of 6 daughters and 3 sons. It's very dangerous to follow me. If she dies, remember to send someone to collect her corpse. No problem. The deal was settled. The 10 older men hired Su Xiao at a high price of 5 soul crystals daily. Su Xiao was responsible for making the auction start smoothly. Of course, he also had to be responsible for the life and death of the 10 older men. Now, these 10 guys were the god of wealth. At least they could not die during the auction. The soul crystal, medium, would be endless if the 10 older men did not die. If he wanted to upgrade the sword master to LV30, he also needed 70 soul crystals, medium. This was a good opportunity for them. Thinking of this, Su Xiao smiled and found that sometimes killing the plot characters was not the biggest gain. For example, he couldn't get 65 soul crystals if he killed the 10 older men, but it was different in the way of cooperation. Black Rose. Black Mary was stunned, and then she remembered that Su Xiao was calling her. Yes, what instructions does Lord Byakuya have? Take me to the auction house. Yes. Black Mary pressed the elevator button, and the elevator rose to the 30th floor. Black Mary, a little stunned in waiting, entered the elevator and subconsciously pressed the door button. Bang! One hand blocked the closed elevator door. Black Mary opened her red lips slightly and forgot Su Xiao. The furry head went into the elevator. Bobo Wang looked at Black Mary and sighed. His gaze seemed to say, this kind of national treasure level natural dumbness is rare. Su Xiao entered the elevator. Black Mary shivered in the corner. Am I that scary? Su Xiao looked at the mirror in the elevator. Of course, no, I'm just afraid of taking the elevator. Black Mary had never been so nervous. The man beside her was murderous, moody, and ruthless, so she panicked. Poor excuse, Bobo. Am I terrible? Woof. Bobo Wang shouted and rolled his eyes. At night, in the central district of Yukxian City, a black car was galloping on the road. Su Xiao sat in the front passenger seat. The little secretary, Black Mary, was in charge of driving while Bobo Wang slept in the back seat. The black car slowly stopped in front of a brightly lit building. This building had a total of 10 floors and covered a large area. This was the auction venue because the auction was about to start. At this time, the number of gang members was so many that it made people speechless. 10 older men managed Yukxian City. The gang set the rules here. Although the gang management, Yukxian security was not bad. If they dared to steal or rob here, once he was caught, he would chop off his hands and stamp his feet, and if he were caught, he would disappear from the world. Su Xiao got out of the car and walked to the auction house. A dozen members of the gangs guarding the door became alert. Stop! The irrelevant people can't enter. These gangsters did not recognize Su Xiao. Fortunately, they knew Black Mary. After some negotiation, Su Xiao entered the auction house. The first floor of the auction house could be said to be dazzling. It was not unreasonable to call it the top auction. Taking the elevator to the 41st floor of the venue, the treasure house was on this floor. After arriving at the 41st floor, just out of the elevator, Su Xiao found that the number of guards here had increased dramatically, and these gang members were holding submachine guns, rifles, and so on. It was not easy to open the treasure house. Black Mary negotiated with the person in charge of the auction for half an hour, and during that time, she repeatedly confirmed through the phone that the treasure house made of special metal was slowly opened. The area in the treasure house was not big, but there were many things, so the items were all stored in the wooden box, and the wooden box was tagged. Mr. Byakuya, you can choose any one of them. The person in charge of the auction bowed slightly. He already knew Su Xiao's identity. Su Xiao entered the treasure house and checked the labels. He directly ignored some antiques and picked out some rare weapons. These items were not all of the items in the auction house. The auction started 3 days later. Some precious items were not stored in the treasure house and would only be sent before the auction started. 10 minutes later, more than a dozen wooden boxes were in front of Su Xiao. These were the items he chose, which might be equipment or materials. Opening the first wooden box, there was a golden broadsword inside. Pure gold execution blade. Quality undetermined. Sure enough, as the previous information was the same, equipment might appear in the auction, but it required a certain amount of luck. He wanted to determine if this broadsword needed to return to the reincarnation paradise for equipment. Chapter 629. He opened all the wooden boxes. There were weapons, unknown quality potions, armor, and so on. Choosing for a long time, Su Xiao took a fancy to a knife. Bloodshed. Quality. Su Xiao held a weapon that was similar to a dragon flash. This sword was called a blood blade because the edge of the blade was blood red. The long sword slowly came out of the sheath. Su Xiao tried to cut a few times. The sharp sound of air breaking appeared. The attitude of the auction manager, who was already impatient on the side, changed greatly. The sword suddenly appeared, and the long sword slowly returned to the sheath. This is it. Su Xiao felt that the quality of this sword was not low. At least it could pass through the fair equipment of the reincarnation paradise. This. The person in charge of the auction looked embarrassed, and it seemed there was something difficult to say. What? It's like this, Mr. Byakuya, this knife has been reserved by someone, and the guest is willing to pay a high price. Has it been paid? No, but... Shut him up without paying. Su Xiao walked to the elevator with his sword. He was ready to stay in the auction house these days. On the 20th floor of the auction house, there were many guest rooms. Su Xiao chose to stay here temporarily. Now he was considered to have joined the 10 older men's forces, and the two sides were in a cooperative relationship, so he was destined to be hostile to the adventurous group. According to the original story, the adventurous group would come to rob the auction. The adventurous group and some contractors would also have ideas about the auction. According to Su Xiao's preliminary investigation, the contractor had joined the 10 older men's forces. This contractor did not have any conflict of interest with him. Although they were in the same camp, Su Xiao was not ready to contact this contractor. Su Xiao, sitting on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. He completed his daily meditation. Su Xiao took a long breath and suddenly thought that there were 2 treasure chests in his storage space that had not been opened. One was pale gold, and the other was purple. Let's try our luck. Su Xiao suddenly felt a little guilty. After all, he had just obtained 5 soul crystals, medium. And in the future, he would have 5 of them every day. This kind of windfall must have consumed a lot of luck. Taking out the Fate Redemption lighter, Su Xiao lit a cigarette with his mouth. After spitting out a light golden smoke, he was in the state of an emperor. At this moment, he had a kind of self-confidence. Yes/no opening treasure chest, purple. Open. You have obtained 1,200 paradise coins. You have obtained 5,600 paradise coins. You have obtained 3,400 paradise coins. You have 9,500 paradise coins. Seeing this series of notifications, Su Xiao spat out a mouthful of green smoke. Overall, his luck was good. He had just opened the purple treasure chest when the bathroom door opened. Bobo Wang walked out of the bathroom and shook the hair on his body. This guy loved to be clean. He would take a bath every day if there were a chance. Finding that Su Xiao was opening the treasure chest secretly, Bobo Wang quickly ran forward. The small-eyed god seemed to be saying, "Master, why didn't you call Bobo for such an interesting thing?" Bobo Wang squatted on the bed and watched Su Xiao open the treasure chest with interest because Su Xiao's expression changed the most when he opened the treasure chest. Su Xiao took a deep breath and opened the light gold treasure chest. Because the recent harvest was not small, he already had too much hope for this treasure chest. You have opened the Lord's treasure chest, light gold. You have obtained 20,000 paradise coins. You have obtained the Book of Talent, the second page. You have obtained the Book of Talent, the third page. Book of Talent, page 2, page 3. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Quality, light gold. Type, consumable. Effect, a total of 3 pages. After gathering, it can become a Book of Talents, complete. Book of Talents, a necessity to awaken innate talent, current innate talent, devouring spirit. Rating, 310. Introduction, Book of Talent can be exchanged with soul crystals, big. Each soul crystal, big, can be exchanged for a page of the Book of Talent. 2 pages with metal texture but a soft feel appeared in Su Xiao's hands. These 2 pages were full of strange words. He felt dizzy just looking at them. Paradise, what is awakening talent? Su Xiao's innate ability was the psychic. Killing talent, psychic. After killing the target, it will permanently seize 1 to 15 points of mana values. This innate ability is very simple and practical. As for what is an awakening talent, according to his guess, it should be an enhanced innate ability. Hunter level trial. Review completed. Provide corresponding information according to the hunter's authority. Talent has many different types of abilities. They are divided into ordinary talents, rare talents, special talents, killing talents, and so on. Talent ability is level E, level SSS. There is no rank before the awakening of talent. Awakening talent requires the following conditions to be met. Any naked makeup attribute has reached 50 points, already achieved. After awakening the talent will show the corresponding level and enhance the existing ability or develop new ability. The awakening talent is extremely dangerous, more than 50 contractors cannot awaken the talent. The awakening talent has great significance. The killing talent must be awakened. The Reincarnation Paradise will release a critical mission after the hunter reaches the 3rd rank. The higher the level of the hunter, the higher the difficulty of awakening the talent. The talent awakening mission will be higher than the hunter LV10, if Su Xiao is LV14, the talent awakening mission is LV24. The clearance is insufficient. The following information cannot be checked. Warning, hunter can't reveal anything related to awakening talent. After reading the information provided by the Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao was silent. A concept that he had never heard of appeared, awakening talent ability. Many situations showed that awakening talent was a good thing. Not to mention whether he could get a new ability, he was eager to strengthen his current talent ability. The Blue Steel Shadow ability consumed too many mana values, and each derivative world could not satisfy him by seizing 100 points of mana values. From the literal meaning, it could be seen that awakening talent was very difficult, and this was an extremely hidden matter. This time, he coincidentally opened 2 pages of the Book of Talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know the concept of awakening talent. Awakening talent requires 4 points, and a type of naked makeup reaches 50 points. According to the information provided by the Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao had to meet the first 3 conditions before he could activate the talent awakening mission. The talent awakening mission was different from the promotion mission. The talent awakening mission could be executed in any derivative world. If Su Xiao could collect the talent book in the hunter world, he could immediately activate the talent awakening mission. Unfortunately, not to mention that Su Xiao could not complete the talent awakening task, and the possibility of getting the talent book, the first page, in the hunter world was not high. There was no such coincidence in the world. With Su Xiao's luck, it was impossible to have someone send him a pillow when he dozed off. If he dozed off, he would only be attacked. The talent awakening, is 10 levels higher. Su Xiao felt that the talent awakening task would be completed as soon as possible. It was best to complete it between the second and third levels, which was the least risky. Putting away the 2 pages of the talent book, there was no need to consider the talent awakening in this derivative world. He still thought about how to deal with the adventurous group. Chapter 630. Time passed quickly, and Su Xiao received another 10 soul crystals. After that, it was time for the auction to start. September 1st, morning. Yukxian City was even more lively. The traffic in the central area was blocked, and the car honks that came in succession disturbed Su Xiao's morning sleep. These broken cars. Su Xiao sat up. The quilt slid down and revealed his upper body, which was not strong but full of strength. Bobo Wang sat at the dining table, holding a cup of hot milk with both hands, and drank slowly. These 2 people and a dog were very unrestrained. 5 soul crystals were collected every day. In name, they were protecting the security of the city of Yukxian. They were eating, drinking and playing. They walked through several food streets. Woof! Bobo Wan called out, his eyes clearly saying, "Master, where are we going to eat, drink, and play today? The auction is about to begin. We can't be as leisurely as before." Su Xiao got up, and at this time, the door was pushed open. Black Mary pushed the dining cart into the room. After seeing Su Xiao, who was naked, Black Mary lowered her head. "Breakfast is ready." Black Mary secretly looked up at Su Xiao's shirtless upper body. The thrilling scars made her a little speechless. Su Xiao walked to the dining table and sat down. At this time, Bobo Wan was playing a mobile game. "Don't play, eat." Black Mary brought a sumptuous breakfast to the table. Su Xiao, who was chewing the food, looked at Black Mary. "When will the auction start?" 6 o'clock late. Be more detailed." Black Mary began to introduce the situation of the auction. Today is September 1st. The auction would start today, but it would start at 6 p.m. During the day, it would only be the opening ceremony, such as inviting famous singers to sing. With the wealth of the 10 older men and the good reputation of the gang, the opening ceremony during the day was vast, and the actors and singers invited were all very famous. At 6 p.m., the first round of the auction began. The first round was semi-public, and the participants in the first round were all gang members. The auction owner of that day would show the wealth of those gang members to show his face to the 10 older men. The first auction would end at 8, and the second round would begin at 9. This time, it would be the highlight and last until noon. From 1st to September 2nd, there is an auction every night. As long as one had enough money, one could participate. In the original work, the auction was destroyed before it was even held. Su Xiao certainly would not allow this to happen. He still hoped to continue collecting soul crystals, medium. So, the adventurous group coming to make trouble was equivalent to cutting off Su Xiao's road of wealth, and the broken one was a windfall. Of course, he had to risk his life, the kind that would not stop until he died. Dang! Su Xiao inserted a stake. He did not have a chance of winning against the adventurous group. The people of the adventurous group had a habit. Most of the time, they would not attack the enemy. It was generally in a one-on-one form. Sometimes, even if the members died in the battle, others would not attack. It was just that after the member died in the battle, other people continued to fight against the enemy. This undoubtedly gave Su Xiao a chance. There were too many people in the adventurous group, and he was not the opponent when they attacked together. Thinking of this, Su Xiao suddenly remembered the contractor, who joined the power of the 10 older men. These people had already revealed the attack of the adventurous group to the 10 older men in various ways. However, it was useless. The 10 old men forces did not care about the adventurous group. The adventurous group was just a group of bandits with psychic ability in their eyes. The dark beasts were all powerful. Su Xiao had long thought of the attitude of the 10 older men, so he did not mention the adventurous group at all. He just needed to follow the plan. At 5 o'clock that night, on the first floor of the auction house. At the beginning of the evening lights, a large group of gangsters gathered in the banquet hall on the first floor. These people talked with each other and compared their achievements in the past year. These people had a lot of status in the gang. The auction at 6 o'clock was prepared for them. On the roof of the auction house, the night wind blew. Su Xiao used the sniper rifle's scope and the apostle's eye to detect the surrounding situation. According to the original plot, the adventurous group would attack the auction tonight to rob all the items. From the current situation, no members of the adventurous group appeared, and the nearby monitoring equipment did not catch a trace of the adventurous group. Did the adventurous group change their plan? Considering that contractor was there, it was normal for the regiment to change their plan. Just as Su Xiao was looking for the trace of the regiment, there was a slight noise in the basement of the auction house. Bang, 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 a large crack appeared on the wall of the basement. Finally, a big hole appeared. A tall, strong man with long ears poked his head out of the hole. If the position is right, it should be here. The tall figure drilled into the basement from the hole in the wall. Although the hole on the wall was not small, it was still a little difficult for him. The tall figure was called Franklin, a member of the Phantom Troop. The regiment was number 7 and released the ability of the system. After the 10 fingers were opened, it could launch a psychic bomb. The character was mature and steady, and it was the peacemaker of the regiment. This time, it can't be wrong. I shouldn't have let the small drop take the map. A slightly hoarse voice came from the black hole. A short figure jumped from the hole into the basement. The hole that Franklin could barely enter was very easy for the man. The man was about 1.5 meters tall, with thin dead fish eyes and a black trench coat. The trench coat collar was very high, blocking his face's lower half. This person was called Flying Tank, a member of the Phantom Troop. The brigade number was 2, the ability to change, the character was cold, and the hobby was to torture the enemy. I accidentally lost the map, sorry. A weak voice came, and a dull glasses girl jumped into the basement. Her name was Little Drip, a member of the Phantom Troop. The brigade number was 8, and she could materialize thoughts. She was a new member of the Phantom Troop. The 3 people of the brigade entered the basement. At this time, another figure jumped out of the hole. Too slow. If you delay any longer, I will kill you. Seeing the person who came, Flying Tank's eyes were extremely cold. Sorry, I am a little nervous. The person quickly apologized, his fear obvious. Tisk. Seeing this person's expression, Flying Tank was very unhappy. Without their leader's instructions, this person would already be a corpse. The 4th man who entered the basement was wearing a black robe. Although he could not join the regiment, he used a special method to find the regiment leader, Kululu, 3 days ago. He claimed to know the power of the 10 older men. This guy was the contractor, the lucky contractor. The auction is about to start. Hurry up. Flying Tank took the lead and walked to the upper level of the auction. Little Drip and the others quickly followed. That contractor took a deep breath. He was still a little nervous. No doubt, cooperating with the regiment was asking for the tiger's skin, but this was an opportunity. Wait. When the contractor spoke, Flying Tank and the others stopped and turned to look at the contractor. Everyone, according to my information, now is not the best time to attack the auction. If you want the item, we better wait until the auction begins. Then we will have the opportunity to get the item. This contractor understood the plot of the Hunter world. Of course, he knew that the Yin Beast had transferred the item. If he attacked the auction now, he would only alert the enemy. His main mission had changed because of the contact with the regiment. He needed to help the regiment steal the item. Once he succeeded, he would get extremely generous rewards. Attack the auction. Flying Tank narrowed his eyes, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. How did you know we were going to attack the auction? The captain only told us to sneak into the auction. When he told us the specific plan, you were not there. Franklin looked at the contractor coldly. Chapter 631. That contractor felt a chill in his heart. He, who had grasped the development of the plot, had a smooth time after coming into contact with the regiment. He had obtained the preliminary trust of the regiment commander and could move with Flying Tank and the others. This made him inevitably feel a little complacent. Everyone, I have no other intentions. I want to help you get a share of the auction items. At this time, the internal strife. Internal strife. The contractor's words were interrupted by Flying Tank. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the contractor by the neck before reacting. Wait. That contractor tried to struggle. The milky white cheese spread around Flying Tank. The arm holding the contractor's neck surged with great force, making it impossible for that contractor to break free. The leader suspected you a long time ago. First, he deliberately approached him. Then, he put on an omniscient and omnipotent appearance. Your face is so disgusting that it makes people nauseous. And how did you know we were going to attack the auction house? The leader once guessed that you have a special ability, such as a prophecy, and you belong to a special talent. But after a period of observation, you don't even understand the basic reading knowledge, and you don't have a prophecy ability. Flying Tank did not listen to the contractor's explanation at all, and the strength of his arm grew stronger and stronger. Franklin, save me. The contractor's face turned red. He had a little friendship with Franklin. At least, he thought so. Flying Tank, don't kill him. Hearing Franklin's words, the contractor was delighted. Maybe we can get more information by interrogating him. What did you say? The contractor's body trembled violently. He had seen Flying Tank interrogate the enemy once. But there isn't much time left. The auction is about to begin. It's fine. This is the captain's idea. All right, I just happen to be unhappy with him for a long time. I hope he can hold on a little longer. Flying Tank exerted strength in his hand and strangled the contractor half to death, then tied him up with a special rope. 5 minutes later, the basement was filled with the smell of blood. Franklin frowned. Flying Tank's interrogation method was crazy. It had exceeded the psychological limit of most people. Looking at it would make one's scalp numb, let alone personally experiencing it. Flying Tank casually threw away an eyeball in his hand. That contractor was no longer in human form. Mission? Could this guy be a spy from some organization? At this time, Flying Tank was staring at the half-dead contractor. The other party's mouth was very tight, only revealing a small amount of information. It was not that this contractor was tight-lipped, but some of the information he revealed was blocked by the Reincarnation paradise, such as the existence of the Reincarnation paradise. Under Flying Tank's torture, this contractor even confessed to peeking at his sister when she was bathing in her teens. There is no useful information. What should we do? He looked at Franklin. He trusted Franklin's steady character. It doesn't matter. Maintain the original plan and not change, but this guy has mentioned the psychic ability outside the yin beast. You have to be careful about this. Flying Tank broke the throat of the contractor. The contractor was unwilling to believe it even if he died. He died because of a wrong sentence. This resulted from not having enough strength and pretending to be omniscient and omnipotent in front of the plot characters. Although Susiao was not weak, he often pretended to be confused. Let's think of a way to sneak into the auction first. The others are still waiting for our cover. As soon as Flying Tank finished speaking, there was a sudden vibration. Sensing this vibration, Franklin kicked the butt of the small droplet beside him. The small droplet screamed and flew away, its head hitting the wall. Boom! The basement shed shattered, and gravel flew everywhere. A long knife cut through the place where the small drop had been previously. If Franklin had not kicked her away, she would have been beheaded. Not every member of the regiment was very strong. There were a few members whose abilities were biased towards the ability and were not very suitable for fighting. For example, the small drop materialized the eye fish. The eye fish was a vacuum cleaner similar to a living creature. It could suck in anything that the small drops thought had no life. Dust filled the basement. Flying Tank had a serious expression. After sensing the aura of the visitor, he determined that this guy was not to be trifled with. Who? He did not say an answer, but Flying Tank felt that there was someone inside the smoke and dust. Why don't you guests walk through the main entrance? Are you trying to rob the auction? Susiao walked out of the smoke and dust. It was not the members of the adventurous group he found, but Bobo Wang heard a sound from the ground while patrolling on the first floor. If it developed according to the original plot, Flying Tank and others would kill all the gang members who participated in the first auction. But Susiao had already cooperated with the 10 old men forces. If this kind of thing happened, it was unkind to collect 5 soul crystals daily. The smoke and dust dispersed. Susiao, holding a long sword, came out of the basement now. A large number of gang members gathered on the upper floor. They observed the situation in the basement through the hole. These people did not dare to come down. They pointed their guns at Flying Tank and the other 2 people below. The gang members and contractor, who joined the 10 older men's forces, came after hearing the sound. I have been discovered. You guys retreat. First, I will cover the rear. The milky white gas emerged from Franklin's body. This was psychic ability. Ordinary people could not see it. You and the little drop retreat first. I will do it. Flying Tank looked at Susiao. A rare fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. He should be a high-ranking member of the gang. We might be able to get a lot of information if we catch him. Franklin hesitated for a moment and nodded at the end of the line. Got it? Go meet up with Little Drip and the others first. There's news from the treasury. It's empty. Be careful. Empty? It looks like that guy is not lying. Flying Tank looked at the broken body not far away. While they were talking, Susiao had already slowly walked forward with a sword. The Phantom Troop was not easy to deal with. Fortunately, the people of the Phantom Troop did not come to kill people but to rob the items. Those items were the property of the 10th old man and had little relationship with Susiao, but if he directly gave the items to the Phantom Troop, the 10th old man would not let them go. This was not Susiao's style. The best result was that Susiao fought with the Phantom Troop. The yin beasts under the 10th old man died a lot. At that time, whether it was the 10th old man choosing to break the money to avoid disaster or the strategic retreat, Susiao had little relationship. His main mission was to participate in the auction. To be exact, there was no faction at the root. Helping the 10 older men was just them paying the soul crystal. This way, things were simple. It was okay if the adventurous group did not rob the first stage. The 10 older men would not care about those items when the dark beasts died. Instead, they trembled and begged Susiao to save their lives. At that time, they could increase the price. In the basement. Noticing that Susiao came forward, Flying Tank took out a dark red umbrella. The umbrella opened the back umbrella and aimed at Susiao. There was a black skull pattern on the umbrella. Flying Tank hid behind the umbrella. At this time, the advantage of the short figure was that the umbrella completely blocked Flying Tank. The purpose of the 3 people was to attract the attention of the gangs, and the ones who went to grab the items were Banjian, Xian Chang, Jia and Ma Qi. Although they did not complete the plan they expected, the three people successfully attracted the enemy's attention, but the three people noticed that Su Xiao was not weak, so they left people to cover the back, and the rest retreated. Su Xiao stared at the umbrella and recalled Flying Tank's ability in his mind. Although Flying Tank was a transformation system, this guy had close combat strength that was not weaker than the strengthening system, and his close combat ability was in the top 3 in the regiment. Hey, 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 hey. Flying Tank let out a sinister laugh and pulled out a long saber from the umbrella. This long saber was relatively thin, with a light blade and a hidden saber in the umbrella. It seems that the weapons we use are similar. It has been a long time since we exercised. It just warms up. Flying Tank suddenly disappeared in place, and the speed was so fast that he could not catch sight. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes. Flying Tank was too fast, so fast that he could only catch the after image. The whistling sound came, Flying Tank came out in front of Su Xiao now, and the long sword in his hand stabbed towards Su Xiao's face. Hard. With a low shout, a large amount of psychic energy gathered on the long sword in Flying Tank's hand, and the sword was so dense that it released a golden light. Ding! The crisp sound came far, and the sword's tip stopped after a dozen centimeters from Su Xiao's eyebrows. A layer of crystal clear energy shield appeared. Chapter 632. Not bad, hee hee. Flying Tank laughed again and turned back. After the initial fight, Su Xiao understood some of Flying Tank's details. Flying Tank was extremely fast, but its attack power and defense were not strong. When facing this enemy, you should pay attention to defense. Otherwise, it is easy to capsize. Su Xiao pressed on the energy shield in front of him with one hand. This energy shield consumed 400 points of mana, and its defense was strong enough to make Flying Tank doubt his life. He did not make any movements. The energy shield that was 4 meters wide and 4 meters tall split up, forming dozens of basketball-sized hexagonal energy shields. These 10 small energy shields floated around his body. Because they were hexagonal shapes, they could be combined into a circle and wrapped inside Su Xiao. These energy shields were like crystal carvings, clear, reflecting light in some dark basement. Su. Flying Tank rushed to Su Xiao at high speed and stabbed Su Xiao with a sword. With a sound, the hexagonal energy shield blocked the direct stab of Flying Tank, and what happened made Flying Tank very surprised. In addition to the hexagonal energy shield blocking Flying Tank's attack, other energy shields spread around the moment Flying Tank's attack fell, leaving only a hexagonal energy shield in front of Su Xiao. The reason for this was to block the enemy's attack and not affect Su Xiao's counterattack. The long sword in Su Xiao's hand slashed at Flying Tank. Although his movement speed was not fast, his speed was fast. Flying Tank stepped on the ground and jumped back flexibly. Flying Tank, who jumped a few meters away, fell to the ground. A red line appeared on his lower abdomen, and blood slowly seeped. Flying Tank was injured by Su Xiao and almost cut open his stomach. However, Flying Tank was too fast. The knife was slightly cut, and the green steel shadow energy invaded his body. Flying Tank's eyes widened, and his pupils trembled for a moment before recovering. With Flying Tank's willpower, Su Xiao did not expect the green steel shadow energy to have other effects. It was enough to cause real damage to Flying Tank. Every knife was 130 points and had lost 9 of the real damage of mana. Flying Tank could not hold on for long with his physique. Little Drip and Franklin, who were retreating, saw this scene. Franklin gradually slowed down. He was ready to help. He is injured. Do you want to help him? Little Drip also stopped. Flying Tank noticed that Franklin and Little Drip had stepped out of the corner of his eye. He immediately said, I am in high spirits. Give me half an hour. All right. Franklin shook his head helplessly and disappeared into the hole that led to the distance with little drip. Boom. The roar continued, and Susiao and Flying Tank started a fierce battle in the basement. Flying Tank's speed could only be described as fast as a ghost. He used his speed advantage to run around the field, wanting to suppress Susiao with this. But Flying Tank could not suppress Susiao. Susiao's movement speed was not fast, but his sword speed was not weaker than Flying Tank, and his movement speed was relatively not fast. After taking a hit from Susiao, Flying Tank knew he must not take it lightly. Now his body was still a little numb, a large amount of psychic energy was destroyed, and his body was vaguely painful. The psychic energy being destroyed was bad news for Flying Tank. His big move, the sunflower seed, could create a small sun. The more injured Flying Tank was before using the rose sun seed, the higher the temperature of the small sun. But to use the big move, seed sun seed, he needed to use the energy. If the energy were completely devoured, it would be useless even if he were cut into a human stick. Without the energy, he would be dead. He couldn't fight back at all. Ding, ding, ding. Susiao and Flying Tank instantly separated after killing more than 10 times. Sparks flew. The figures of the two people had disappeared in the eyes of the gang members. They could only see the sparks splashing in the basement from time to time and the sound of an explosion. Zheng. The sword light suddenly appeared, and Flying Tank, running at high speed, suddenly stopped and made an iron bridge movement. The sword light brushed past the tip of his nose. Susiao quickly stepped forward, the long sword in his hand turned upside down and stabbed at Flying Tank's lower abdomen. Flying Tank instantly disappeared. Susiao stabbed the air, the long sword deeply into the ground. At the same time, Susiao tightened the boundary line when the sword stabbed the air. Unfortunately, the boundary line was also dodged by Flying Tank at high speed. Flying Tank would not be passively beaten. He immediately returned fire and slashed at Susiao a few times. A burst of crisp sound came, and a few Flying Tank swords cut on the hexagonal energy shields around Susiao. These energy shields floated around Susiao, sometimes forming a circle, sometimes splitting. It could be said that there was no need to block. Several slashes were blocked, and Flying Tank's movements were inevitably stiff for a moment. Susiao certainly would not miss this opportunity. Just as Flying Tank made a defense move, Susiao immediately changed the attack's trajectory. Flying Tank was not a soft persimmon, and it seemed to have guessed it long ago and also made the corresponding countermeasures. When Susiao quickly made 6 false attacks, Flying Tank finally showed a flaw. The long sword slashed down, and Flying Tank disappeared after the landing point scattered in the air and blood dripped. Susiao had made false attacks too many times, which gave Flying Tank time to breathe, only a little light injury. Fighting was not a competition of brute force. Wisdom and experience were equally important. Susiao and Flying Tank were both clear about this. The contractor, who was in the camp of the 10 older men nearby, was stunned. These dozen people had no intention of getting close at all. The basement was too dangerous. Is this guy contractor? Can a second-rank contractor be so strong? A contractor girl hid in the distance and secretly opened the video function. She had thought of the title of this video. A fierce person was fighting Flying Tank alone. I recognize this guy. He is the one who fought the commander-level creature one-on-one. The fighting style of Susiao and Flying Tank differed from the fighting style of this contractor. It was not about who was stronger, who was more agile or who had more skills. Susiao and Flying Tank competed in strength, speed, combat skills, terrain judgment, grasp of timing, and battle wisdom. He had already guessed the enemy's psychology and thus judged the enemy's tactics. Annoying ability. Flying Tank wiped the blood on his neck, a gap was cut in his collar, and from the gap, he could see that he was laughing. Flying Tank said annoying ability, which was the hexagonal energy shield around Su Xiao. When Su Xiao first defended against Flying Tank's attack, he built an energy shield with 400 points of strength, which was the strongest energy shield he could make. The limit of the energy shield was 4 meters wide and 4 meters high. This was the biggest energy shield he could make. Promoting the green steel shadow level could increase the size of the energy shield. He consumed 400 points of mana to build this level of another energy shield because he recently used a new energy shield method. Su Xiao found that after the construction of the energy shield, it was not impossible to change. After injecting a small amount of mana, he could change the shape of the energy shield or divide the energy shield into dozens of pieces or even hundreds of pieces. So, the strength of the dozens of hexagonal energy shields around him was 400 points. It would be a miracle if the flying tank could pierce through. And these dozens of energy shields were divided into an energy shield. There was an energy link between them, which was a whole body. It was impossible to pierce one side unless the attack strength was enough to pierce all 10 energy shields, so the defense was even more terrible. Also, after the enemy's attack was blocked by the energy shield, in addition to the energy shield that blocked the enemy's attack, the energy shields in other places would spread out to avoid affecting Su Xiao's attack. What a disgusting ability! The enemy can't hurt Su Xiao, but he can counter-attack the enemy with the flaws created by the enemy's attack. The flying tank was hit by Su Xiao twice because of these 10 hexagonal energy shields, but this ability is not without flaws. There is no perfect ability in the world. The consumption is large, 400 mana values, the energy link formed after the energy shield is divided under 400 points of strength is unstable, and the duration is short, 10 minutes. Considering the characteristics of this hexagonal energy shield, Su Xiao named this ability Counter-Attack Shield and fought back at the moment the enemy attacked. Chapter 633. The hexagonal energy shield circled Su Xiao, and the move ordered to be a counter-attack shield could last for 4 minutes. With Su Xiao's current battle consumption, the counter-attack shield could be activated for 20 minutes, and the remaining mana values needed to turn into green steel shadow energy to support the blade. If he had been adding the green steel shadow energy on the blade, the mana value was not enough, so Su Xiao only opened the green steel shadow at the crucial moment. Most of the time, the blade would not add the green steel shadow energy. Even so, mana values were still not enough. As for the potion to recover mana values, Su Xiao had bought it before, but that thing depended on luck. When the trading market had goods, he had no money. He had money and no goods. It was very painful. Su Xiao withdrew the green steel shadow energy that was attached to the blade. It was not meant to open the green steel shadow when he could not kill the enemy. Not far away, Flying Tank was hiding behind the umbrella. He did not dare to attack rashly now. He took 2 hits from Su Xiao, and his psychic energy was almost 1/10 of it. If he were cut more than 10 times, he would not be able to use a big move. At that time, the outcome would be decided. Su Xiao did not know how much psychic energy he had left, but his mana was not much. The current situation was that whoever exhausted his energy first would die first. The two people had similar melee abilities, so they were somewhat unable to deal with each other, but Su Xiao had the advantage. It seems that we have underestimated the gang. Flying Tank's shirt had been soaked in blood. Although his injury was not heavy, the wound on his lower abdomen and neck was bleeding. Su Xiao rarely spoke when fighting, so when Flying Tank opened his mouth, he had already rushed forward. Cut. Looking at Su Xiao, who rushed over, Flying Tank couldn't do anything for a while. The 10 energy shields floating in the air gave him a headache. Flying Tank narrowed his slender eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to fight Su Xiao. The situation changed. Flying Tank was chasing Su Xiao to cut, Su Xiao was the main defense, and now it was Su Xiao who cut Flying Tank into pieces. Zheng. The saber light slashed across, and the sound of explosions echoed in the basement. At this time, the basement had turned into a restricted living area, but a gang member who was holding a gun and watching the battle accidentally fell from the broken hole in the ceiling. "Pull me up." The gang member had a horrified expression. Before the other gang members could rescue him, he felt his arm numb. He subconsciously raised his right hand in front of him. His palm had already disappeared, and a stream of blood sprayed out. "Ah!" The short scream stopped abruptly. After a few crisp sounds of weapons colliding, the gang member was cut into more than 10 pieces. This frightening scene stunned the other gang members. They immediately distanced themselves from the hole. Clang! A few rays of light spread around. This was Su Xiao's blade light that wanted to kill but could not cut through the air. The female contractor using a blue equipment recording was scared and shrunk her neck. The blade light flew over her head and even cut her hair. "Is there a mistake? It's just a video recording. It can hit Marcus. This is professional ethics." The female contractor who was dressed up hesitated, wondering if she should continue to stay on the battlefield. This place was more dangerous than she had imagined. She often recorded the scenes of other contractors' battlefields, but in order not to expose too much of the contractor's privacy, she would beat the code to avoid exposing the identity of other contractors and becoming enemies. Now she hesitated. Between obtaining a precious battle video and her life, she naturally chose to run away. Not only did this contractor leave, but the other contractor also quickly left the field. Flying Tank's big move was terrifying, and all contractors knew this. Boom, boom. Su Xiao and Flying Tank fought together. Su Xiao's long sword slashed forward, and Flying Tank could only block helplessly. Ding! Because of the gap in strength, Flying Tank staggered, and there was a gap in his lower body. Su Xiao raised his foot and kicked directly. This foot went straight to the chest of Flying Tank. If this foot hit, Flying Tank would be seriously injured, and the ribs would be broken and inserted into various organs. As this foot was about to fall, Su Xiao suddenly stopped the attack and used Dragon Flash to push Flying Tank back. It was just a chance to injure Flying Tank heavily, but he gave up without hesitation. Did he want to show mercy? Of course not. According to Su Xiao, Flying Tank's big move was that the more serious the injury, the stronger the power. And Su Xiao guessed there was a limit to the power of the big move after Flying Tank was injured, such as self-mutilation could not enhance the big move, the damage caused by the teammate could not enhance the big move, etc. It was unknown when the teammate was effective, but self-mutilation must not be done. Otherwise, Flying Tank would not send them to Su Xiao to kick directly, which was the risk of death. The two people confronted each other a few meters apart. Flying Tank looked at Su Xiao doubtfully. Just now, he deliberately leaked the flaws, but the enemy did not attack him. Strange. Flying Tank looked at the knife in Su Xiao's hand, and the previous battle scene flashed through his mind. It seems that I guessed right. You can devour the energy of the mind not because of attacking me, but after the knife cuts into me, a kind of blue energy invades my body. Only the chop will carry that energy. The attack of the limbs will not carry that energy. Flying Tank murmured. He was analyzing Su Xiao's ability. No, since the knife can support that ability, the limbs are likely. The key is to cause a wound to me. Without the blue energy of the wound, it cannot invade the human body. Also, the annoying energy shield is about to disappear. It is much lighter in color than before, and there is an elegant phenomenon. The duration of this ability is not long, and the consumption must be very large. The analysis ability of Flying Tank was terrifying. It was just a few minutes of fighting. Su Xiao's two main abilities were divided him, and he thought of a strategy to deal with it. Just as Flying Tank was analyzing Su Xiao's ability, Su Xiao was also analyzing Flying Tank's ability. First of all, Flying Tank's endurance was not weak, which could infer that his total amount of psychic energy was a lot. It was impossible to devour the psychic energy of the other party with the green steel shadow energy. From the looks of it, there was only one way to defeat Flying Tank. That was to find an opportunity to kill the other party in one blow. He could not give the other party a chance to be seriously injured. He did not want to be burnt. Secondly, the speed of Flying Tank was too fast. This basement was a good place to fight, which could restrict the flexibility of Flying Tank. But one thing to pay attention to was that he had to leave this place immediately once Flying Tank released his big move. This semi-enclosed environment would greatly increase the power of Flying Tank's big move. Both of them came up with a strategy to kill each other. This process was not more than 10 seconds. There's not much time left. Flying Tank took the initiative to rush to Susiao, which stunned Susiao. It was almost 10 minutes. His counter-attack shield was about to disappear. The other party should see this. Delaying time was the best way. There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. Flying Tank's target might not be him. Looking around, Susiao saw the gangsters on the upper level through the hole in the ceiling. These guys with guns were watching the battle with fear in their eyes. Seeing the guns in the hands of these people, Susiao's pupils shrank. Chapter 634. Sure enough, Flying Tank, who rushed to Susiao, suddenly changed his position, rushed to the gang members on the ceiling, and burst out at full speed. Susiao could not stop it at all. Finding this situation, Susiao, whose pupils contracted, slashed out a few times out of thin air. He rushed over. Fire! Duh! Bang! Bang! The dense bullets shot toward Flying Tank, and at the same time, when these gangsters fired, the blade flew. Puff! Puff! Blood splashed. This group of gangsters were neatly killed. Susiao was decisive enough, but it was too late. Not bad. Flying Tank raised his eyebrows when he saw the broken corpses. If he had to choose, he would do the same. Dozens of bullets shot toward Flying Tank, and the long blade in Flying Tank's hand slashed continuously. After a few crisp sounds, the bullets aimed at his head, heart, and other vital points flew. In addition to the strengthening system, after the other psychic ability users removed the psychic covering their bodies, their physical strength was slightly stronger than ordinary people. Flying Tank was a transformation system, so after he removed the defense of psychic ability, most bullets entered his body, and some bullets even penetrated his body. Flying Tank floating in the air spat out a large mouthful of blood, but his face was full of a happy smile. The blue veins on Susiao's hand holding the knife burst out, and an extremely bad feeling appeared. When Flying Tank in the original work used a big move, the injury was not too heavy, at least he could move freely and lift the big stone easily after the war. And now Flying Tank was almost turned into a sieve. He was seriously injured and might die no matter how he looked at it. How strong would Flying Tank in this state be when he used a big move? This doubt was about to be demonstrated by Flying Tank to Susiao. Flying Tank, covered in bullet holes, staggered back a few steps. Bluish-gray psychic energy burst out of his body. This psychic energy gave people a bad feeling. This psychic energy was fleeting. Flying Tank had changed his clothes at some point in time. He was dressed in black and red. In addition to his eyes, he wrapped Flying Tank completely. This was Flying Tank prepared to use a big move. His ability was too strong. If he did not have the protection of this unforgivable person, he would also be burned to ashes. When Flying Tank was ready to make a big move, Susiao would not stand there foolishly. He had already rushed to the 3 meters of Flying Tank. Flying Tank narrowed his eyes. The unforgivable person could withstand not only heat but also had an extremely strong defense. He would not be in danger in a short period. As long as he released that move, the enemy would be dead at this distance. And Susiao had two choices. One was to use all his strength to cut out a sword. This sword might be able to kill Flying Tank, but whether it could interrupt the opponent's big move was unknown. If it could not be interrupted, even if it killed Flying Tank, he would be buried with it. The second was to kick Flying Tank out as far as possible so that it could greatly weaken the power of Flying Tank's big move. Flying Tank's big move was not too terrible out of this semi-enclosed environment. Hesitating for a moment, Susiao made a decision. He bowed slightly, with his left foot as a fulcrum, and his right leg kicked at Flying Tank with all his strength. "You still want me? I want to return the pain to you." Flying Tank had just muttered a sentence that only he could understand, and Susiao's full-strength side kick had arrived. Bang! This kick landed on the side waist of the Flying Tank, and Susiao heard the sound of the Flying Tank being kicked. Flying Tank flew to the sky shed with a whoosh. Susiao's 55 points of strength attribute could already be called strange force. Flying Tank, flying in the air, even broke a wave of air. Boom! The sky shed was smashed. Not only that, but Flying Tank, who continued to fly, broke the outer wall of the auction and flew out of the auction diagonally. In the middle of the air, a green-gray energy ball gushed out from the body of Flying Tank and finally stopped at the side of the auction building. Turn the pain into heat, and suffer the burning Sunday. With a whoosh, the energy ball expanded and turned into a small sun with a diameter of more than 10 meters. In the original work, Flying Tank was only 5 meters in size, but now it was more than 10 meters, which was related to his injury. This sun lit up the night sky, illuminating half of Yuxin City in a fiery red color. The terrifying high temperature spread out. Flying Tank landed on the ground. He stood under the small sun, wearing special clothes of psychic energy. He could not feel the slightest heat. Kikik. Flying Tank was laughing strangely. The small sun released high temperatures, and the surrounding buildings were instantly on fire. The cement floor collapsed like a melted cake. The gangsters and civilians within a few hundred meters were all affected. They did not feel pain. The temperature of the small sun was too high, and they were instantly burned to ashes. The asphalt road burned, and the burning point of the asphalt was about 67 degrees. Not only was the road burning, but some objects affected by the small sun were also burning. Steel was burned like a candle, flying was seriously injured, and the temperature of the small sun was even more terrifying. In the basement of the auction house, a hole appeared on the ground at this time, and the inside of the hole was dark. Susiao had entered the auction's lowest level, the third level. Even when he arrived here, he felt the heat wave gradually coming from above. As for the safety of Bobo Wang, long before Flying Tank used his big move, Susiao had already informed Bobo Wang to retreat. Now that the fool was in the distance roasted fire, it was much safer than Susiao. The sun continued to burn, and the small sun not only increased the temperature of the Flying Tank the heavier it was injured, but the duration would also increase accordingly. After 3 minutes, the small sun began to dim and finally disappeared. At this time, there was no trace of Flying Tank. Because he was kicked away by Susiao, he did not know whether Susiao was alive or dead, so he ran away after releasing the sun. It was dark within 300 meters of the auction house. Red sparks could still be seen on the ground. A large number of buildings around collapsed and were burned into black charcoal. The street that was bustling just now, at this moment, looking around, there was no living person in the street full of gangsters, and a pile of white powder was those gang members. Because the high temperature detonated flammable materials, the whole street was full of thousands of holes. On the third floor of the auction house, although it was not close to the small sun and buildings were blocking it, the temperature here was still not low. With a bang, a steel door burned to the point of deformation was kicked away, and Susiao, emitting cold air, walked out of the iron door. Just as the heat spread to the third floor, Susiao entered a large cold warehouse, which was used to store the ingredients. He had seen the map of the auction house and fought with Flying Tank in the basement of the first floor because of the cold warehouse on the third floor. Before the heat spread, he drilled into the cold warehouse and opened the temperature to the lowest. Who would have thought that he adjusted the temperature too low? Although he was not baked by the small sun, he was cold. A thick burnt smell came as soon as Susiao walked out of the cold warehouse. He closed his eyes to sense the breath of Flying Tank. As expected, Flying Tank had escaped. After this battle, Susiao roughly figured out the strength of the adventurous group. The answer was not as strong as he imagined. Although Flying Tank's close combat ability was not weak, it only relied on the speed advantage. After all, Flying Tank's speed was the first in the adventurous group. Chapter 635. Even if the speed was very fast, Flying Tank did not have an advantage in close combat. Instead, he was injured twice by Susiao. Ultimately, he had no choice but to take the risk and run away. If those gang members did not shoot, Flying Tank would be the one to die in the end. This was something that had been confirmed in the battle. Pig teammates were indeed cheating people. According to Susiao's estimation, other than the leader of the battle brigade, the other main force of the regiment was not his opponent. If it was a one-on-one, he had an 80% chance of winning. If it was a one-on-two battle, as long as he did not fight against the top experts of the top few regiments like Flying Tank and Xian Long at the same time, Susiao had more than 50% chances of winning. What Susiao was worried about was that the regiment attacked the 10 older men's forces. If it was like that, he could not stop it. Leaving the basement, Susiao came to the ground, and the heat wave came. Bobo! Susiao shouted. Not long after, a cute creature covered in black ash ran over. Seeing Bobo Wang's appearance at this time, even Susiao could not help but laugh. Bobo Wang was not roasted by the small sun. It fell into the ash pile on the way, which made it look like this. If Susiao's eyesight was not good, he could not see Bobo Wang at night. Bobo Wang's big eyes became even more watery, and his face was full of displeasure. He shook his body, and black smoke rose. Can you smell the temperature of that guy? Bobo Wang sniffed and finally shook his head. The burnt smell around was too pungent, and he could not smell Flying Tank. It seems that there is no hope. Suddenly, Susiao thought of an ability he had not used for a long time, to track the enemy with the green steel shadow energy in the enemy's body as the coordinate. The green steel shadow energy emerged in the palm of his hand and finally formed an energy ball. If it was the previous green steel shadow, it was impossible to track it when Flying Tank had run far away, but now the green steel shadow was level 26. The blue energy ball fluttered. Susiao concentrated on sensing that Flying Tank had been injured by him once in 10 minutes, and there would be more or less some green steel shadow energy in his body. More than 10 seconds later, Susiao's eyes opened, and a smile appeared on his face. I found you. Stepping on the ground, Susiao disappeared. In the southeast corner of Yukxian City, in a house. The house was filled with a pungent smell of blood. A corpse was leaning on the sofa, and 3 corpses were lying on the ground. On the sofa was a young male corpse. On the ground were 2 young twin lolies and a young woman of similar age. The 2 lolies were white and lovely. Unfortunately, they had already become corpses, and their throats had been mercilessly cut open. Before that, they had experienced something even more important and witnessed their parents die miserably. The man on the sofa was the head of the family. He had once risked his life to protect his family. Unfortunately, he did not have the strength. In the end, he died miserably. The young woman was also desperately protecting the twin sisters. She did not succeed, and her head was cut off. Flying Tank sat on a chair. Blood dripped from his fingertips. He could no longer tell whose blood it was. Not good. The injury is too heavy. Even if that guy is hiding underground, he should be dead. Damn it. Is his melee ability above mine? Flying Tank tore open his clothes, which were full of bullet holes. His body was covered with bloody holes. There were many bullets in his body, but he did not dare to take them out. This would cause him to die of excessive blood loss. The guy the regiment commander ordered to deal with has been killed, but the body should be burnt and has a headache. Flying Tank could not help but sneer as if thinking of the contractor. Their regiment commander had already arranged it. After arriving at the auction house, he found an opportunity to kill that guy. Then he left the body in the auction house and framed him to divert his attention. The intelligence of the regiment commander was very high, so he arranged the follow-up matters properly. Unfortunately, Susiao suddenly appeared and interrupted the regiment commander's plan. After resting for a while, Flying Tank's strength recovered a little. It seemed easy for him to kill this family, but every strike would affect his wound. Flying Tank picked up his bloody phone and was just about to ask for help when a familiar aura entered his perception range. This. How is this possible? Suddenly, Flying Tank's jaw muscles bulged, and his face was filled with disbelief. He's catching up? Keek. For some reason, Flying Tank burst into laughter, the phone in his hand cracking. Bang! The house door was broken, wood chips flew everywhere, and a black dog entered the house. This black dog seemed to be very angry. As soon as it entered the house, it glared at Flying Tank. Is it based on the smell? The moment he saw Bobo Wang, Flying Tank thought of this possibility. Flying Tank knew what was happening when a light blue energy ball floated into the room. It turned out that there was a tracking function. Susiao entered the room and looked at Flying Tank, sitting on the chair. He did not speak but walked to Flying Tank with a knife. I haven't had dinner yet. What did I eat at noon today? Flying Tank was in a state of deep thought. A long saber slashed at him head on. He did not defend himself. He did not even want to stand up. At this time, Flying Tank was an arrow at the end of its flight. Not to mention counter-attacking, even if he wanted to stand up, he would have to struggle. Instead of begging for mercy or struggling in a sorry state, Flying Tank chose to die with dignity. Puff! Fresh blood spurted out. Flying Tank's head flew up. There was no fear on his face. It seemed that he was thinking about what he should eat at noon. That was his last meal. Finally, I caught you. A smile appeared on Susiao's face. This was his usual style. He never talked nonsense before killing the enemy. He would say something to the corpse if he wanted to say something. If the enemy escaped because of the nonsense, it was too stupid. He could not accept that kind of thing. With a splash, the head of the Flying Tank fell to the ground. You killed Flying Tank. Flying Tank is a member of the Phantom Troop. Obtained 7.6 of the source of the world. You now have a total of 22 to 3 of the source of the world. You have obtained the treasure chest, dark purple. Because of killing the members of the Phantom Troop, the reputation of the Phantom Troop is plus 100, and you are qualified to join the Phantom Troop. Killing Flying Tank to get the source of the world, mana value, and treasure chest, Susiao was not surprised, but the reputation of the adventurous group plus 100 and the qualification to join the adventurous group was speechless. Susiao understood the information about the Phantom Troop. The conditions for joining the group were very strange. He killed one of them and replaced them. The regiment commander of the Phantom Troop recruited new members when he was short of manpower. If Susiao wanted to join the Phantom Troop, he could take the head of Flying Tank to find the adventurous group. If the rumor was true, the regiment commander might accept him. As for whether other members would accept him or not, there was no need to think about it. Internal strife was forbidden in the adventurous group. If there were conflict, he would bet on the opposite side. Killing one person could replace him. Thinking of this, Susiao shook his head. He did not understand the way of thinking, but in his personal opinion, this was an extremely stupid rule, so he would not take the head of the adventurous group. Only stupid people would try that kind of thing. There was no instance proof that this was true. The hint of the reincarnation paradise was only to get the qualification to join, and it was not necessarily possible to join. What if this was a trap set up by him? It was not impossible with that guy's IQ and degree of yin damage. Su Xiao picked up the head of Flying Tank and wrapped it up with a piece of cloth. He peeled off the skin of the headless corpse with the adventurous group number. He turned and left the room. These two things were very useful. He would not join the adventurous group with the treatment of 5 soul crystals per day, medium. Chapter 636. At the site of the auction house, a large group of gang members wandered around the vicinity. The area 300 meters around the auction house had been reduced to scorched earth. Several areas of the ground had been turned glass due to the high temperature. What the hell is this? Quick! Find the boss. Who is it? What happened to the small son from before? The gang members were in a heated argument. The gang leaders who had gathered at the auction earlier had all disappeared. Those who could participate in the first auction were the backbone members of the 10 old men forces. If these people suddenly disappeared, the consequences could be imagined. The yin beast dog walked on the scorched earth. At this time, his expression was stunned. Half an hour ago, he saw the small son with his eyes. Sick dog, did you find anything? The dark beast earthworm stepped forward, and the nearby gang members stepped back. The earthworm's appearance was really hard to compliment. Nothing much, but the small son just now must be a psychic ability. That level of psychic ability. The sick dog didn't continue, and a look of horror was in his eyes. Indeed, if we resist that move, we will all die. But there is one thing I am very curious about. Who is fighting that monster? The earthworm's yellow eyes narrowed. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind, to hide temporarily. He did not want to fight with the psychic ability that could release a small son. Once they fought, the result was unquestionable. He would die. Unfortunately, his life was in the hands of the 10th older man. Do you still need to ask? The one who can fight against that monster is not a normal person. Look there. The sick dog pointed to the auction building that had been baked into a frame. Although the auction building was charred black then, there were slight wounds on the wall outside the building. That is. Chop. Yes, you should be able to guess who was fighting with this attack and the people present. The yin beast earthworm nodded. What should we do now? Contact the boss. What else can we do? Sick dog took out his phone and made a call. At this time, the 10 older men were anxiously waiting for news. The first auction was forced to stop before it even started. This caused the prestige of the 10 older men's forces. Not only that, there were several hotels near the auction. Distinguished guests occupied these hotels. It was also very troublesome for all these people to disappear. Sick dog and the 10 older men hung up after reporting the situation. He turned his head to look at a woman behind him. If I don't go find your owner, how does it feel to be given to someone as a plaything by my father? The woman lowered her head and didn't speak. Hey, we are talking to you. The earthworm found that the woman didn't speak, and his face was a little unhappy. He raised his hand to slap the woman. You are fucking crazy. The sick dog quickly grabbed the earthworm's arm. It didn't matter if he mocked the woman, but it would not be good if he left a wound on her face. This was the monster's item. No one knew if the monster was dead or not. Tisk, have you been scared out of your wits, sick dog? The earthworm unhappily shook off the sick dog and ignored Black Mary. Black Mary kept her head down and looked at her white hands. Am I, a private thing? It seems, right. Father has already given me to someone else, but when did this happen? Why can't I remember clearly? My head hurts. Black Mary looked up, her eyes a little dull. Eh? I seem to be dead. Why? The confused Black Mary took out her phone and dialed a number. Susiao was sitting on the top of a building in the street area far away from the auction house. He was thinking about the plan after the regiment. Now that flying tank was dead, the regiment's people would soon notice it. With the style of the regiment, it was likely that they would come for revenge. After the death of Wo Jin in the original work, the regiment began to take revenge. Of course, this was related to the sneak attack. Susiao's matter was somewhat different. He was competing with Flying Tank and finally killed him. With the strange thinking of the regiment commander, it was still unknown whether he would come for revenge. In the original work, Shisuo joined the adventurous group after defeating the adventurous group members. According to Susiao's guess, Shisuo should have explained to the regiment commander of the adventurous group, and then he would fight a similar challenge and join the adventurous group after defeating the member. And Susiao was Flying Tank, who was killed by the enemy of the adventurous group, which was different from the situation of Shisuo at that time, so the possibility of joining the adventurous group was very slight. In this way, whether the adventurous group came to him for revenge was 50-50, it might come or not. Susiao was inclined to come. He would habitually consider the harm. After all, his luck was there. Just as Susiao was thinking, the phone in his pocket rang. He took out the phone and was stunned. Hey, this woman is not dead. Picking up the phone, Susiao did not speak. Mr. Byakuya, I am Black Mary. Lord Byakuya. How did you survive? I don't know. The phone fell silent. Don't know? Come to see me, I am. Susiao hung up the phone, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Black Mary was in the auction house before. The other party was just an ordinary person. With the high temperature of the small sun, the other party couldn't survive. 15 minutes later, Black Mary, who was originally a little natural, came to the nearby neighborhood. Susiao jumped down from the top of the building and quietly landed behind Black Mary. Mr. Byakuya. Call me Mr. Byakuya or directly call me Byakuya, plus this name is very disgusting. Okay. Black Mary turned around. Susiao found that Black Mary's pupils had turned blue. He clearly remembered that Black Mary's pupils were black. Strange. Susiao went up and down to look at the Black Mary. Her figure, height, and appearance had not changed, but Susiao felt a special aura from her. After observing for a long time, Susiao still did not notice the abnormality. Take off your clothes. Black Mary took a few steps back, and her dark eyes regained some luster. Perhaps this shameful request stimulated her, and some memories flashed through her mind. The memory gradually became clear, Black Mary's body shook, and she returned to the expression when they first met. After seeing Susiao, she swallowed some saliva with some difficulty. After hesitating, Black Mary began to take off her clothes. Of course, after her upper body was completely naked, Susiao waved his hand. Walking forward, Susiao grabbed the arm of Black Mary. The arm was white and smooth, and the softness of the female body came. Susiao pinched the skin on Black Mary's arm. Black Mary, a little ashamed, blocked the other arm in front of her chest, but unfortunately, it did not block anything. Mr. Byakuya, please don't be here. The black rose tattoo is gone. Susiao let go of Black Mary's arm, and Black Mary looked at her right arm. Sure enough, her right arm was white, and the black rose tattoo that originally occupied most of her arm skin disappeared. Yes, where is the tattoo? Black Mary raised her arm, and something amazing happened. A black rose tattoo gradually appeared on her arm. After the black rose appeared, the rose petals on the upper side slowly withered. Chapter 637. The black rose that was originally a tattoo actually withered a petal, and the petal slowly fell to the ground and finally disappeared. Susiao witnessed all of this, and his eyes seemed to shine. When did this rose on your arm tattoo? I haven't tattooed it, it appeared by itself one day. It appeared by itself. Susiao touched his chin with his index finger. This assistant, named Black Mary, seemed to be very interesting. This situation made him think of a possibility, which was the innate psychic ability. There was a kind of person in the world of hunters. They were either born like this or received some stimulation the day after tomorrow, so they awakened their psychic ability. This psychic ability must be special. Other psychic abilities needed to be trained before they could be obtained. Only the special ability could be awakened without practice. This kind of innate psychic ability generally had no combat ability. They could be called magicians, witches, and prophets among ordinary people and had all kinds of strange abilities, but they did not know that this ability was a special psychic ability. Describe what happened at that time. Black Mary began to describe the situation with Susiao. At that time, she was in the hall on the first floor. When she heard the basement sound, she subconsciously wanted to stay away from the auction house, but she had not run far. A light blue energy blade cut on her body. She was cut in the waist and could not remember what happened after that, but it was very hot. When she woke up a little bit, she walked far away to find clothes and finally met with the gangsters. Hearing the light blue energy blade in Black Mary's mouth, Bobo Wang looked at Susiao. Susiao coughed lightly. That should be his light blade. No, it must be his light blade. That is to say, you die and come back to life. Susiao stared at Black Mary with burning eyes. The other party could come back to life? Special ability, resurrection ability? No, no, I should not have died at that time. No, I must not have died. Dark Rose can't resurrect the dead. This is the rule. Dark Rose? Is this name of your ability? What Dark Rose? I seem to have said this word just now. Black Mary was even more confused. Her ability to read had just awakened not long ago. It's troublesome. Just give it a try, and it will be clear. Susiao took out a dagger, the cold light flashed, and a scar appeared on Black Mary's arm. Black Mary groaned, and blood gushed out. At this moment, the black rose tattoo on her arm broke away from her skin and turned into a real rose floating in the air. The energy wrapped Black Mary and the wound on her arm quickly healed. After more than 10 seconds, the black rose tattoo appeared on Black Mary's arm again. There were signs of withering on one petal and 23 petals on this black rose. Interesting. Susiao felt this ability should not only be used on Black Mary. If it could be used on others, it would be significant. Use this ability on me. What should I do? Also, can I put on my clothes first? It's so cold, and the people around here are in trouble. Black Mary's face was red, and she covered her upper body awkwardly. Put on your clothes and come with me. As for the rose on your arm, don't tell anyone else for the time being. Yes. Without a doubt, if Black Mary's ability could be used on others, it would have a special meaning. The injury on the waist could be recovered, the injury that was burned by the small sun could be recovered, and it was not burned to ashes. It would be no problem to recover from the injury of broken hands and feet. Black Mary's ability should be limited. Every time she used it, the petals on the rose would wither, and the degree of withering was based on the severity of the injury. When the petals on the rose completely withered, she might lose this ability. Black Mary's ability reminded Susiao of a person. Wasn't this an enhanced phosphorus? A car slowly drove on the road. Black Mary, who was in the driver's seat, looked red, and her eyes drifted to Susiao, who was in the passenger seat from time to time. Drive carefully. Yes. Ma shrunk his neck in fright and gripped the steering wheel tightly. Susiao sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the shallow scar on the back of his hand. After preliminary experiments and his careful guidance, putting the dragon flash on Mary's neck. Through experiments, Black Mary could heal any injuries, but there was a prerequisite, which was that she could not heal the injuries of the dead, which meant that this was not the resurrection ability. The experiment consumed the petals of the dark rose, and now there were only 10 petals left, but Su Xiao already knew about this ability. To recover common injuries, he needed to consume 0.3 to 0.5 petals, seriously injured 1, 2, 3, limb disability plus 3, 5, not sure. Su Xiao did not care about the recovery from injuries. His number 1 potion recovery ability was also very strong, but the recovery of limbs and disability was very important. To recover limbs and disability, he needed a high-quality potion or return to the reincarnation paradise. Su Xiao ordered Black Mary, but she could not reveal this ability. The red clown was cut off 2 arms and 1 leg. If the other party recovered, it would be a headache. Speaking of the red clown, Su Xiao was a little speechless. This guy seemed to disappear from the world. If the hunting mission had not failed, Su Xiao suspected that the red clown had returned to the reincarnation paradise. Mr. Byakuya. Black Mary suddenly opened her mouth, and a smile appeared on her face. Huh. Su Xiao closed his eyes and lay in the passenger seat. Don't worry. Even if your limbs are cut off, I can help you recover. Hearing this, Su Xiao did not speak. Although this was the truth, he always felt that something was wrong. In the back seat, Bobo Wang rolled his eyes. He had a slight obsession with cleanliness and had already taken a bath. But Mr. Byakuya, where are we going? Just drive, don't talk nonsense. Okay, Mr. Byakuya. Black Mary was not so afraid of Su Xiao because she found that she would not be in danger if she did not provoke this man. The car stopped half an hour after driving in Yukxian City. The area of Yukxian City was very large, and it was a rotten and prosperous city. The car stopped on the side of the road, and the street was quiet. When Black Mary turned her head to look at Su Xiao, she found that the passenger seat was already empty. Hey! Black Mary was just about to get out of the car to check when she suddenly felt a pair of eyes looking at her from the back seat. Bobo Wang stared at Black Mary. His gaze seemed to be saying, if you dare to get out of the car, I will bite you to death, long-legged female creature. Black Mary did not dare to move. Although Bobo Wang was usually very silly, one should not forget its former name, Tearing the Sky Evil Dog, Bobo Wang. Although it later became a Tearing House Evil Dog, Bobo Wang's combat power was unquestionable. On the outskirts of Yukxian City, in front of a dilapidated 2-story castle. This ancient castle had been here for a few years. The outer walls were covered with vines and plants. Although the environment was good, this place had already been abandoned. Moreover, it was remote and inaccessible. Just like this, the ancient castle was brightly lit. The large courtyard was full of patrolling gangsters and various types of dogs. Not only that, if one looked closely at the ancient castle, one would find that several windows of the ancient castle were covered with heavy machine guns. Perhaps no one would have thought that this broken ancient castle was where the 10th old man hid. Chapter 638. As the representatives of the gangs of the 6 continents, the 10 older men had a lot of power and offended many people. There were too many people who wanted to kill them. If not for the Yukxian auction too important, the 10 older men would not have gathered together. To the 10 older men, the Yukxian auction held once a year was not just a simple income. The division of the bottom plate, the scope of the jurisdiction, the attitude of the V5 organization, and so on, there were too many things they wanted to meet and discuss. The Yukxian auction was just the name of a gathering. At this time, in a conference room on the castle's 2nd floor. The meeting room was a little dark, and only a candle was lit at the center of the round table. The 10 older men around the round table were all dark. The auction house has been destroyed. Our subordinates died 1,265 people, and the guests died 1,311 people. As for the others, it is temporarily impossible to count. Pa, a 10 older man, threw the document in his hand on the conference table. Bick, is this a result of your claim of spending 5 eternal crystals daily? Ah, defend. That guy is eating, drinking, and playing with Yuk Xin daily. He only protects Bick's daughter and is on a bed full of protection. Tisk, that bastard is simply a bandit. Zi. The sound of the metal wire contracting was heard. The 10th older man stopped speaking halfway, his lips trembling slightly. Fresh blood sprayed out from his neck. If he dared to move, his head would immediately be cut off. Enemy. A man who smelled blood just wanted to shout. The lights in the conference room were turned on, and the originally dim conference room was bright. There are lights and candles. Are you eating a candlelight dinner? Su Xiao walked to the conference table and looked around the 10 older men with a smile. Through the light gold equipment of the Eye of the Apostle, he had already found the position of the 10 older men. You are Byakuya. How did you find this place? The 10 older men were a little stunned. A kind of emotion called fear shrouded them. A few days ago, they dared to be tough with the monitor, but when they were a few meters away, these gang leaders chose to shut up. What did you just say? Su Xiao looked at the 10 older men who were insufferably arrogant before. The broken line was squeezed into the skin of the other party. The old face had been twisted in pain, and the blood dyed the expensive clothes red. Byakuya, you have worked hard during the day. Bick, who had negotiated with Su Xiao, was the father of Black Mary. Bick got up and walked to the door of the conference room. After a moment, he returned with 2 soul crystals in his hand. This is the compensation for his improper words. 2 soul crystals, medium, were placed in front of Su Xiao. He looked at Bick and then looked at the 10 older men. He put away the boundary line, and the blood that fell from the boundary line slowly fell. Su Xiao picked up the 2 soul crystals. Sitting in front of the conference table, Su Xiao lit a cigarette. Byakuya, what is the auction? As soon as Bick opened his mouth, the 10 older men strangled by the broken line got up and left. They walked to the door and muttered, "This madman." The other 10 older men sneered. This guy was the boss of the Dark Beast Leech. After the leech died, his position of losing the Dark Beast quickly fell. If he did not find someone to replace the leech after the end of this auction, the position of the 10 older men would be changed. The 10 older men walked, and the other 9 older men looked at Su Xiao. It's the people of Spider. I fought with him. Don't worry. I won't take advantage of you. Su Xiao picked up a square box next to his feet. After opening the box, he took out the head of Flying Tank inside. The head was placed on the conference table. Of course, the 9 older men, as the leader of the gangs, would not be afraid of heads. This is the people of Spider. Yes. Su Xiao threw the skin with the pattern of a spider on the conference table. Do you remember the small son before? Su Xiao looked at Bick, who was more qualified to speak among the 10 older men. It is impressive. It's this guy who has materialized. This guy is called Flying Tank, a materialized psychic, and the brigade is number 2. As for his strength, you should have seen the miserable condition of the auction house. After listening to Su Xiao's words, Bike frowned, and the other 10 older men were also talking. The current situation was somewhat beyond the control of the 10 older men. They were not stupid. Judging from the destructive power of the battle in the auction house, they were probably not the opponents of the adventurous group. It is a spider, then the appearance of the spider before was not a rumor. I've already sent someone to deal with it, but... One of the 10 older men sighed. Byakuya, you should be able to deal with the spider, right? Big's words made the other 10 older men's eyes light up. Yes, the heads on the table explained everything. They still had a trump card. No. Su Xiao flatly refused it. According to my understanding, there are 13 spiders, and Flying Tank is not the strongest among them. Now they have 12 people left, so I still have to deal with 12 enemies. As for the dark beast, het. While speaking, Su Xiao tapped the table with his index finger. He was thinking about what to do. The main mission was to participate in the auction, but the auction house would be destroyed, which made the main mission a little strange. The main mission did not fail, which meant the auction could continue. After all, the items were not destroyed. Whether the 10 older men controlled the items or the regiment, they would continue the auction. So the main mission was different. In addition, the reward of the main mission was not rich, and the difficulty would not be too great. Byakuya, the reward. Big had a troubled expression on his face. Every day, 5 soul crystals, medium, would be enough to cut off the flesh of 10 of them. Any more would be enough to damage their muscles and bones. It would be better to hire assassins to beat up the enemy clans. If you want me to help you deal with the phantom troop, it is fine. The reward does not need to be increased, but it needs to be paid in one go. Hearing this, the hearts of the 10 older men went cold simultaneously. Big thought to himself, and only idiots would pay in one go. Haha, don't joke around, Do I look like I'm joking? Su Xiao spat out a mouthful of green smoke. The 10 older men would die at any time, and if he were not careful, he would lose everything. Why don't you pay half of the deposit first? Big tentatively offered, and the other 10 older men immediately objected. No. Pay half of the deposit? That's too much. How is that possible? One of the 10 older men stood up. He felt a chill all over his body. It was a threat from the phantom troop, and the madman in front of him was even more dangerous. Half of the deposit. Su Xiao was silent. According to the previous agreement, the 10 older men had to pay him 65 soul crystals. By now, the 10 older men had already paid him 15. The 2 crystals just now were not counted. In other words, the 10 older men still needed to pay Su Xiao 50 soul crystals, and he was responsible for protecting the auction until September 10th. Although the auction house was destroyed, this had little to do with Su Xiao. That was what Flying Tank did. Other auction houses, KXIN, and several other places could be qualified for the new auction house. As for the dead guests, this would be handled by the 10 older men's forces. Pay me 30 eternal crystals at once, the remaining 20 months and 10 days to pay me. The 10 older men looked at each other and were all hesitating. The reason why Su Xiao wanted the 10 older men to take out the soul crystal in advance was to prevent the 10 older men from being assassinated. Counting the time, a guy was almost there. Sure, 30 as a deposit. Big gritted his teeth and agreed. He could send his daughter out to warm the bed, let alone money. It was more important to save his life now. Chapter 639. 30 soul crystals, medium, were not a small number. Although Big agreed verbally, preparing these soul crystals would take some time. It was impossible to take them out immediately. Wait a minute, at most 10 minutes. Big put down the phone in his hand and sighed. Everyone, the auction has been cut off, but the items are safe. The problem now is whether the auction will continue. The 10 older men were deep in thought. Let's forget about the auction. The people below reported that the purpose of the spiders is those items. I have the same idea. The auction will be delayed. No, the Yuk-Xin auction is held annually and has never been interrupted. The reason why there are so many people here is not because of the reputation we have accumulated over the years. If we give up like this, I am afraid that the reputation of the Yuk-Xin auction will be damaged. That makes sense. It has been open for dozens of years. The candidates for the position of the 10th old man have changed batch after batch, but they have never stopped the auction. Who cares about the auction? He is not going to pay for his life. The 10 older men argued. Most people supported the auction to continue. Of course, the auction had to continue. Su Xiao was the first to object if the 10th older man dared to stop the auction. The auction cannot be interrupted. Big spoke, his attitude extremely resolute. But there are no buts. Let's not think about reputation first. The spider's target is those items. If the auction ends, who will the spider come looking for if they can't find any clues? So the auction must continue. This can distract the spider and make them focus on the auction instead of looking for us. The 10 older men no longer spoke, and most of them agreed with Bic. Bring some food. I'm starving. Su Xiao said. Although he was not injured in the battle with Flying Tank, his physical strength consumption was not small. The conference table was full of food shortly after, and the 10 older men seemed hungry. The room was filled with the fragrance of food and wine, and a 10 older man beside Su Xiao raised his glass. Mr. Byakuya, you have worked hard. You don't have to care about the auction. The enemy has come to us. Of course, we have to give them a painful lesson. Although we are all big and rough, we still understand this truth. Don't you agree? The other 10 older men also raised their glasses. Su Xiao's mouth was full of food. He said vaguely, what about those yin beasts? Even if their fighting strength is not good, if several people join hands, it is no problem to hold 1 or 2 members of the adventurous group. The strength of the 10 older men was too weak. Except for Su Xiao, there were only yin beasts and more than a dozen contractors. Su Xiao never expected more than a dozen contractors. When Flying Tank appeared before, those guys had no use other than watching a play, and then they ran faster than rabbits. No wonder most contractors' clearance score was not high. It would be strange to get a high score in the reincarnation paradise with this kind of cowardly attitude. Su Xiao could not help but think that things would be much easier if there were a contractor like Mad Grandma or Zolun Man in the camp of the 10 older men. Even Gilu, who liked to kill people, could do it, and the Red Clown was also good. Although these people were hostile to Su Xiao, they all had one characteristic: they were not afraid of death and regarded battle as part of their daily life. Unfortunately, the contractor, a high rank like Gilu, would not come out of the current hunter world. Su Xiao could meet the high rank contractor because the pirates and the Naruto world were open worlds. In the open worlds, there might be a contractor who could meet any rank, but ordinary derivative worlds could not. For example, there would only be a second-rank contractor here in the hunter world. The high-rank contractor needed to consume special items to enter here, and that kind of item was extremely rare. Even if the item were used to enter the hunter world, the strength of the high-rank contractor would be limited. Because of this, many large adventure groups liked the open world. They could help new members quickly become stronger in the open world and gather the entire adventurer group together. Hearing Su Xiao's question, a 10 older man opened his mouth and ignored Su Xiao. It was not a wise move. Yin beast? They all went out to find the traces of the spider. Just now, there was news that a group of people from the spider were being hunted down by the people below. The strange thing is that the people of the spider were not strong. Under the cooperation of our subordinates and the yin beast, 2 of them died. Su Xiao was stunned. With the rabble of the 10 old men forces, they could kill the 2 people of the adventurous group. This was a little unbelievable. Was it the contractor hiding this master? What are the appearances of those 2? Do you have any photos? Yes, this is what happened 5 minutes ago. A 10 older man casually threw a few photos and began to doubt Su Xiao's previous words. According to my understanding, the Phantom Troop is just a bandit group. In the evaluation of V5, they are just a mob. How do you explain the destructive power of the auction? Who knows? I don't know the ability to read. After knowing that the gang members killed 2 members of the adventurous group, the expression of the 10th older man was much more relaxed, and he began to look at Su Xiao in the wrong way. Su Xiao ignored these people's eyes and threw the photos in his hand. These guys used to call him brother, but now they have become fence-sitters. It seemed that it was wise to ask for a deposit. Another message came. Our people are surrounded by good news, the members of the spiders, and now they are trapped in a mountain valley. What? A 10-year-old man was so excited that he slammed the table and stood up. Their heart was surrounded, and the atmosphere in the conference room was much more relaxed. At this time, the 10 older men began to suspect that the terrible strength of the regiment was real and fake. A 10 older man with white hair squinted and looked at Su Xiao. It was a fact that the auction was destroyed, but there were no witnesses present. Whether it was the head or the information, it was provided by Su Xiao, plus the action of asking for a deposit. The corners of the 10th older man's mouth emerged a smile. He thought of a possibility. Perhaps the horror of the spider was just made up by someone, and even the destruction of the auction house was something else. This was to give them a powerful imaginary enemy so that they would be obedient. The more he thought about it, the more the 10th older man felt that this might be the case. The 10th older man was a slippery person. They liked to plot against others, so they were more afraid of being plotted against. I'll go out for a while. A 10 older man got up. Su Xiao looked sideways and ignored it. If the 10 older men carefully observed Su Xiao's expression, they would find him smiling. The photos provided by the 10 older men were not the corpses of the adventurous group members at all. It was very likely that it was a contractor who followed the adventurous group. The 10 old men forces had contractors joining them. Of course, there were also the adventurous forces, and there should be many of them. Although it was risky to join the adventurous group, they could become temporary members. For this kind of freedom fighter, the captain of the adventurous group would not refuse. Since we have surrounded the spider, we should try exploring it. It makes sense. The sick dogs are also nearby. The 10 older men did not say anything more. Beak looked around and looked at Su Xiao. He was hesitating. After a few seconds, he made a decision. Byakuya, the eternal crystal is here. Under Beak's signal, his secretary walked into the conference room with a tray. Su Xiao tapped the table. He would not protect every one of the 10 older men. If he chose to protect one, it must be Beak. This guy was very smart. He was the one who promised 5 soul crystals a day. The one who gave the commission in advance was also him. He even sent a natural psychic to the conference room. Chapter 640. The tray was placed in front of Su Xiao, full of soul crystals. This scene could arouse any contractor's greed. In Reincarnation Paradise, soul crystals had too many functions to increase the core skill level. The necessities for making equipment were soul crystals, fragments. They were used as currency to trade with creatures of the higher planes, such as abyss devils. Soul crystals could replace even the materials needed to upgrade equipment. It could be seen how strong its adaptability and ability were. They could sell the soul crystals if there were an urgent need for paradise coins. As long as the price was reasonable, they could sell it soon. In Reincarnation Paradise, there were only soul crystals that could not be bought, and there were no soul crystals that could not be sold. As for hoarding this thing, no one had hoarded it at all. How could they collect items that could not meet demand? Any contractor could use this thing. A total of 30 soul crystals, medium, were in front of him. Even Su Xiao had never seen this number of soul crystals. He calmly put away the soul crystals and stood up. Where are we going? The action of Su Xiao getting up made the 10 old men nervous. These people now wanted him to stay here and be a bodyguard. Go and collect the corpses of the yin beasts. Su Xiao left the conference room. The 10 old men looked at each other. Some looked worried, while some sneered as if they had seen through Susiao's lie. I was indeed scared before, ha. I suspect that this guy caused the miserable state of the auction. As for a reason, you should have guessed it. A 10-old man raised his chin to the tray on the table. Beek was deep in thought. He had a vague feeling of unease in his heart. Perhaps the phantom troop was firm. Why don't we withdraw the yin beast? Hey, Beek, you are scared out of your wits by that guy. You are blood axe Beek. The yin beast must test you using a short axe to cut out your current status. Don't forget that this is also a god of plague. He is no different from the phantom troop. They are both blackmailing us. Fuck asterisk, I was blackmailed. I am depressed. The 10 old men had different opinions. This was the reason why they died in the original work. Their ideas need to be unified. Some 10 old men were independent. Although Beek was intelligent, he could not order the other 10 old men. Night, outside of Yukxian city, in a mountain valley. This valley was not strange to people. It was the valley where the one-eyed monster appeared. At this time, more than 10 cars were parked at the entrance of the valley, and a large group of gang members was gathered in the mountain valley. At a high point in the valley's depths, several adventurous group members were looking down at the gang members below with interest. Vigilante, Little Drip, Gold Nest, Mary, Xian, and the others were here. Because of the appearance of the small sun, Franklin had already gone to find Flying Tank. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire came from the valley, and hundreds of gangsters stared at the 5 people on the high ground. Come down quickly, your little group of people. Whether you drown or be buried alive, you can choose for yourselves. A gang member aimed a gun at the sky. Previously, they had killed 2 people from the brigade. Although their losses were not small, they had already displayed their imposing manner. Another large group of people came. Those temporary members are not much. The golden-haired knight had his hands on his waist as if he did not care about the gang members. Those guys are unreliable. After the casualties, they all fled. Makey yawned and shook her loose braids. She was still deciding whether to make a move. What should we do? Should we retreat or kill these guys? Little Drip was a little sleepy, and these gang members made her not interested. Hey, don't get involved later. I'll go and deal with them now. The strong man, Toru, suddenly spoke. He jumped from the steep mountain wall and walked towards the gang members. He aimed a large gun at Toru. Wait. One of the leaders raised his hand and motioned for the gang members not to shoot first. The head of the gang stepped forward and confronted the gang leader. It was unknown where he got the courage from. He looked up and down with his triangular eyes, spat, and said, "You did the auction, didn't you?" Yes. The head of the gang was full of white teeth, and he didn't care about being pointed at by a gun. You guys are fearless. Tell me, who is your leader? The head of the gang pointed the gun in his hand at the gang's leader, and the gang's head revealed a look of horror. The teeth of the head of the gang revealed a hilarious expression. Seeing this expression, the head of the gang was angry. Pulling the trigger, with a bang, the smell of gunpowder spread out, and a bullet flew toward the head of the gang. After the gunshot, the head of the gang leaned back, and the head had a sinister smile on his face. But when the face of the head of the gang was aimed at him again, the expression of the head of the gang gradually became frightened. At this time, the head of the gang was biting the bullet, and there were apparent teeth marks on the shot. Ah, ha ha ha, interesting. Gold Nest raised his hand and slapped the gang leader. With a crack, the head of the gang tilted his head at an exaggerated angle, his cervical vertebra turning into a 90-degree tip. Boss, is dead. Fire, turn him into a sieve. The gang members instantly exploded, and dense gunshots were heard. Gold Nest used his arms to block in front of him. The bullets hit his body but were spread out by his steel-like body. His 2 big feet kicked the ground, and he rushed into the crowd like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Screams and limbs broke continuously, and the gang members were scattered in an instant. Gold Nest grabbed the legs of the 2 gang members and swung them. Their brains were directly thrown into a paste. The 2 were like a windmill in his hands. These usually vicious gang members were like dolls in his hands. The gunshots continued, but the gang members' hearts were gradually collapsing. On the other side of the valley, several bodyguards of the Nora family were watching the battle, and so was Pika. Pika, male, 17 years old, mature and steady, and his appearance was biased towards neutral. The Catalonia clan was also known as the Red-Eyed Fire clan. When the mood of the people in this group was intense, their eyes would turn red, and there were many abnormal human collectors in the world of hunters. Therefore, this clan could only hide in the deep mountains and forests, rarely coming into contact with the outside world. After that, they were exterminated by the Phantom Troop because of the Red-Eyed Fire. The hatred between Pika and the Phantom Troop could not be resolved. His goal in this life was to find the eyes of his people and kill all the travelers. At this time, Pika was watching the battle with a telescope. He still needed to learn the identity of Gold Nest. He was a temporary bodyguard of the Nora family, not a member of the 10 Old Men's forces. The other party is also a psychic, and he is so strong that it makes people speechless. The people who arrived before us are all dead. Firearms and rockets have no effect. Pika's words shocked the companions behind him. Even if it was a psychic, the rockets were ineffective. How is this possible? You should see for yourself. Your understanding is faster. Pika handed the telescope to Dazzle. Dazzle was the captain of the Kronos family's guards and could be regarded as superior to Pika. Dazzle took the binoculars, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch after a short while. If this kind of monster snatches the goods, then we must be careful. Their original purpose was to help the big miss of the Kronos family, Nicole Weng, buy the items. Who knew that the auction house would be destroyed before they even reached the auction? Their journey was to get to the auction house at 6 o'clock. When the second auction began, the battle occurred at 5:40. The difference of 20 minutes allowed them to save their lives. After the auction house was destroyed, they received news that there seemed to be a problem with the items. It was suspected that they had been taken away by a group of people, so they followed the gang members and chased after them. In general, they were here to buy soy sauce. Chapter 641. As Pika and the others talked, Melody, beside them, closed her eyes. She seemed to be listening to something. Melody was a girl, but her appearance was not worthy of praise. She was like a human mouse. If the Master Mouse in the survival trial saw her, Master Mouse would be interested. Melody was originally a beautiful girl. She only became what she is now after listening to the flute part of the dark song. However, she also learned to listen to the sound of others' hearts and judge the mood, mental state, and even good and evil. At this time, the expression Melody was not good. She heard a horrible sound of heart, which represented evil. Everyone, be careful. I don't know when it started, but there are more heartbeats. Although Melody was ugly, her voice was sweet. After hearing her warning, the others became alert. Just as they were looking around, a ground bulged. Yin beast earthworms emerged from the ground. Seeing the strange appearance of the yin beast earthworm, Pika and the others were shocked. Melody was even anxious. It seemed very uncomfortable. I am the yin beast earthworm. Which side are you from? The earthworm looked around. He didn't want to come, but the order from the top was to let it test the strength of the regiment. The 10th Old Man and Susiao were in a relationship of extortion and blackmail. It was customary to have such an order. We are the bodyguards hired by the Nora family. Dazzle spoke. The appearance of the earthworm was not to be trifled with, so he immediately showed his identity. Is that so? Although you are also psychic, it is better not to make a move. As soon as the earthworm's voice fell, the sick dog emerged from the dark. His hands were in his pockets, and his steps were gentle. It could be said that he was slow, and he did not have the appearance of a sick dog in front of Susiao. They are not ordinary bandits. They have already regarded killing as a part of their life. To be exact, these are killing experts. The dark beast porcupine also came out of the dark. The faces of Pika and others were not good. The other side was so close that they did not find it. We should deal with the experts. The yin beast bat also appeared, and he flew over. So, you just have to watch. The yin beast hedgehog looked at Pika and then looked away. Because of the auction, the yin beasts dispatched 5 people to test the regiment's strength. This was already a very cautious approach for the 10 old men forces. To deal with these guys, they gathered us together. I hate the smell of a sick dog. The yin beast bat flapped its wings as if it had some grievances with the sick dog. Batty, I don't want internal strife with you. The sick dog had his hands in his shirt pocket. He did not want to deal with the phantom troop. His injuries had not yet healed, and there were more than a dozen knife wounds. Heh, a sick dog who was scared to death. How dare you say that? The bat snorted. Its disdain for the sick dog was obvious. That guy is a monster. I hope you have the same attitude in front of him. I sincerely hope. The sick dog was heading toward the mountain valley toward Gold Nest. Don't have internal strife. First, find out the strength of the opponent. If the situation is bad, retreat. The 5 yin beasts moved closer to Gold Nest in the mountain valley, ignoring Pika and the others. It had to be said that the strength of Pika and the others were different, and they were no match for the yin beast. Pika himself was able to fight the regiment because of the power of the X Excalibur. If he didn't have the power of X Excalibur, he was no match for the regiment members. He had mastered the ability for too short a time, and the knowledge needed to be cultivated and developed to become stronger. The 5 yin beasts fought against the beast within the mountain valley, sending rocks flying everywhere. The result was obvious. The beast was suppressing the 5 yin beasts. If not for the earthworm and bats flying underground, they wouldn't have been a match for the beast. Bang! With a kick, the earthworm's face was crooked. His soft, animal-like body was barely able to withstand this kick. Everyone, be careful. This guy is simply a human tank. Sick dog, find a way to bite him. The earthworm burrowed into the ground, but the sick dog could not speak. Although the terrifying fist had not hit him, blood had already soaked his clothes. Because the battle was more intense, all the sutured wounds had collapsed. Standing in the middle of the 5 yin beasts, although he was besieged, he was laughing. This rough-looking man, who was like a beast, was already excited. Su! The sound of wind breaking could be heard. The bat in the air swooped down at high speed. The 2 wings were taut and became as thin as a cicada's wing. He intended to use the high-speed dive and sharp wings to cut off the head of Gold Nest. Ding! The sound of metal hitting metal was heard. Gold Nest stood where he was, and the wings of the yin beast bat cut his neck. Drops of blood slid down his skin. He was surprised that the enemy had injured him. Meanwhile, the bat, still diving in mid-air, was shocked. He had once used this move to cut a psychic into 2, but now it only cut through the enemy's skin. Just as the bat was about to fly up with its slightly numb wings, a large hand reached out and firmly grabbed the bat's wings. The bat only felt a violent force, and his other wing was also caught. Standing behind the bat grabbed one of the wings with one hand. This feeling is somewhat similar to tearing a butterfly, ha ha ha. Gold Nest exerted strength in his hands. With a tearing sound, one bat's fleshy wings were torn off, and the other only had half of it connected to his body. The back of his back was a bloody mess, and one could even see his pale ribs. Ah! Save me. The tears, snot, and saliva of a 30-year-old bat came out. Being torn apart was the cruelest way to die. Rip, rip, pull. As if addicted to tearing, Gold Nest grabbed the back of the bat's neck and removed his other wing. After the bat felt a heart-wrenching pain, it didn't know anything because its head was pulled off. Gold Nest looked at the numerous bloody holes on his left fist. This was because he had injured the yin beast hedgehog with a punch. Now, his arm was numb, and the thorns were poisonous. Flicking the bat's head, Gold Nest was looking for a feel. Hedgehog, get out of the way. As soon as the sickly dog finished speaking, Gold Nest clenched his fist, and the bat's head shattered with a crack. He threw it forward with all his strength, and more than a dozen broken skulls flew out. With a bang, the yin beast hedgehog was stunned on the spot, and more than a dozen bloody holes appeared in his chest as if a shotgun had hit him at close range. Plop! The hedgehog fell to the ground with a dull expression. Blood dyed the rock beneath him red. From tearing apart the bat to killing the hedgehog, it only took less than 5 seconds. They didn't give the other 3 yin beasts any time to rescue him. They were afraid of the beast and didn't dare to approach it. That's right, and it was a human-shaped beast. On the hillside in the distance, Pika's eyes were wide open. In the battle, he was bare-chested. The spider tattoo on his waist was very conspicuous. Just as Pika was in a volatile mood, the roar of the car engine came. A black car quickly stopped near them. After drifting, the door opened, and an arm holding a sheathed saber poked out of the door. Rose, I'll kill you the next time you park. I'm sorry, Mr. White Knight. Mr. White Knight. Black Mary shrank back, wearing a black female suit, silk stockings, and high heels. After dressing up a little, Black Mary could only be described as tempting to commit crimes. Pika and the others looked at the person who came. It was a man holding a sheathed saber. Pika, let's retreat first. Melody whispered next to Pika's ear. At this time, Melody's pupils contracted, and her legs trembled. As a psychic, she was hiding behind Pika. What's wrong? Pika had never seen such a fearful appearance of Melody. I have never heard such a terrifying sound of the heart. Killing and sharpness. It is normal if you are crazy, but this person is very determined and will be killed. Melody. Pika patted on the shoulder of Melody, indicating for her to calm down. Suxiao looked at the people around him in the direction of the phantom troop. As for the contractor watching the play near the valley, he was still deciding whether to ignore it for the time being. Woof! Bobo Wang, who was in the car, called out. It smelled a familiar smell. Oh! The 3 idiots are also here? Don't worry about them for now. The dark beasts are about to die. It is coming. 3 combat personnel of the brigade came. I need these dark beasts to help me stall one person. Suxiao moved his shoulders. His mana value had recovered a little. If he saved it, it was enough to finish the battle. This was an excellent opportunity. He could leave the brigade with 2 to 3 people if the situation went well. If not for Smooth, it meant that he was dead. Chapter 642. There were a total of 5 members in the regiment. They were Xian and Hashama, an enhanced psychic ability. They were good at using knives and gathering sword masters. The unit mainly consisted of combat members. Knight, operating psychic ability, and good at analyzing information. After inserting an antenna into the enemy's body, they could control the enemy's movements. The brigade assistants could maintain themselves or their teammates at critical times. They could control the combat power behind them. Their explosive power was no weaker than Flying Tank, Xian, and the others. Little Drip, materialized psychic ability, the brigade assistant. Makey, a variation ability user, can turn psychic energy into thin silk threads for attack or treatment. Blood vessels, bones, nerves, and muscles are perfectly sewn together. Gold Nest has the ability of a strengthening system, the ability to fight hand to hand, the body is as strong as steel, and the prominent combat members of the regiment. These 5 people have 2 semi-main combat members and 2 auxiliary members, but these 2 additional members also have combat power. The identity of the 2 extra members is just compared in the regiment. Su Xiao quickly recalled the information of the 5 people in his mind, and he began to think of the corresponding strategy. First of all, the combat members of his side have 3 yin beasts, and these 3 people can delay 1 main combat member of the brigade in a short time. If Su Xiao could kill a main combat member of the regiment, then the battle after that could still be fought. If he faced the siege of several main combat members of the unit, then Su Xiao would be defeated. Bobo. Hearing Su Xiao's shout, Bobo Wang, lying lazily in the back seat of the car, got up and left the car. Hurry up and go, every day except for eating and sleeping. Looking at Bobo Wang's unhurried pace, Su Xiao wanted to kick him. Bobo Wang wagged his tail and ran over. His big watery eyes seemed to ask again, Master, am I going to go on stage too? Don't worry, the woman with glasses who looks the strongest will be handed over to Bobo Wang, Little Drip, the weakest person in the group. You don't need to go on stage, be on guard behind me. Su Xiao took out the Spider Queen sniper rifle. If he entered directly, the other people in the adventurous group would attack after sensing his breath. It was the way to kill one person from afar. Realizing that Su Xiao was going to shoot, Bobo Wang immediately understood his meaning. The lazy look disappeared. It sat with its back to Su Xiao, and its eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Taking out the Spider Queen from the storage space, this weapon just appeared, and it attracted the eyes of Pika and others. This weapon is a bit exaggerated. First reaction of Pika when he saw this weapon was that it was a small machine gun, but after seeing the streamlined rifle, he saw that it was a sniper gun. With the current weight and recoil of Spider Queen, Su Xiao could half squat and shoot. He could only put Spider Queen on the ground if he wanted to shoot. Taking out the gun rack attached to Spider Queen, after stabilizing the gun, Su Xiao lay on the edge of the valley. The location was good, and the terrain was slightly higher than the location of the adventurous group members. Grabbing a stone, Su Xiao crushed the stone into powder. The powder fell from between his fingers. He was testing the wind speed. Because it was the valley's terrain and it was nighttime, the wind was not strong, but it had rained a few days ago. There was water in the valley, and the air humidity was slightly high. Su Xiao was about 700 meters away from the adventurous group members. The air humidity could be calculated more accurately. Adjusting the scope 8 times and then switching the Spider Queen to continuous shooting mode, leaving the chamber. After confirming that the 10 bullets inside were loaded, he inserted the large clip. Su Xiao took a deep breath and put his head in front of the scope. The killing intent in his heart was restrained. The perception of the people of the adventurous group was strong. At this time, if the killing intent were exposed, he would feel it. Through the scope, Su Xiao observed the 5 people of the adventurous group. Gold Nest was fighting with 3 yin beasts, earthworms, a sick dog, and others covered in blood. Although he was also injured, this strong man was laughing wildly. It would not be long before all the yin beasts would be killed. Of course, the target of the sniper could not choose Gold Nest. Su Xiao wanted to kill a member of the adventurous group. His defense was one of the best in the adventurous group. It was the most stupid way to choose the other party. Turning the muzzle, the 4 people of the adventurous group in the valley were shooting at the gram, and the target to kill had to choose between the commander and the swordsman. If it was under normal circumstances, at that time, it was choosing a polite person who could both support and have muscular combat strength. Still, Su Xiao was not allowed to select a polite person but aimed the cross-shaped star at the letter Elder. The regiment's relationship between the letter Elder and the cave Elder was perfect. Both were in the strengthening department, and their personalities were straightforward. Although the cave elder liked to fight alone, their combat effectiveness soared after he cooperated with the letter elder. Su Xiao slowly exhaled and let his breathing gradually stabilize. His fingers slowly pulled the trigger. A few hundred meters away, Xian, playing cards with Little Drip, Maki, and others, suddenly turned his head. Not only Xian but also the cave elder in the battle found something. Unfortunately, the two found it too late. Su Xiao pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the valley. The rocks near Su Xiao were cracked, and an invisible airwave spread. The power of the shot was so exaggerated that the power of the bullet could be imagined. 17.36 mm bullets flew at high speed, stirring up layers of airwaves. Because the kinetic energy was too vital, the bullet even gave people the feeling that it would pierce through space. When the commander heard the gunshot, all the hair on his body stood on end. It was as if a god of death with a sickle appeared behind his back. The eyes of the god of death were blue. The commander's reaction could only be described as fast as lightning. He saw that his legs, sitting cross-legged, were tilted, changing from sitting cross-legged to kneeling on the ground. The blade light appeared, and 17.36 mm flew in front of the commander of the letter. The blade collided with the bullet. Dang! A crisp sound rang out. The long blade in Xian's hand buzzed, and the edge split open a large gap. His arm that held the blade was severely dislocated. At this time, Knight also reacted, but he could only be anxious. Other than his body blocking in front of Xian Long, he had no other choice. Small Drip held her lower abdomen in pain. The broken blade on Xian's long blade hit her lower abdomen, creating a bloody hole. It could be seen that the power of the long blade and the bullet colliding with each other was terrifying. Quick! Knight roared a word, and another gunshot came from the distant hillside. Mary, Little Drip, Knight, Gold Nest, and the commander knew they had fallen this time. Bang! The gunshot shook the valley. Spider Queen's recoil was too strong. After the shooting, the muzzle of the gun was seriously raised. Su Xiao used all his strength to press the muzzle of the weapon. The slate under him cracked. Aiming, shooting, and all the movements were done in one go. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the sound of the gunshot pushed Xian into the abyss. Everything around him seemed to slow down, and Gold Nest's face twisted. He ignored the attack of the yin beast and rushed toward Xian. Knight inserted an antenna into his body, and a psychic thread appeared in Maki's hand. With a bang, the second bullet entered the rock behind the commander, and a vast pit exploded. The commander dodged the second bullet. The third bullet followed closely, and this bullet predicted the moving position of the commander. Chapter 643. The bullets flew over, and Xian bent his legs. Even if it reached him, he would not give up. Xian! Gold Nest let out a roar. Xian turned his head and forced a smile at him. The two of them were close friends. With a bang, 17.36 mm bullets penetrated Xian Long's left chest. This was no longer a problem of a bloody hole. Xian Long's left chest was smashed into pieces, and an arm flew far away. Blood and flesh splattered on Knight's face. On the side, Maki waved his hand, and a large number of perception threads blocked in front of him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The priest staggered back a few steps. He looked down at the half of his chest that had disappeared. His ragged heart twitched twice, but he did not die immediately. The enemy is the East Mountain. The priest fell to the ground with a thud. The moment the priest fell, Knight, Maki, and the other two decided. The three of them almost jumped to the nearby slope simultaneously. Before the priest's death, he shouted out the enemy's position, which gave them a chance to dodge. Bang, bang. Another two gunshots were heard. A bullet was shot into the rock, and the rock exploded into a giant pit. The other bullet kiss was on Knight's left arm, brushing past his left arm, and a large piece of flesh was blown away. The moving target almost hit, and the enemy's speed was breakneck, which showed Su Xiao's current marksmanship. He had instantly planned the 3 consecutive shots at the Secretary General, so he chose to kill the Secretary General first. The other party was stronger after cooperating with Gold Nest for a time. The second was that Su Xiao also used a knife. He was clear that the instinctive reaction of the person who used the knife to meet the sniper was to use the weapon in his hand to hit the bullet. Including the distance that Xian Long flew away and the reaction of Knight and the others, Su Xiao guessed it. Most people in the adventurous group had a weakness: their defense was weak. Spider Queen had blown the strengthened Xian Long half of his body. The others could imagine that, except for Gold Nest, everyone could resist Spider Queen. Xian Long's physical fitness was already good compared to the one who tasted Spider Queen. It should be known that the Violator was smashed by a shot, leaving only his head and 2 calves intact. Su Xiao estimated that Spider Queen could kill him in 1 shot without using the energy shield. The attack power of 60 to 134 was not just for show. The attack power was similar to the calculation method of the attributes. It was an increase in the way, not a combination. What's more, there was the equipment effect 3, Crush, passive, increasing the chance of crushing the enemy by 30. Even if the regiment captain, Kolo, were shot in the face, he would also be killed. However, there were a few situations that Spider Empress could use. Spider Empress needed an open terrain, which was in a case where the enemy was unprepared. Spider Empress bullets completely blocked Su Xiao's energy shield. You killed Xian Long. Because of the second kill of the members of the Phantom Troop, reputation points of the Phantom Troop -300, reputation points of the current adventurous group, -200, enemies. A dark purple treasure chest appeared near Commander Xian's corpse. There was a better time to pick up the treasure chest. He had to kill the members of the brigade present first. The power of the Spider Queen was somewhat unexpected. Su Xiao originally planned to kill the captain within 5 shots. There was some luck in killing the captain with 3 shots, but this had much to do with his sniper base. Firearms proficiency, LV-30 strengthened the Eye of the Eagle twice, and the Eye of the Eagle was closely related to his sniper ability. Su Xiao turned the gun's muzzle and aimed it at the pit gold in the valley. At this time, Gold Nest was full of anger, facing the direction of Su Xiao. It seemed that he wanted to swallow him alive. He saw Gold Nest insert one hand into the ground, and several small pieces of gravel were deducted from the big stone under his feet. His body was like steel iron, and he wanted to smash Su Xiao more than 700 meters away with the rock. He threw the stone with all his strength, and the stone whistled to Su Xiao. After he threw it with all his force, the stone was no different from the power of the sniper rifle. Su Xiao felt the stone flying quickly. He did not avoid it at all. The 2 sides were more than 700 meters apart. Even if the strength was complete, there was a significant error in the accuracy. Even if the accuracy was enough, the energy shield could easily block this thing. Pa! The stone broke into the body of the mountain below Su Xiao, leaving a hole with smoke. Su Xiao pulled the trigger. Bullets and stones were not the same concepts. Gold Nest, who was in the scope, immediately staggered a few steps. A slender bullet was stuck in the muscles of his lower abdomen. The shot that killed Xian Long could only hurt him. Was the defense gap between the two too big? No, at this time, Gold Nest concentrated all the thoughts of his body on the landing point of the bullet, which was equivalent to focusing all the defense of his body on one end. And they killed Xian Long and had no time to react. It was ultimately out of instinct that he could cut a knife and jump back. The 3 bullets came one after another, and the whole process was only 2 and 3 seconds. Su Xiao moved his somewhat sore shoulder. The frequency of these 6 shots was too fast. 4 bullets left in the clip, but he had already put away Spider Queen. Knight and the others hid behind the rock. As for hunting Gold Nest, after the experiment just now, it was a complete waste of bullets. Moreover, the yin beast could not hold on any longer. If it were delayed any longer, it would get rid of him. Su Xiao stood up and picked up the dragon flash on the side. Someone suddenly spoke just as he was about to jump down the valley. "Sir, I don't know." The person who came had yet to finish speaking when he closed his mouth. Su Xiao turned his head and looked at the other person. "I am not interested in the matters of your Nora family. The auction will start tomorrow morning and will be held at the antique auction house on Max Street." Dazzle of the Nora family opened his mouth and nodded at the end. "Yes, thank you." Su Xiao jumped into the mountain valley. Several bodyguards of the Nora family breathed a sigh of relief. It could have been a better experience to stay with Su Xiao, especially when facing enemies. Who is this guy? How many people did he kill to appear? As soon as a bodyguard finished speaking, he found that Pika was walking towards the mountain valley. "Wait, Pika, what are you doing?" The captain of the guards, Dazzle. He looked at Pika's back as he walked away and had a bad feeling. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's to catch them, Pika said without turning his head. At this time, his pupils were red. Although his tone was calm, it was not quiet in his heart. No, it should be filled with anger. A bodyguard said in a frightened tone, "It's impossible. You saw it, too, right? The guy below has amazing strength. He is simply a monster. Let the monster deal with the monster. We can watch it. If you go, you are simply courting death." The bodyguard was scared out of his wits when he saw Gold Nest tearing the bat apart under his blanket. So what? Pika stopped in his tracks. After turning his head, everyone saw his red eyes. The bodyguards were quite knowledgeable. They immediately recognized Pika's red eyes. At the same time, they remembered the fire and red eyes of the tribe that had stirred up the spiders a few years ago. Melody's expression was not very good. She felt that Pika was full of anger and hatred. He had completely lost his mind. In this state of mind, he would die if he got involved in the battle between the monsters. Melody picked up the flute, and the gentle sound of the flute came, and the footsteps of Pika suddenly stopped. Su Xiao, walking into the valley, also heard the flute sound. Hint: you are affected by the effect of the spring of the playing flute, in the judgment of the will and intelligence attribute. If the decision fails, it will force back the fighting spirit, hostility, and other emotions. Will passed. Intelligence passed. You have received a buff from Spring of the Plane. Strength +2, Agility, 2, HP recovery speed, every minute, +5, abnormal status resistance +15, effect lasts for 10 minutes. Su Xiao stopped and looked at the top of the valley. Melody just put down the flute and bowed to Su Xiao from afar. "Sir, please don't hurt Pika. This is my thanks." Melody's mouth opened and closed, and Su Xiao judged the sentence from the mouth shape of the other party. "The bastard over there, come down and die." A roar resounded through the valley. It was Gold Nest. Chapter 644. Gold Nest stood among the three yin beasts. He ignored the yin beasts covered in blood but stared straight at Su Xiao. Crack, crack. Gold Nest clenched his teeth and looked like he wanted to swallow Su Xiao alive. It was usual for him to have this kind of reaction after Su Xiao killed the commander, Xin. Su Xiao strolled. Dragon Flash came out of the sheath and put away the divine afterglow. He was ready to fight with Gold Nest. The three people hiding behind the valley poked their heads out. After judging the situation on the battlefield, the three rushed to the battlefield. "The three of you, stall them. 5 minutes is enough." Su Xiao looked at the three yin beasts nearby. The yin beast earthworm snorted and seemed to be ready to run away. If you dare to escape, you better look forward to me dying here. Otherwise, I will chop you into minced meat and feed you to the dogs. Su Xiao looked at the yin beast earthworm calmly. The heart of the yin beast earthworm shivered. It was not a metaphor or intimidation to chop it into minced meat to feed the dog. He felt that if he dared to escape, the situation would appear. The sick dog was much more obedient than the earthworm and porcupine. Since Su Xiao appeared, he had been in fear. After all, Su Xiao had used the boundary line to strangle him, making him slowly suffocate. After that, he slowly cut his throat when negotiating with the 10 old men. The porcupine and earthworm hesitated momentarily and finally chose to walk to Night and the others. 2 of the 3 people of Night were auxiliary combat personnel. It was also dangerous but not as terrible as the pit gold. The pit gold ignored the retreating dark beast but stepped on the ground and rushed to Su Xiao like a cannonball. Su Xiao's body leaned low, his right hand clenched the handle of Dragon Flash, and the long sword pointed to the ground. The moment when Gold Nest rushed to Su Xiao, he suddenly stopped and jumped back. Although Gold Nest was angry, he did not lose his mind. Just after he was 5 meters away from Su Xiao, his perception began to alert him. The more he rushed forward, the more dangerous it was. If he ran straight, he would die. Gold Nest's perception was correct. If he moved forward again, Su Xiao would meet him with a ring to deal with him, a psychic who fought with physical strength. Su Xiao could defeat him. In the same strength, the one who used the weapon had more advantages. In attack range, with Su Xiao's LV-23 sword master Gold Nest dared to rush forward rashly. Su Xiao could cut the opponent into a pile of minced meat in minutes. Aware of Gold Nest's beast-like intuition, Su Xiao suddenly disappeared from the place. So fast. His eyes widened, and he instantly concentrated all the energy in his body on his right arm. At the moment, the hardness of his right arm was long-range, primarily metal. The sword light appeared in the night, and Gold Nest raised his arm to block. Ding! The sound of metal hitting metal came, and he used his body to resist the blade of Dragon Flash. Although he defended Su Xiao's attack directly, the defense of other parts of Gold Nest's body was feeble. Even ordinary bullets could break this body without the support of psychic ability. So that's how it is. Gold Nest grinned. His smile looked cruel. He spread the psychic energy from his right arm to his left arm. The defense of his 2 arms increased sharply. He wanted to take the risk. Ha! Gold Nest's arm pressed down, and a terrible force came from the Dragon Flash. Su Xiao took the sword and turned sideways. If he competed in strength, he must be no match for him. Boom! The fist smashed on the ground, the gravel flew, and the stone hit Su Xiao's face with a dull pain. Dust and dust surged, and the fists of Gold Nest smashed at Su Xiao's position. Like the same heavy pile driver, the valley shook. Bang! The touch of the fist made Gold Nest slightly surprised. His fist hit something challenging. At this moment, a sharp tip of the sword broke through the dust. Puff, blood splashed, and the long sword pierced through the chest of Gold Nest. Shadow Sting. The green steel shadow energy wrapped the sword light and formed an energy thorn on the tip of the Dragon Flash. The moment the energy thorn was formed, Gold Nest retreated at full speed, and the shadow thorn was formed. Because he was fleeing, the dragon flashed and left the other side's body. With a swoosh, more than a dozen energy thorns appeared, and cold sweat slid down his cheeks. If he had not reacted fast enough, he would have become a hedgehog. Gold Nest moved his slightly numb arm, and the poison of the yin beast hedgehog had already broken down and thanked him. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Su Xiao, who had a few hexagonal energy shields floating around him, appeared. The counter-attack shield blocked Gold Nest's fist, and Su Xiao could stab through his chest. Blood gushed out from the corner of Gold Nest's mouth. The pain caused by the invasion of the green steel shadow energy made his face bulge. Gold Nest was not Su Xiao's opponent in a one-on-one fight. The dark beast could hold back Knight and the others for a while, but it was only a matter before the three dark beasts fled. Gold Nest, catch! Knight shouted. At this time, the earthworm was fighting with Knight, but this guy was a typical example of not working hard. When there was danger, he quickly retreated and could not hold Knight. Knight threw a small antenna, and Gold Nest caught it, his face not looking good. Use that. Don't hesitate. The hostility of the guild master. Got it? You're so long-winded. Gold Nest, who held the small antenna, seemed to be very unhappy, but he had no other choice due to the situation. There were several pairs of groups in the regiment. The cooperation between Gold Nest and the guild master was the most implicit, but the two were not the most influential group. The most influential group was Gold Nest plus Knight. Gold Nest opened his mouth and inserted the small antenna into his mouth. It's done. Gold Nest's voice was a bit vague, and he looked depressed. Then I'll start. Knight, fighting with the earthworm, took out a mobile phone. He was a control type, a tool he used to manipulate. As long as it was inserted by Knight's antenna, no matter how intense the enemy was, he could control it. Automatic manipulation, activate. A female voice came from Knight's mobile phone. At the same time, Gold Nest stood still in its original place. The golden spiritual energy went out of the surface of his body and gushed toward the surroundings. This golden spiritual energy was extremely rich, so thick that it was impossible to see Gold Nest himself. The enemy is confirmed. The phone spoke again, and Knight immediately pressed the phone. His psychic energy suddenly disappeared a lot. The enemy has chosen, the choice is complete, the enemy has 4, choose one person first, and begin to carry out the punishment. The golden psychic energy on the surface of the body of Gold Nest contracted, his hair stood up, the muscles of his whole body were highly exaggerated, and his eyes became dull, but his strength doubled. Su Xiao even had a feeling that his hair stood on end. Gold Nest stared at the ground under his feet, and with a bang, he disappeared after leaving a big pit on the floor. When he reappeared, he was already beside the yin beast earthworm. How is this possible? The earthworm looked frightened. At this time, the first reaction he saw was to run. Gold Nest punched out, and the fist was already leaving after images. Bang! The earthworm disappeared in an instant. It was not the earthworm that escaped, but the fist of Gold Nest shattered. This was the real blow that was smashed into pieces. The nearby Knight stood in place with the remote control in his hand. Although Gold Nest was decisive when he entered the automatic operation state, this cooperation had a lot of limitations. First of all, Knight needed to consume almost all of his thoughts, and after activating the automatic operation, he could not move, and the risk was extremely high. Secondly, the body's restrictions were opened entirely after entering the automatic operation state. Strength, speed, and psychic ability were all fully displayed. When attacking, there was no need to go through a brain reaction. It was based entirely on an instinct to fight, and the automatic operation could only last for 9 minutes. After that, Gold Nest would lie in bed for a week. This was still because his body was strong. If it were other members who would die directly, Knight would not be able to use the psychic ability for a month. The restrictions were massive, but the effect was powerful. The thoughts consumed by Knight did not disappear out of thin air but were added to Gold Nest's body, forming a layer of a protective coating similar to hard, which was the golden psychic energy around Gold Nest's body. And Gold Nest's strength, speed, and defense increased exponentially. Su Xiao looked at Gold Nest, who had transformed into Super Saiyan. His face was not good. This kind of move had never appeared in the original work. Maybe Gold Nest died early. With Gold Nest's temper, he usually would not let Knight use this move unless it was a critical moment. Today, Xion's death angered Gold Nest, and with Susiao's restraint on him, Gold Nest had no choice. After killing the yin beast earthworm, Gold Nest turned his head and looked at Susiao with a dull gaze. Gold Nest disappeared in the same place and faded from Susiao's sight. His dynamic vision could not capture Gold Nest. When Gold Nest appeared again, he was already in front of him. It was still the same action as before, the arm bow was bent, and the straight fist was waved. Dong! Gold Nest's fist, wrapped in golden energy, hit the counter-attack shield. A circular air wave spread out, and the stone slabs around the ground were blown away. Susiao Jinjin punched away with a whoosh and spat blood in the air. Although the counter-attack shield defended this fist, the powerful impact force was enough to hurt him. Bang! Susiao, who was wrapped in the counter-attack shield, crashed into the body of the mountain, and a deep hole appeared on the hill. Chapter 645. When Susiao crashed into the body of the mountain, the loud sound faded away, and the group of people looked at the circular hole that led to the mountain's depths. Crack! A few pieces of gravel fell from the top of the hole, and the cave entrance was dead silent. Did you get rid of it? Maki stared at the hole. I'm not sure, but there's a high chance of getting rid of him. Knight lowered his eyes, feeling a little sleepy. He had used up too much of his thoughts and even a little overdraft. Let Wojin continue. No, he just used 2 straight punches with all his strength. Even if it's Wojin, his body has a limit. If he wants to continue fighting, he has to rest for a while. Moreover, I can't control his specific movements. Receiving Knight's reply, Maki turned his head to avoid the sidekick of the sick dog. The sick dog and Porcupine looked at the hole with fear, hoping that Susiao would not die. If Susiao died, they would not live for long. Not only were the people present staring at the hole, but the contractor, who was watching the battle nearby, was also staring at the hole. These contractors had some doubts about life. If this was not the hunter world, they seriously suspected that Susiao was a contractor above level 2. Big brother seems to be cold. Should we go and join in the fun? Calm down, the third brother. Let's wait and see. The Super Saiyan below is too fierce. Third brother, big brother is right. The 3 brothers held a beer bottle in each hand, and the third even carried a chicken leg. These 3 brothers generally did not take advantage of the situation. Their hobbies were in the derivative world, which was coquettish and unrestrained. Cheap and happy were the most important. Wojin, who was covered in golden thoughts, stood in place. If you looked carefully, you would find slight wounds on his body, and some of his muscles were slightly broken. Duh, duh, duh. Footsteps came from the hole, and then there was a violent dry cough. Susiao held his mouth with his left hand, at the same time, blood was coming out of his fingers. He almost killed with a punch. At this time, the dozens of counter-attack shields floating around him were dim. If he were attacked too vigorously, the duration of the counter-attack shield would be reduced. A bottle of number 1 potion appeared in his hand. Susiao drank it in big mouthfuls. The green steel shadow energy surged in his body. The cells in the column of the potion were eaten up. His injuries recovered quickly. The surroundings were dark, the faint moonlight reflected in front of him. Susiao strolled to the hole. When Susiao walked out of the cave, the hearts of the group of people tightened. He is not dead. This guy is very durable. Is it because of the floating energy shield? Maki tightened the perception thread in his hand as he spoke. The sick dog, tightly wrapped by the perception thread, was torn into several pieces. After solving the ill dog, Maki did not go to support Wojin. Instead, he went to support the tiny drops. The small drops had been injured before, so it was challenging to deal with Hazu at this time. Porcupine's heart collapsed. He wanted to escape, but the tiny drops held him back with bulging eyes, and could not get away for a while. In the center of the valley, Wojin, standing for more than 10 seconds, looked at Su Xiao sideways. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill the second enemy, which was Su Xiao. With a bang, Wojin disappeared. This abnormal speed made Su Xiao a little speechless. Su Xiao, who was holding a long sword, looked around. If another straight punch hit him, he might be unable to withstand it. Now his whole body was faintly aching, and his bones would fall apart at any time. The rapid sound of wind breaking came, and Wojin was still in the same position in front of Su Xiao. His arm was bent, clenched his fist, and punched straight. At the same time when this fist was swung, gold chi burst out from Wojin's fist. This was Wojin's super destructive fist, an upgraded version. An ordinary straight punch almost killed Su Xiao. If this punch had hit him, could he still live? Su Xiao's brain turned quickly, and the fist was infinitely magnified in his sight, filling his view. Dodging was never Su Xiao's fighting style. It could be seen from the fact that he chose the long sword as a weapon because he liked to fight head-on. The counter-attack shield that formed a circle to protect Su Xiao quickly spread around. Although the counter-attack shield could resist the attack of Wojin, it made it the enemy easier to send Su Xiao flying. The moment he withdrew the counter-attack shield, Wojin's fist arrived. Su Xiao's pupils slightly contracted. He was trying to capture Wojin's movements. At this moment, some of the surroundings seemed to slow down. The fist was getting closer and closer. Su Xiao's nerve reflex speed was reflected here, and Wojin's head, which was fast to leave the shadow, was captured by him. Su Xiao's right arm muscle slightly bulged, and all the mana values in his body turned into green steel shadow energy. All of them were added to the dragon flash, like a light blue energy blade. Although it was an ordinary saber strike, this saber strike was even faster than the fist of Evil King. Clang! Boom! The huge saber light flew out and slashed at the nearby mountain peak. The mountain peak was cut in half. Su Xiao brushed past Wojin, who was full of golden thoughts. Wojin only had one arm left at this time, and the arm that punched had flown hundreds of meters away. With a swoosh, the dragon flash pierced into a rock more than 10 meters away. It was still holding half an arm on the dragon flash's hilt, and the arm's broken part was incomplete. Su Xiao's hand holding the sword was broken. This result was thought of when he was fighting against Wojin's fist. In the past, this was a terrible situation. However, with that woman, it was okay to break an arm. He deliberately chose this way. This was the choice to win the battle with the highest win rate. After brushing past Wojin, Su Xiao suddenly turned and rushed. Wojin also immediately turned around, but the deep cut on his chest made his movements stop for a moment. At this gap, Su Xiao had jumped up, bent his knees, and smashed on the shoulders of Benjin. His legs were tight, and at the same time, he caught Wojin's head. Su Xiao's left hand, wrapped in a red metal arm, grabbed Wojin's face. His two fingers were like hooks, and his two fingers were inserted into Wojin's eyes. The stiff feeling came. Wojin's physical fitness was called monster level, and even his fragile eyeballs were much more robust than ordinary people's. Su Xiao used all his strength, and with a puff, his two fingers were inserted into the eye sockets of Wojin. This was not the end. He bent his two fingers and dragged them out. Su Xiao pulled out Wojin's two eyeballs. His legs clamped tightly on Wojin's head and leaned sideways, trying to break Wojin's neck. Great strength suddenly came from the side, and the world turned around. Su Xiao flew out as a plane forced to land, sliding far away on the rocky ground. After stopping, Su Xiao's eyes were red, and all the bones in his body seemed to fall apart. He took out a bottle of number 1 potion and stood up after drinking it expressionlessly. Looking around the valley, Su Xiao was looking around to see if there was a contractor to fish in the water. Now whoever would find a way to kill the person. The pain in his whole body aroused his fierceness. The battle between him and Wojin was witnessed by the contractor all the way. This kind of desperate fighting style was probably the first time these people to see it. Su Xiao looked at the left half of his right arm. Not only that, but the right side of his chest also caved in quickly. After the ribs broke, it stabbed into the lung lobe on one side of his side. Every breath was a dull pain. Walking to the front of the dragon flash, Su Xiao pulled out the dragon flash with one arm. He was also good at the left-hand sword. Chapter 646. Su Xiao took a deep breath. The pain from his chest made his eyes black. He immediately took out a syringe and injected it into his neck. Adrenaline. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise. Quality, purple. Type, ability medicine. Effect, there will be less than 70 pain after using it. Attack and movement speed will be increased by 20. An additional excitement effect can remove exhaustion. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Rating, 127. Description, natural stimulant. Please do not underestimate it. When exhausted, it is the last hope. The pain in various parts of his body gradually subsided, and the red side in front of him returned to normal. Very good. Lightly shaking off the blood on the dragon flash, Su Xiao slowly walked to the back of Benjin. At this time, Benjin stood in the same place. After entering the automatic operation state, he used his vision to capture the enemy. He did not need the instructions given by the brain to do anything. Although ignoring the brain made Benjin's mobility significantly improve, the drawbacks were not minor. Not using the brain was equivalent to losing perception. The eyes were dug out, and Benjin could not find the second kill target, and the automatic operation state was forced to stop. Su Xiao stood behind Benjin and cut down without hesitation. Puff, blood splashed. The sword did not cut off the head of the driver but cut his neck in half. The driver suddenly moved. A fist the size of a sandbag was raised and smashed into Su Xiao behind him, but several hexagonal energy shields immediately blocked Su Xiao. Boom! The gravel under Su Xiao's feet flew, and the strength of the fist was not as muscular as before, and he was not censoring. Resisting the punch of Benjin, Su Xiao kicked the back of Benjin's waist. Benjin staggered forward a few steps. Su Xiao rushed forward and cut off his head. You killed Benjin, automatically operated state. The ability to check Benjin has greatly increased. The reward has increased. Benjin is a member of the Phantom Troop. The source of the world is 10.2. The source of the world is 39.7. Because of the 3 kills of the brigade members, Phantom Troop's reputation, 700, Phantom Troop's reputation, is -900, hatred. At the same time when Benjin died, Vigilante A, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, fell to the ground and lost his breath in a few seconds. This was the most significant risk of automatic operation. If Benjin died in battle, Vigilante A's psychic energy would all dissipate. Psychic energy was life energy, and the result of the dissipation of life energy was evident. It was death. Benjin's headless body fell to the ground, and a light gold treasure chest fell to the ground. Yes, it was pale gold. This light golden light made the surrounding contractor chaotic. At this moment, the most contractor had the idea of rushing into the battlefield. Su Xiao picked up the light gold treasure chest and put it into the storage space. He picked up Benjin's head. He threw the head to the edge of the valley. Those contractors with red eyes seemed to be poured on their heads by a basin of cold water. If you have the ability, come and rob. I can't kill you all, but the first few will die. Su Xiao's shout echoed in the valley. Those contractors who wanted to take advantage of the situation were waiting for someone to take the lead. This guy is not fast. Who has the long-range ability? A contractor roared, but no one showed up. Who knew the one who dared to attack Su Xiao first did not have a good end? The sound of fast running came, Bobo Wang rushing into the mountain valley at full speed. A moment later, Bobo Wang rushed to Su Xiao's side. Woof! Bobo Wang called out, which meant, Master, get in the car. Bobo is here to save you. Su Xiao turned over and rode on Bobo Wang's back, and Bobo Wang ran to the edge of the valley. Byakuya, come and save me. The porcupine shouted at the top of his lungs. Facing the siege of Maki and the little drip, he had the risk of death at any time. Hold them for 2 minutes, I will save your life. Bobo Wang had already carried Su Xiao to the edge of the valley. When the porcupine heard the sentence, he looked even more. He seemed to be unable to hold on for 2 minutes. Maki and Little Drip looked at each other. They had 2 choices, either to retreat or to chase Su Xiao. Retreat. Maki retreated, and Little Drip also had the intention to retreat. Just as Porcupine breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly thought that Su Xiao had asked him to stall the 2 people before. If the 2 escaped, would he settle accounts after the end? The more the Porcupine thought about it, the more panicked he was. Su Xiao's terrifying combat power had already cast a shadow on him. After hesitating for a moment, he rushed to the Small Drip. Small Drip was injured. It was an excellent soft persimmon. Noticing this scene, Maki's face changes greatly. They had lost today. If they did not leave now, they would die here. The other party said he would stall them for 2 minutes, which meant that the other party had healing ability. Maki, go quickly. Small Drip looked calm. She was injured. With the enemy's speed, she could not escape. Maki, we can't all die. We have to report the situation here to the regiment commander. For the regiment, your ability is more important. Little Drip clasped her hands tightly to the eye-shaped fish that looked like a vacuum cleaner, beating the porcupine into retreat. Little Drip smiled. She was not afraid of death because she knew she would be killed by someone stronger. Although Little Drip was a dull glasses girl, don't be deceived by her kind appearance. She was a member of the adventurous group, and at least hundreds of souls died in her hands. Among them were doctors, businessmen, children, thieves, and gang members. Above the valley, Bobo Wang stopped beside the car he took when he came, and Black Mary was sitting in the main driver's seat. Su Xiao put the dragon flash into the storage space, reached out, and grabbed the half arm he was biting in his mouth, which was his arm. Unlike the arm's reconstruction and the broken limbs recovery, Su Xiao was more inclined to recover the broken limbs. Crawling into the passenger seat, Black Mary, who was in a daze, was scared. At this time, Su Xiao was covered in blood, and one arm was broken. Mr. Byakuya, are you okay? Black Mary swallowed her saliva. Do I look like I'm fine? Hurry up and use your ability. All right, I'll use it now. Black Mary took a few deep breaths and put on a strange appearance. Restore. Su Xiao. Bobo Wang. Restore, heal, holy light. You have to focus on the dark rose. Oh, yes, concentrate. Mr. Byakuya, I was wrong. I suddenly have this magical ability. I am just an ordinary woman. Su Xiao and Bobo Wang stared at Black Mary. Black Mary's body shook, and General Ma concentrated on her. Black Mary floated in front of Su Xiao, and the milky white psychic energy wrapped Su Xiao. With the rotation of the dark rose, the broken arm floated to the front. The muscles, bones, nerves, blood vessels, and so on quickly regenerate. A moment later, Su Xiao's right arm recovered. Not only did the injury on his arm recover, but the 3 broken ribs also began to recover. A moment later, Su Xiao was a little tired and leaned on the passenger seat. All the injuries were recovered, and the pain disappeared. His body was so relaxed that he wanted to sleep. The dark rose in the air stopped turning, and the petals on the upper side withered. A total of 12 petals fell, and there were only 8 petals left on the dark rose, which made Su Xiao quite surprised. but he quickly guessed what was going on. The stronger the healing, the greater the consumption of the individual. He was seriously injured and had broken limbs. In addition to his strength, consuming 12 petals at a time was normal. The dark rose returned to the arm of Black Mary. Black Mary's head suddenly pressed against the steering wheel. She slept in seconds, and her saliva flowed out. She was too tired. Just as Susiao was about to leave the car, a dark purple light appeared from the back seat. Susiao looked sideways. Bobo Wang was holding a dark purple treasure chest. This must be a long treasure chest. I still think that those contractors stole this thing. Susiao took the treasure chest. Wait for me in the car. Leaving this sentence, Susiao, who had recovered entirely, walked to the mountain valley. Although his injury was completely healed, he was exhausted, and only a few points were left in mana. This was just recovered. Chapter 647. In Susiao's current state, although he had combat power, his combat power was significantly reduced because of the exhaustion of mana. The energy shield could not be used, and the equipment's attached ability could not be used, but this did not mean that Susiao had utterly lost his combat power. Most of his abilities were passive skills. Walking down the valley, the battle in the mountain valley had stopped. Has he escaped? Susiao entered the mountain valley. The yin beast porcupine was lying on its back on the ground, and its throat was cut open by Maki's perception thread. Save me. The porcupine's pupils trembled, and the will to survive made him climb up. Which direction does the enemy escape to? This thing can save your life. Susiao squatted in front of the porcupine, holding a bottle of intermediate alchemy potion. West. Lying, you are useless. Susiao got up and no longer paid attention to the porcupine. The other party needed to learn in which direction Small Drip and Maki fled. They just lied to survive. This degree of the lie was easy to be exposed. Don't give up on me, I can still be saved. We are companions. Companions. Walking out of the valley, Susiao stopped and looked at the porcupine. Yes, companions, you are also a subordinate of the 10 old man, so. Who told you that I am a subordinate of the 10 old man? Susiao walked out of the mountain valley. The porcupine was seriously injured and dying by Maki. At this time, killing the porcupine would not get too many rewards. The quality of the treasure chest dropped by cooperating with the plot characters to kill the plot characters would fall, and even if they did not drop treasure chests, the number of sources in the world would be very small. With the current injury of the porcupine, killing the other party could only get a small amount of the source of the world, but it would also leave a weakness. It was one thing not to save someone, but to kill the other person was another. Besides, other people did not know that Susiao had a potion to save the porcupine's life. Looking at Susiao, who was walking away, the porcupine fell to the ground weakly. So it is like this, I understand. The porcupine seemed to think of something, and the dying him smiled. 10th old man, you will all come down to accompany me. You will definitely. The luster of the porcupine's pupils gradually dimmed. Susiao returned to the car he had taken when he came back. He intended to follow something other than Maki and Little Drip. His condition was too bad. It would not be good if there were members of the adventurous group to assist Maki and Little Drip. The two were only auxiliary members of the adventurous group, and their combat power was ranked in the last few in the adventurous group. The adventurous group had a total of 13 people. One of them was a traitor, and 2 young men. If the combat power was calculated, it could be calculated according to the 12 people. 4 auxiliary people and 8 combat personnel were among the 12 people. 4 of the 8 combat personnel had been killed by Susiao, which meant that the remaining combat power of the adventurous group was only Lulu, Leader, Fanks, Franklin, and Bolalinov. Among these 4 people, Lulu was the most difficult to deal with, followed by Fanks, Franklin, and finally, Bolalinov. The situation became more precise and transparent, and only 8 people were left in the regiment. As for Hisoka, Susiao never thought the other party was a regiment member. Hisoka was not weak, and his character was fickle. He liked to cultivate strong enemies before killing them. He often called the weak enemies little apples. This kind of behavior that cultivated enemies and waiting for the enemy to be strong before killing them was foolish and arrogant behavior in Susiao's eyes. Susiao would never make enemies for no reason. Once confirmed that it was an enemy relationship, regardless of whether the other party was as beautiful as a fairy or had the potential to grow, he would cut them first. Thinking of this, Susiao shook his head. He had the advantage of the intelligence party when fighting with the regiment. When the regiment members were alone, he destroyed nearly half of the combat power of the regiment. With the intelligence of the regiment commander, this kind of thing would not appear again. The current situation was to let the auction start again and close up safely on the 10th of September so that the main mission could be completed. Susiao opened the door of the passenger seat. Drive. A steady breath came. Susiao turned his head and looked. Black Mary was sleeping on the steering wheel. At this time, he remembered that the other party helped him treat his illness. Susiao left the car and walked to the driver's seat. After putting Black Mary in the passenger seat, he sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Just before the car drove out of the valley, Susiao looked at the bodyguards of the Cyrano's family. As expected, the cool poker card had disappeared. It should be to chase Maki and Little Drip. The car slowly drove out of the valley and went on the road to Yuxian City. Susiao lit a cigarette and opened the window of the main driver. One hand holding the steering wheel, the other holding the cigarette was placed on the car window. The strong wind blew the smoke away, and the cigarette butt was burning red. My whole body is sore, but it feels good to fight. Susiao had long been used to this kind of life where he often fought, or in other words, this kind of life was more suitable for him. He would lose the joy of living if he did not have enough passion. It was just a walking corpse. It was undoubtedly fascinating to fight for life often. In return, he gained powerful strength and began to have extraordinary power. Half an hour later, Susiao drove to the vicinity of Yuxian City. At this time, the mobile phone in Black Mary's arm suddenly rang. Finding the mobile phone in the soft touch, Susiao picked up the phone. I am Byakuya. The person on the phone was stunned and immediately said. Something happened. It was Bick. At this time, his voice was shallow. Has your old nest been destroyed? Hey, that's not it, but, the yin beasts suffered heavy casualties. Susiao frowned. The other party might discuss something different from the valley's 5 dead yin beasts. How many people died? 3 people. Xiao is dead. Xiao is still alive. You said before to let Xiao stay with us. Now, this is the right choice. Susiao calculated the remaining number of dark beasts. He killed Leech. After that, all 5 dark beasts in the mountain valley died in battle. Now 3 people died. In other words, Xiao was the only one left in the dark beasts. The ability of the dark beast Xiao was exceptional. It was called magical skin. It could wrap the enemy and shrink them so they could be easily captured. The captured enemies could not break free of the magical skin. The magical skin could not only wrap the enemy, but it could also wrap the object. Now all the items were surrounded by the dark beast owl and turned into a small cloth bag. If the regiment caught Xiao, the items would also fall into the hands of the regiment. With the current situation, the auction might end without a hitch. As long as Xiao is still in our hands, there is no problem. Susiao was just about to hang up the phone when Big asked anxiously. How is the situation on your side? I beat back the regiment. That's great. Before Big could sigh with relief, Susiao's words stunned the other person. The yin beast is dead. Dead? How many died? 5. The phone fell silent. At this time, Big's eyes were dull. Yin beasts were the psychic who was loyal to them. The death of 5 yin beasts in the valley was terrible news for the 10 old men. The people of the adventurous group will not let this go. The forces that can be gathered are gathered. Hiring killers or hiring mercenaries is not a simple money problem between the adventurous group and us. Su Xiao hung up the phone after he finished speaking. It was not a problem of money that things had developed to this point. Chapter 648. If the original, adventurous group just wanted to rob the auction house, the two had entered a state of life and death after the death of 4 members. Driving to Yuxian City, before entering Yuxian, Su Xiao saw the checkpoint set up at the edge of the town, which was the work of the 10 old men. Several gang members with guns stood in front of the car. "Get off!" Just as an ordinary gang member shouted angrily, a small leader beside him kicked him in the butt. "Let them pass, quick!" The small gang leader nodded and bowed as the car drove by. The ordinary gang member kicked was a little depressed, but he did not dare to say anything. "Next time, look at the license plate before you stop the car. If you want to die, I don't want to die." The car slowly entered Yuxian City. Su Xiao did not go to find the 10 old men but found a hotel in a remote city area. He opened 2 rooms, threw Black Mary on the bed of a room, and left. Su Xiao took a bath in another room and sat on the bed. He took out the Apostle's Eye and set it in an automatic alert state. Equipment Effect 3, Air Guard, active. The Apostle's Eye floats in the air or the sky, examining the area within half a kilometer. The Apostle's vision will warn if any suspicious creature enters this area. Note, the Air Guard, active, consumes 120 points of mana each time. The effect lasts for 12 hours. Note, the Air Guard, active, can detect invisibility, perception shielding, underground stealth, magic energy shielding, and other 82 hidden abilities. Hint, the Air Guard, active, cooldown time is 24 hours. Su Xiao lay on the bed. Although his injury was completely recovered, his mana values were almost exhausted, and his physical consumption was also massive. Although he had injected adrenaline to remove the exhaustion state, the fatigue of his body had to be recovered by sleep. After a moment, Su Xiao fell asleep. Dragon Flash was placed on the bedside. He was ready to enter the battle state at any time. When Su Xiao recovered his strength through sleep, outside of Yuxian City, in a hidden mountain cave, the cave area was huge, and the traces of chiseling were evident. It should have been newly chiseled in the past few days. "We believe in the holy fire, and we are the people of God." A man wearing a white robe, with only one arm left, sat in a wheelchair. The man spoke with a red light hole on his body and a dark red flame burned in his hand. At this time, hundreds of people were kneeling in the cave. Most of these people were civilians, merchants, craftsmen, and others. The 100 or so people had fanatical expressions on their faces. When they looked at the one-armed man, their eyes were filled with reverence. The other party was the messenger of God. They had all personally witnessed a miracle. It was not their ability to read but a true miracle. The atmosphere in the cave was both passionate and crazy. With the one-armed man's impassioned speech, the flames on his body surged, and a vast shadow formed behind the man. The appearance of the shadow caused the believers in the cave to cry out in alarm, and everyone lowered their heads. The fiery red shadow looked at the believers below. The shadow wore a crown that was like a bull's horn. Lava was its body, and lava was its blood. This god was the 9th demon envoy. He was once a big shot in the black abyss of the void. His name was Alfred Lancelot, Weak Love. Because of this extremely long name, most people called him the Purgatory Count. At this time, the Purgatory Count yawned, his eyes somewhat helpless. He communicated with the one-armed man through his mind. "Clown, I don't need believers. The Purgatory Count snorted. The word believer reminded the Purgatory Count of some bad memories. For example, the believer stole their weapon after a rebellion. In the end, it was hung up by another Black Abyss Lord and picked up. He even threw it under the barbecue rack and used its heat to roast meat. Brother Count, don't care about these details. The Red Clown chuckled. He already understood the general situation of this demon god. He chose to summon the other party precisely because of this. The other party's mind needed to be more flexible. Don't call me Brother Count. I'm many levels higher than you. It's amazing to have a backer. Okay, Brother Count. You. The Purgatory Count spat out a mouthful of hot smoke. Although the Red Clown summoned it, it could not force the other party to sign an unequal treaty. The Red Clown had a high enough contract to scare the Purgatory Count. Although this contract was precarious, it would disappear at any time. Count brother, how about that matter? The Red Clown always had a smile, whether cut off by Susiao or facing a desperate situation. Nothing much. They are the inheritors of a bunch of lunatics. I advise you to stay away from them. Lunatics. A bunch of lunatics not of our race must be exterminated. To those fellows, other than humans of the same race or a few allies, they are all enemies. However, those fellows look down on mages of any race. Oh? They are solid. Not very strong. They are powerful. They created the glory of the human race in the void. The strange thing is that they never called themselves kings and did not interfere with the internal affairs of the human race. Later, they were attacked by a group of mages and foreign races. In the end, they were destroyed. After that, the human race began to decline, no longer active in the void. The Purgatory Count seemed to think of a terrifying enemy. He had light blue eyes and a long saber in his hand. He stepped on his head and said, "Next time, if you dare to behave atrociously in our territory, I will chop off your head." No one believes in God. We only believe in ourselves. So, you are afraid? I will be afraid? Bullshit. Who am I? I only occasionally. The heat waves in the cave surged, and the bottom of the dead volcano began to become active. Since you are not afraid, let's begin. The teleportation array is almost complete. I have tested it before, and it can summon creatures from that place. Although the creatures summoned are not very obedient, it is related to the individual being too strong. We choose the weaker ones this time, but there are many creatures. The Red Clown looked at a large magic circle in the cave. Although he only had one hand left, it did not affect his revenge on someone. The following day, at 6 o'clock, 200 kilometers away from Yukxian. This was an old and worn church. Initially, there was a small town here. The natural disaster caused this small town to be abandoned. Over time, all the buildings collapsed, leaving only this church that was still intact. At this time, a few people were in the abandoned church hall. They were all members of the adventurous group except the captain of the adventurous group. They were 7 people: Fanks, Franklin, Parker Big, Mazo, Tuff, Kyubi, and Hisoka. Other than Caesar, everyone's faces could have been better. Maki was even more tired, and there was a faint smell of blood on his body. In other words, other than the captain, the rest of the members who have not arrived are all dead. Fanks said. His prestige in the adventurous group was very high. After the captain was kidnapped in the original work, most of the things were decided by him, which showed his status in the adventurous group. Chapter 649. Yes, they are all dead. Benjin, Xian Chang, and Vigilante were all killed by this person. Maki took out a piece of information. It was Susiao's information, but this information only had Susiao's photos and recent experiences. He also killed Flying Tank. He was the one who found us in the auction. After he fought Flying Tank, he died. Franklin clenched his fists. He only found the headless body of Flying Tank. Where's Little Drip? How did she die? I'm not sure. We were suddenly kidnapped by a chain when we were escaping. Whether we were alive or dead is still unknown. Makey said. Unknown. Fenks sat up with a whoosh. He was not angry at Makey, but he had too much anger in his heart and had no place to vent it. Since the regiment's establishment, there had never been such a significant loss. Fenks, calm down. The big-breasted lady, Patrick, said. The open collar revealed a large expanse of white skin. Although Pakunoda was not the strongest in the regiment, her ability was irreplaceable and was more important than the combat members in the regiment. I am very calm. How long will it take for the regiment commander to come back? Soon. The regiment commander is back. Hisoka, who was leaning against the wall, said. As soon as he finished speaking, the regiment commander, Luoluo, entered the church. Although Luoluo was the leader of a bandit group, his appearance wasn't as rough as he had imagined. Instead, it was a handsome young man. Guild leader. Guild leader, this matter. The members of the regiment came forward. From this, it could be seen how important Luoluo was in the regiment. I already know what happened. Luoluo found a huge rock and sat down. The other members of the regiment listened quietly. We don't need to care about those items anymore. From now on, our goal is to kill this person. But before that, everyone, take a look at this first. This is a prophecy poem that I just stole. Luoluo took out a piece of paper. On it were a few prophecy poems. The threat of the bloody moon was no longer fatal. Flaming sun had passed away. The companion with the broken blade fell on the red rock. Frost moon, 11 months, represents gold nest, do not answer the phone, call means vigilante. The chained man took you away in the critical month. Lying in front of the ruthless hunter, dying. The envoy of purgatory arrived. Darkness would cover this place. The crazy clown stood in the dark and confronted the hunter. Even if you have the help of the clown, where will you go? The prophecy poem ended here. The adventurous group members were a little confused after reading the prophecy poem. They could understand the first few sentences, but the latter needed clarification. If there was someone representing the clown in the regiment, it should be Hisoka. Everyone looked at him. The meaning of the prophecy poem was that Hisoka would become the savior of the regiment. Hisoka was a little confused. His goal was to fight with the regiment commander, and because of this, he joined the regiment. From the meaning of the prophecy poem, the hunter must represent White Knight of the 10 Old Men forces. As for the broken limbs, it probably refers to the casualties of the regiment's members. Leader, why don't you help all of us predict? Makey's suggestion was unanimously approved, but to make a prophecy, one needed to provide detailed personal information. A few people in the regiment could no longer remember such information as birthdays. A diary appeared in Luoluo's hand. His ability to read was particularly in Element, the secret manual of a thief. After satisfying certain conditions, one could steal other people's ability to read. Those who had their ability stolen could no longer use their power. For those who pursued strength, it was no exaggeration to say that their ability to steal was inferior to death. 10 minutes later, the few people who could provide personal information from Luoluo's group made a prophecy. It is not too optimistic. I will have a choice shortly. If I choose the wrong one, I will die. Fenks grinned. He could accept any outcome, including death. Mine is not good either. It is dead, for sure. That hunter will kill it. Kyubi, whose face was covered by his hair, sighed. Most of the adventurous group members talked about the result of the prophecy poem. Only one person remained silent. That was Hisoka, who was holding the prophecy poem. He could not help but make a stupid prediction, and the result could have been better. What's wrong? Feng's narrowed his eyes. He had long since looked down on Hisoka, and his intuition told him that this person could not be trusted. It's fine. Hisoka's expression was regular, but his gaze was intentionally or unintentionally looking around. Hand it over. Feng's gestured for Hisoka to hand over the prophecy poem. It will scare you guys. Even I was shocked. Hisoka handed the prophecy poem to Feng's. Feng's expression changed drastically after reading it. Captain, look at this. Feng's handed the prophecy poem to the captain of the regiment. He looked from head to toe as if it was the first day he met Hisoka. Hisoka's prophecy poem probably meant that he was a clown and had two choices, to save the regiment or save himself. The last verse was that he kept the regiment and sacrificed himself. Is that the case? Will Hisoka be so loyal? Of course, he can't be so dedicated to the transformed Sansa. Hisoka's ability to read light illusion has changed this prophecy poem. The light illusion, it can turn chi into various skins. Adding imagination into one's own chi can reproduce all the texture, but it can only imitate things as thin as paper. Hisoka covered a layer of light illusion on the paper of the prophecy poem. Everyone saw the prophet made up by Hisoka on the spot. The actual prophecy poem colluded with Pika and was later discovered by the adventurous group. It was chased and finally expelled from the adventurous group. Everyone, have you considered that the savior is a fake? A female voice suddenly sounded. The group of travelers looked into the depths of the church. In the shadows sat a blue-haired girl. The girl was swinging her braids. You are here. Captain Luoluo seemed to have known this person for a long time. Already here. It has been set up. We can start now. Hearing the blue-haired girl's words, Captain Luoluo held the hand of Hisoka's prophecy poem and began to chant energy. Seeing this scene, Hisoka's pupils contracted. He stomped on the ground and smashed the walls of the church. At the same time, the light illusion ability on the paper was dispelled, revealing the actual content. The violent psychic energy caused the paper to shatter in just an instant, but Captain Luoluo could see the document's contents. Kill Hisoka. As soon as Luoluo gave the order, everyone in the regiment swarmed toward Hisoka. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle shot out. A moment later, an intense battle unfolded. Under the clever interference of the blue-haired girl, Hisoka, who had previously been mixed in the regiment, became a street rat. In front of a snack stand, a man and a dog were tasting the unique snacks of the hunter world. A beautiful girl stood on the side. Rose, do you have any news from the 10-old man? I've already contacted you a few times. I want to invite you over as a guest. A guest? Don't bother about those guys who are afraid of death. What about the auction? The scene will start again at 9 o'clock tonight. Is that so? Su Xiao chewed the food in his mouth. He might have to fight with the regiment tonight if he did not guess wrong. As long as the regiment was destroyed, the auction could be smoothly opened to 9 months and 10 days, which meant that tonight was the final battle. Luoluo, an enemy that is not easy to deal with. Su Xiao grabbed the secret pastry on the side. Who knew that Bobo Wang also wanted to eat the pastry and bite it in his hand? Relax, this is salty pastry. Eat it and eat your hair. Bobo Wang did not waver and looked like he was going to eat something in a dungeon. Dumbass, don't bite my hand. Believe it or not, I will let you have a taste of the yin beast's corpse. Bobo Wang let go and said with a soft gaze, as if saying, Master, you are too disloyal. Why are your eyes still popping when you are playing? Chapter 650. After the meal, Su Xiao leaned on the table on the street and looked at the bustling crowd in front of him. On the side was Bobo Wang, whose mouth was still stained with cream. It turned out that it was not feasible to talk reason with this idiot, or the slippers were more effective. Just as Su Xiao was considering where to hang out, The phone in Black Mary's arms sounded. Hello, hello, no, let me ask. Black Mary was rejected several times. Mr. Byakia, it's the 10-old man, Brent. He wants to invite us over. Black Mary covered the phone with her hand and possessed her body. From Su Xiao's angle, he could see large patches of white skin on her collar. What's the matter? The 10 old men hired a group of killers at a high price. They want you to meet these killers. I feel that they want you to shock the scene and refuse. Promise them. Yes. Black Mary said a few words and hung up the phone. A little earlier than expected. What? Black Mary looked at Su Xiao doubtfully. Nothing. The two drove to the new venue of the auction, which was just a short distance from the original auction house, 3 blocks away. The new auction house was full of flowers of various colors, and some flowers were tied up in a circle and placed at the door, and several gangsters with panic on the side. When the two drove to the time, Su Xiao was stunned when he saw those lines of lines, and the first thought in his mind was, who died? Who died? Huh? Black Mary was a little confused. She turned around and said, is it the smell of blood? As expected of Mr. Byakia. I will let them patrol the surroundings immediately. Black Mary pretended to get off the car. Wait. Su Xiao called out to Black Mary and coughed a little awkwardly. Those wreaths should be a celebration in the hunter world, similar to the opening ceremony of the shop. The shop opened and sent wreaths. Su Xiao felt awkward no matter what he thought about it. Your etiquette is exceptional. Su Xiao got out of the car, leaving Black Mary with a surprised face. From these wreaths, it could be seen that the new auction was not going smoothly. The auction even needed to celebrate to attract guests. In the past auctions, there was no need to do this at all. The guests would come to the door themselves. Black Mary saw Su Xiao's doubts and began to narrate what happened this morning. After the auction was leveled once, most of the guests were resistant to the Yuk Xian auction, and no one was willing to risk their lives to participate in it. When the auction started in the morning, this place was utterly deserted. Not to mention the guests watching the show, the merchants and residents who opened shops within a few hundred meters all ran away, looking as if the auction house was a god of plague. This angered the 10 old men, but even if they were gangsters, they could not force the guests to come to the auction with their guns against their heads. For the sake of their face, the 10 old men could only devise this plan. They would set up an initially unnecessary opening ceremony and gather the guild members to support them. This order frightened the 10 old men's directly subordinate guilds. These people wanted to avoid coming to the auction. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the 10 old men found that there was still no one attending the auction. Even the members of their sects were pushing it. The 10 old men were angry and ordered that whoever dared not come would be expelled from the guild. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, which was now. There was the last thing, so there was the current situation. The front door of the auction house was full of wreaths. Next to the wreath were some nervous gangsters with bulging pockets on their waists. After listening to the description of the Black Mary, Su Xiao roughly understood the situation. That is to say, and there are no other forces in the auction house except Mr. Cheng of the gang. Well, no one dares to come. After all, before, Black Mary had some lingering fears. She was also present at the last auction. It's best if no one participates, but the 10 old men have been in the underworld for many years. Someone will come to the auction at night. Su Xiao did not care whether someone participated in the auction, as long as the scene could be smoothly opened. Entering the auction house, the building occupied a large area, which was more significant than the venue of the last auction. The auction house was full of gangsters, and there was no outsider. Su Xiao was on the first floor of the elevator, and the elevator stopped on the 6th floor. The killers hired have arrived, only waiting for you to arrive. Black Mary led the way in front. At this time, in a guest room on the 6th floor, a short bald fat man wearing tiny round sunglasses was smoking a cigar. He was looking at the killers in Lookat's room with a scrutinizing gaze. The bald fat man was called G. This was not his original name. It was a nickname given to him by others after being in the gang. Over time, he was called this way. Giannis was the direct leader of the 10 old men's forces. It was usual for him to receive these killers, and he was also willing to do these things with no risk but could show his face. Although his character was not very good, he was an intelligent person. All 10 old men died in the original work, but he was still living freely. Of course, this had something to do with his poor strength. No one would deliberately kill him. 1.23.4 Everyone is here. G played with his fingers, recalling the number of killers hired. A subordinate behind him bowed and answered, "Not all of them are here for the time being. Aren't there 8 people on the assassination team? It seems that the Nisra family will bring someone over." When he heard about the Nisra family, G was a little unhappy. A feeling of jealousy spread in his heart. Tusk, that guy who only uses divination to scare people. Although he said so, G was very envious. He also hoped to have a daughter like that. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Nora and Pika walked into the room. Nora was the patriarch of the family and was also the father of the divination girl. The two of them did not speak after entering the room. They just stood aside. This time, everyone is here. The mission is to get rid of the Phantom Troop. Today, the auction will start again. They might also appear. Once they find them, kill them. G looked at the few killers present. These killers were dressed differently. For the gangsters, these were experts. This time, the committee member was not an assassin but a protection. The adventurous group took the initiative in the auction house to come to the door. However, all the people present were killers after all. They directly asked them to protect the auction smoothly. It was inevitable that they would not give these killers face. As a team, everyone has the same goal. In this case, how about determining the code name of each contact? A killer said. This killer looked ordinary and belonged to the type that would not be noticed by him, who was mixed in the crowd. "Why don't you call me by color? I am blue." A killer in a vest said. "I am red." "Black." When the killers all said their colors, the two who had been standing there all the time spoke. "It's like child's play." An old man with white hair and a white mustache spoke. The old man had his hands behind his back, and a long strip of cloth hung on his chest. On it was written the word "live in service."